I run a nationwide charity that helps injured and disabled officers. And so mental health is exceedingly important. And there are a lot of issues here that these law enforcement officers in Minnesota are going to have to deal with. Remember, another officer actually came face to face with this individual and didn't know that he was a fake cop. And so now they're going to have to deal with the issues of, what if? And I got to tell you, what if is a game that cops play mentally in a very major way, and it can be very destructive. These officers did the best they could do with the information that they had. But, all these officers, they wanted to be able to save the lives of those people who were killed. And I got to tell you, there is often plays a role is survivor's guilt in, why couldn't I save them? And so there's a lot at play here. And you asked a very insightful question. I appreciate that, because the emotional and mental aspects of dealing with a situation like this can play a major role in the mental and emotional health of the American law enforcement officer.
Yeah, those what ifs are sometimes the biggest traps in life, where you try to lay down in the bed and you just keep replaying what happened over and over again. So what are some of the ways that these officers, these investigators can get some relief instead of just playing that tape over and over again in their head?
So we've already reached out to some of the agencies, the Wounded Blue at the woundedblue.org. I urge any officer who has been through this experience and is having some struggles dealing with it to please connect with us. We literally, my entire team is made up of cops who have had these experiences, and we know how to deal with it. We know the emotional and the mental aspects of this. And the reality is that these men and women who are serving in the community up there, they did a magnificent job. They truly, truly did, bringing this individual into custody. It was hundreds and hundreds of man hours involved with this. Agencies from all over Minnesota and the federal government, all working together for one common goal: to save lives and to take this murdering person. Sometimes I'm a little.
No, I get it.
Yeah, okay. This evil human being into custody before he could do any more damage, and that's what cops do.
Yeah, they do it day in and day out, and not only in, of course, Minnesota, but all across the country. So, Randy, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and giving the great resources that are available. Sometimes the hardest to do is try to ask for help, right?
Absolutely. And, we have a motto at the Wounded Blue: never forgotten, never alone. And we live by that motto.
Well, thank you for all that you do for officers all over the country and first responders. We appreciate it here on Live Now from Fox and giving us some great insight about what happened as well.
Thank you so much.
You take care. All right, we'll take another 2-minute break. We'll get other updates as well. We'll also give you the full update that came from Minnesota today here on Live Now.
As mayor of Richmond, I didn't settle for the way things were. We fixed the city's finances, securing a AAA credit rating. We built new schools, and we reduced the poverty rate. As lieutenant governor, I'll never settle. I'll always fight to get things done.
Who can you trust to replace your roof? It's a big decision. We aren't the only trustworthy company, but at Senvar Roofing and Solar, we take building trust seriously. Google our reviews. We provide excellent customer service and stand behind our work for decades. Give us a call. We're worth the few minutes it takes to get a free estimate. We're low pressure and provide a competitive quote right on the spot. Plus, we take no money down, and you don't pay a dime until your roof is finished and you're 100% satisfied.
on a new hour here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you the latest updates from around the country. And one of the big ones that we want to continue to follow, of course, out in New York City. Here's a live look right now. It is the Diddy trial that continues. And, well, there was a lot of fireworks today, and going forward, they're looking to see prosecution wrapping up sometime this week as well. So I want to bring in our friend here to bring you the latest updates from around the country, and one of the big ones that we want to continue to follow, of course, out in New York City. Here's a live look right now. It is the Diddy trial that continues with this one juror, and now that today, and going forward, they're looking to see prosecution wrapping up sometime this week as well. So I want to bring in today the program that they found out from around the country, and one of the big ones that we want to continue to follow, of course.
They're going to say, we rest. So we stand up and we rest. That means they can't put on any more evidence. It's to stand up and say, we want this case dismissed in the middle of trial. And ultimately, it'd be up to the judge to decide whether or not the judge will dismiss this case in the middle of trial or have the defense put on their own witnesses, and then it will go to the closing arguments. But once the state rests, they can't put on any more witnesses. We rest. So we stand up and we rest. That means they can't put on any more evidence to prove their case. Because as we discussed, it's to stand up and say they need to prove the racketeering, the extortion. Ultimately, now the judge showing whether or not he's a monster. The judge will dismiss this case in the middle of trial, or have the actual elements of the case and the crime. That's how you have to prove the arguments. But once Sean Diddy Combs is guilty by proving they can't put on any more witnesses, and there's a stand up and we rest. That means they can't put on any more evidence to prove their case. As we discussed. It's to stand up and say they need to prove the racketeering, the extortion. Ultimately, now the judge showing that he's a monster. The judge will dismiss this case in the middle of trial, or have the actual elements of the case and the crime. That's how you know the prosecution. Once Sean Diddy Combs is guilty by proving they can't put on any more witnesses,
and is ready to pump up the jurors for their favor.
Yes, what you're going to see in the next couple of weeks is people who are going to be testifying in the favor of of Sean Diddy Combs, saying that, yes, maybe he's a good person. Maybe that this is, maybe he had wild parties. Maybe, there's some violent acts out there. However, he didn't do extortion. He didn't do any racketeering. So you're going to have witnesses from the defense to disprove some of these witnesses who testified for the prosecution, to show that some of these witnesses might have lied, might have motive to lie. We're trying to sue Sean Diddy Combs. So you're going to see the defense. I mean, they've been biting at the chops to get their chance. And now this is their chance to pretty much discredit and disprove the prosecution witnesses and put on their own witnesses to make Sean Diddy Combs in a more favorable light in front of the jurors, in front of the world.
And, I mean, I could almost see this with a crystal ball, having the defense, one of the defense attorneys, Brian Steele, there go up and say to the jury, were these women chained up? No. And, kind of go step by step on that and then say, at the end of the day, all these women came back to Sean Combs. I mean, that's really what they could be doing and kind of modeling, isn't it?
Yeah, no, Mike, you're 100% correct. And if I was trying this case right now, that's what I would be doing. Having multiple witnesses and going up and pretty much looking the jurors in the eye and say, all these witnesses that the prosecution brought up, all this, what you heard, one thing you heard is that these people stayed for a long time and these people actually consented to it. Nobody had a gun to their head. Everybody were free to leave. These people volunteered and they stayed multiple days and multiple months and actually multiple years. So how can you say that Sean Combs is guilty of racketeering or extortion when these people stayed on their own will and they volunteered and they didn't do what they're saying that Sean Combs did? Yeah, Sean Combs might have had some wild parties that day and those nights. However, he is not guilty of racketeering, not guilty of extortion, and that's what the defense attorney and these witnesses are going to show to the juror to disprove everything the state has done over the past couple weeks.
And at this time, Ben, if the defense feels like the prosecution hasn't made their case yet, could they maybe take some witnesses out, or do you think they'll shorten a little bit? Or, I mean, how do they do it while it's in motion? And do you think that it could be something that they might want to maybe cut out or add people?
Yes. I mean, in the middle of trial, it's just like any type of strategy in playing a game. I mean, you might add witnesses, you might subtract from witnesses, depending on what they feel the mood is like. They have a whole list. So they have a list of witnesses who they're going to call and testify. And sometimes you feel like, you know what, if I'm winning the case, I don't need to bore the jurors and to have more witnesses. Sometimes you might subtract a witness, or maybe you might say, you know what, we need to prepare this witness. And the order of the witnesses, I mean, they're going to want to tell the story in a certain way, and ultimately to be able to tell the story so that the way the jurors understand what was going on here. Because the jurors are saying, well, these are some wild parties, but the defense is going to say, but he is not guilty. And that's what you're going to have these witnesses to pretty much every single day for the next couple of weeks to disprove all these prosecution witnesses.
All right, Ben, always great speaking with you and getting your insights as we gear up for later this week. Of course, probably more fireworks to come. Ben, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Good seeing you.
You too. Take care. All right, everyone. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with more on Live Now.
Life is filled with impactful moments. Moments that bring you together and change your perspective. But in a heartbeat, one moment can turn your world upside down. At Allen & Allen, we're more than attorneys. We're your advocate, your ally, your protector, fighting for the justice you deserve. Allen & Allen, getting you back to the moments that matter most.
On Fiverr, you can find the perfect freelancer to build your website. But you probably already know a guy who knows a guy who has a cousin who has a neighbor who could do it. Well, we also know a guy, Vlad, a freelance web developer with tons of reviews like this. We also know Kate, Carla, Shannon, and Greg, who are experts in WordPress, Shopify, React, and AI development. Find freelancers in a variety of services and build your website today. Fiverr.
want to show you the latest update from Fox News' Connor Hansen with a breakdown of world affairs that is going on right now.
The set of a live broadcast on Iranian state TV was shaken and filled with debris after the building was hit by an Israeli strike. Israel's defense minister said, quote, the Iranian regime's propaganda and incitement broadcasting authority was attacked by the IDF after a widespread evacuation of the area's residents. A spokesman for Iran's foreign minister called the strike a, quote, wicked act of war crime.
We aim targets that connected to the regime.
Israel says it continues to hit Iran's nuclear sites, but the most important could be a facility hidden deep below a mountain that experts believe only the U.S. has the capabilities to destroy. So far, American forces have only stepped in to help protect Israel from incoming missiles. While meeting with other world leaders at the G7 in Canada, President Trump says there is still a chance for Iran to make a deal to end the fighting.
I think a deal will be signed or something will happen.
While Israel now claims to have control of Iran's airspace, Iran continues to launch deadly missile and drone strikes at Israel, forcing civilians to take shelter.
I would hope that the Iranians are wise enough to take the president up on his offer and to sit down and negotiate this out.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says over the weekend he sent more military capabilities to the area to protect U.S. troops. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
All right, Connor, thanks again for those updates. We appreciate it. And just about a couple of hours ago, President Trump putting to his Truth Social saying Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame and waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. So I want to continue to give you the latest updates as well as the insights and analysis here as this story continues to grow. Tensions continue to rise. So I want to bring in our next guest to help break down the matters here in Iran and elsewhere. This is Benjamin Rad, Global Studies lecturer at UCLA. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And yeah, it seems like within the last 6 to 8 hours, things have continued to change drastically.
Yeah, thank you for having me back. And it's a reflection that as much as we might think we can understand what has happened and what will happen, this whole entire scenario is very unpredictable. It can take any turn in places and directions none of us can anticipate. And so it's just, it's really something to behold that happened in real time.
So what do you make of President Trump's comments there that he made on Truth Social? That is this posturing, or is this something where he feels that he needs to make some bigger statement right now?
That's part of his unpredictability. What I noted is that his warning about evacuating Tehran, the issue there is that what needs to happen, which to meet Israel's objectives, let's say, and let's assume for a moment that mirrors the U.S.'s objectives, which is number one, to eliminate Iran's potential to create a nuclear weapon, and number two, to diminish Iran's missile production capacity, missiles that can deliver nuclear warheads. To satisfy the nuclear part, at this point, it's quite obvious to everyone that what remains is that secure facility in Fordo, the one that is near the holy city of Qom, which is deep under a mountain and which only the U.S. has ordinances and planes that can destroy it. That is not near Tehran. So to evacuate Tehran, I mean, it's bluster, it's talk, it's bravado, sure, but that's not where the real center of this operation needs to be if the objective of removing that nuclear program is the goal. And number two, there's the missile production, and those are also not necessarily concentrated in Tehran. They are scattered throughout the country, and those Israel can meet on its own without requiring U.S. assistance. So again, this could be Trump just giving a warning. It could be giving an opening. It could just be bluster as well. That's sort of the unknown here.
And we know President Trump leaving the G7 early. He is going to be making his way to the White House. He has convened his national security team for a meeting, closed doors in the Situation Room. What do you think? I know we don't have a crystal ball here, but what does the next 24 to 48 hours really look like here in the Middle East?
Well, it looks imminent that the U.S. will do something. It will step up operations and become more directly involved. Now, how President Trump will navigate this without getting a formal authorization for the use of military force from Congress will be interesting. He doesn't have, unanimous Republican support in the House to carry this out as of yet, at least without making the case for it. But there are limited options, and there are options that the president might consider that would be within his Article 2 powers as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and to act in the interest of American national security. So what we're going to want to see is what statements may come out of the National Security Council, from the White House press, the White House press secretary, and any others in the president's national security orbit that can give us an indication as to what those measures, limited measures, may be. And I do want to stress limited, without really congressional involvement here.
Now, Benjamin, is there any way for the U.S. to get involved if we're looking at this one facility, if it's only our power that could penetrate this facility? Is there any way that this could be an isolated incident? We do this one thing and then it's over? Or, I mean, what happens if the U.S. does get involved?
Yeah, if the U.S. does, let's say, carries out this one operation, this one strike of this facility, it is formally entering into the conflict. That really opens up U.S. Servicemen and women, U.S. facilities, U.S. bases, U.S. operations throughout the Middle East and the world, open to be fair targets in reprisal and retaliation by Iran. Now, has Iran depleted all of its missile resources? Well, we don't think so. Its salvos in the last few hours have slowed down. It's interesting. Now, either that means they're running out, or it means Israel's been really good at preventing them from firing, or it means they're holding some back in case the U.S. does get involved. These are unknowns, and so the issue is if the U.S. becomes directly involved in this way, then it opens itself up to retaliation and puts at risk the lives of American men and women that are serving in the area and elsewhere. But there are other things the U.S. could do that are not directly involved in the conflict, and it can assist the Israelis in clearing the skies, giving complete freedom of navigation, more so than Israel thinks it has, and removing the ballistic missile batteries, supporting Israel in that capacity, using carriers, using fighters, based out of the Gulf, the Indian Ocean, other places to conduct strikes that would allow Israel to then take the next steps.
And what did you make of the news in the weekend where President Trump did not sign off on the assassination there of Iran's leader that was presented to him by Israel?
Ultimately, President Trump doesn't formally need to sign off on this. I mean, we don't know what understanding there exists between the president and the Israeli prime minister in this regard. I don't really take these things too seriously because, again, there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of posturing, positioning, public signaling, and privately it could be a very different issue. But let's assume for a second the president is not fully on board with this idea. The risk there is that whoever replaces Supreme Leader Khamenei could be far more extreme, far more hardline. Obviously somebody younger who's not a veteran of the Iran-Iraq war, who has a much more aggressive view and would say, look, we're not abiding by previous pledges to not nuclearize our weapons. We're going to go 100% full throttle in that direction. There is that risk. So until there's a better understanding of what that chain of command and what the succession will look like, it makes sense to keep him in there. He is a known entity in that regard.
And during these operations that Iran has launched missiles at Israel, and we saw that happen last year as well, each time that they do that, do they get a little bit more exposed at the same time, or are they showing some real force here?
Well, I mean, they're exposing, obviously, in the sense that it's revealing where those rockets are firing from, but the Israelis have pretty good intelligence that can identify those where those missile launch sites are. A lot of them, as I understand, are not really the mobile types that can be moved around as quickly. They're not agile. And however, what Iran is successfully doing in that regard is, every now and then some of these missiles break through. They make it past Israel's 3-tier defense system. So it does reveal vulnerability, and it raises the cost for Netanyahu to continue the conflict.
So true. Well, Benjamin Rad, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, giving us some great insights as we will continue to look for more headlines on this matter, and we appreciate your inputs as always.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. West Virginia officials provide an update on the deadly flash flooding in that region.
Good afternoon, everybody. We appreciate you taking the time to be here today to relay very important information regarding Saturday evening's flash flooding here in the Wheeling, Ohio County area. This will be our only press briefing today. We will open the opportunity for the media to ask questions at the end of the press conference itself. I just wanted to introduce the people who will be speaking here today and what they will be talking about. On this side, we have Emergency Management Director Lou Vargo, who will give an update on the overall response, including questions regarding National Guard, utilities, gas, electricity, water, future weather events, and questions regarding FEMA. After him will be Chief Deputy Kent Lewis with the Ohio County Sheriff's Office, who will discuss the missing persons reports that we received and unfortunately talk about the death toll and any other Ohio County related issues that there might be. Fire Chief Jim Blazier with the Wheeling Fire Department will follow to talk about recovery efforts in our creeks and the Wheeling response teams as well. And then Police Chief Sean Schwartfeger with the Wheeling Police Department will go over several road closures, distribution centers, a lot of people asking questions about donations, volunteers, and so on and so forth. There are several people that are here at the press conference that are not at the platform to recognize that have played an integral role in the last couple of days. Wheeling Mayor Denny Magruder, Wheeling City Manager Robert Herron, Wheeling Assistant City Manager Bill Lanham, Ohio County Emergency Management Assistant Director Tony Campbell, Sharon Kesserling with the Red Cross, Howard Gamble with the Wheeling Ohio County Health Department, Melissa Marco also is here with the Ohio County Development Authority, Ohio County Commission, and Randy Russell, the Ohio County Commission Administrator. I'll turn the podium over to Lou, who will follow with the individuals that I just noted. Lou?
Thank you, Philip. As you know, we're in the second day of this recovery from this tragedy, this disaster. Our three objectives are being maintained. Chief Blazier will explain some of what they're doing there. And also the Chief Deputy will talk to you more about the people we lost. But right now, we're still in our search for 2 missing people. Our second objective is to maintain and restore the infrastructure, not only here in the city, but also the county where we've had major damage. And finally is our preliminary damage assessment. And what this is so urgent for us is because with the assistance of the American Red Cross and Sharon here and the National Guard, we're going from house to house, determining how many houses have been destroyed, how many houses are severely damaged, and how many houses that have minor damage. As we compile this information will be given to the governor's office, and then it'll be passed on to Philadelphia, FEMA Region 3, and eventually to the president and asking for a president's declaration. We've had congressmen and our senators who are supporting our efforts. They've already notified the president of what's going on, and once this damage assessment is complete, that's going to be what's very important for us to get that declaration from the president. There has been some questions about what's going on with utilities. Mountaineer Gas, I believe all those leaks have been stopped and gas has been restored to all the communities affected. The electric company is still reporting 1,700 people without power, and once they get a substation restored, we think those numbers are going to go down quite quickly. The Valley Grove water supply and system, they had a leak this morning. We think it's been repaired. That is going to hold the system. They're pressurizing the system. The tanks are being full, so we expect those citizens to return to normal with their water service. And of course, this weather event doesn't stop more rain from coming. So I've just talked to the National Weather Service. They're reporting today that this afternoon we do have a chance of some additional rain. They're going to continue a flood watch throughout the night, and by about 8 o'clock, what is worrisome to us is on Thursday there's chance of more severe weather. So we'll be closely watching the monitors because obviously with all the damage occurred, we have recovery efforts still going on, getting our restoration. So severe weather is going to affect all of that. So we'll be watching it very, very closely. Mr. Gamble is here. He is, tomorrow they will continue to provide tetanus shots to all the community, anybody who needs it here at the Wheeling County Health Department and also at our command post. He has a setup out there. And we've received many, many questions about FEMA. Where's FEMA? Why aren't they here? Where's the money coming from? As I explained, that's the importance of the preliminary damage assessment. We have to get those numbers, we have to get accurate numbers, and we have to get them to the president. That's when the declaration will be issued. Once we get that issued, then FEMA will come in. There's basically two services from FEMA. One is public assistance, so any damage to public works or anything within the city, first response agencies, any expenses occurred, the damages that highways is dealing with, all those expenses are going to be covered under public assistance, but also it's just as important is individual assistance. That's the assistance that's going to be helping all the people who've lost their homes or damaged, and that's why, again, I'm emphasizing the idea that the preliminary damage assessment is so essential, and Chief Blazier will be mentioning a little bit more about the process for that. So I'm going to turn it now over to Chief Deputy Lewis for his comments.
Thanks, Lou. Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today. We are here today under somber circumstances. As you know, our community has experienced devastating flooding over the past 2 days, which has tragically resulted in the loss of life. Before I proceed, I want to extend my deep condolences to the family, friends, and lost of the loved ones, my family, friends, and loved ones of the ones we've lost. This is an incredibly difficult time, and our thoughts and prayers are with each and every one affected by this disaster. After this time, and after thorough verification by the medical examiner, we are releasing the names of those who have tragically lost their lives in this flood. Michael Bankowskevich, 73, of Triadelphia, West Virginia. Travis Creighton, 19, of Triadelphia, West Virginia. Kaylee Mitch Shawton, 26, of Triadelphia, along with her 3-year-old daughter, Parker Shawton. Lisa McMasters, 59, of Triadelphia, West Virginia. And Michael Vernos, 74, of Moundsville. We ask you for your respect and compassion for these families so they can grieve. Out of respect for their privacy, no further details will be released at this time in regards to them. As Mr. Vargo alluded to, we still have, I believe, 2 people still unaccounted for that we are actively searching for. The Ohio County Sheriff's Office is the lead investigatory agency regarding these fatalities. And to my knowledge, this is the largest mass casualty event we've had in Ohio County. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The recovery efforts along the Wheeling Creek are continuing. We started yesterday morning with systematic approach as far as searching homes that were impaired or destroyed to assure that there was no one inside, and then moving along, and some of this was going on simultaneously, and that was searching the creek banks and any vehicles that were able to be accessed that were above the water. We cleared most of those yesterday. One of the things that we did find in some of the homes were that we had some pets that folks probably left behind for their safety, and it worked. And we have those pets in the custody of the local animal shelters for safety. So if you did have a pet that's misplaced, check with one of the animal shelters to see if that's a possibility. Today we are concentrating on removing in excess of 20 vehicles and some other debris from the creeks. We're clearing those vehicles, looking for, make sure they were not occupied. Also, this is a twofold thing. One, to search for any missing persons that may be in these vehicles, as well as not allowing a damming effect that would happen at these bridge collection points. In case we get more rain, this will allow a freer flow of the water, lessening the impact of possibly future flooding. We've brought this up in our press conferences so far, and that is if you have no reason to be in these areas, please avoid them. If you are a resident, by all means, you are welcome to go in. But if you are going out just to see what the damage is, please stay away. Recovery efforts are underway. Also, cleanup efforts are underway, and the amount of traffic that's involved is impeding those efforts. So if we could please avoid going and driving through these areas, it will expedite the success of this mission. Lou spoke a little bit about the damage assessment. So one of the first steps to get the ball rolling for assistance to our area is to fill out a disaster survey. And by doing this, this establishes the need for our location. And this will move that relief process forward to the federal level. As currently we have less than 100 people that have filled out the survey, and we are encouraging anyone that is affected by this flooding to please fill out the survey so that we can get your numbers counted and move us on to the next level. The website for that is emd.wv.gov/disaster survey. And we will post that on the website so that we can, if anybody needs it, they can access that site and use and get their survey in. I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Chief. On behalf of the men and women of the Wheeling Police Department and all of the agencies represented at the Emergency Operations Center, our heartfelt condolences to the tragic loss of 6 lives, all Ohio or Marshall County residents. Also, I want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the first responders who for the last 48 hours essentially have continued to risk their lives in the interest of others. And finally, to all of the overwhelming response from citizens from throughout this Ohio Valley and the state of West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Ohio for reaching out to provide assistance, which is much needed. So thank you there.
And coming up after the break, we'll take you out to the remainder of these remarks.
Happy birthday. I hate my birthday. At least I used to. That yearly reminder always made me question if I've done enough, if I've made them proud, if I'm where I'm supposed to be. It's exhausting. But my therapist taught me worrying about the if robs joy from the present.
Hey, D, you work here?
Whatever, kid.
Every shoe for every athlete, only at Dick's.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's quickly take you out to hear the remainder of this event.
I'm going to first cover road closures. First with an update. Within the last 30 minutes, Schilling Bridge has opened per the Department of Highways. But in the city of Wheeling, we still have road closures on Warden Run. And by the way, this is all part of your packets. Lumber Avenue, city of Wheeling, remains closed. US 40 National Road from Triadelphia to Valley Grove in Ohio County, closed. GC&P Road, both in the city of Wheeling and Ohio County, closed. Middle Creek Road, Ohio County, closed. Peters Run Road, Ohio County, closed. Dixon Run Road, Ohio County, closed. Short Creek Road in Ohio County, closed. McGraw's Run Road in Ohio County, closed. Atkinson Crossing in Ohio County, closed. Battle Run Road in Ohio County, closed. And finally, Point Run Road in Ohio County, closed. I mentioned the overwhelming response of people wanting to help. That is absolutely tremendous, and it's a part of who we are. However, having said that, there are some problems that come along with that. When you have self-reporting, when you have folks that are going on their own mission, when we're trying to organize a response, a coordinated response, it does have some adverse impacts. The traffic in Elm Grove has been fairly abysmal. The sightseeing is a large part of that. So I want to touch on a couple examples of how the sightseeing adversely impacts both recovery and cleanup. This morning we received a request to respond to the Elm Grove District of Wheeling for cleanup. We had city operations and the Department of Highways prepared and on the way to clean that stretch of roadway, which is desperately needed. Police officers were called there to clear the roadway, which was done, of parked vehicles. But because of the traffic, the equipment needed to complete that effort were delayed significantly. So that did not get done. And that's a perfect example of how sightseeing, being in those areas just for your own benefit, is adversely impacting what we're trying to do. So we ask you, we beg you, please stop. Please stop. I mentioned again the overwhelming response. We do have 3 distribution sites. Thank you to our partners at the Wheeling Fire Department who are occupying the Armory, West Banco Arena in downtown for larger items on pallets, and then our new partners at Guntree at the Highlands. These are all receiving donations, cleaning supplies, food, primarily water. Those are continuing to be received, and in some cases, particularly at the Armory, is a large operation of distribution. So we are also taking requests for those in need of those supplies and are making arrangements to get those via police escort to the right places. We will continue those efforts, but for those of you that have pop-up response efforts, individual response efforts, we ask maybe that you try to coordinate, and we're happy to receive you for assistance at the Armory. The traffic at Elm Grove, as I referenced, was also further impacted by sightseers. We had to post Department of Highways and the United States Army at Kraus Drive and Peters Run Road because of the sightseers. And we're actually had turned away some residents who were trying to get out there. The traffic, again, because of the sightseeing, is adversely impacting the area command post, which is located at Respecs in the parking lot there. The traffic, again, being abysmal, is adversely impacting the recovery efforts that Chief Blazier outlined. So please, again, let's avoid these areas. You can see it via the coverage of your local media. You don't need to drive out there. I think I've covered everything, but if you are continuing to want to make a donation, you can certainly call 304-234-7109, and our wonderful volunteer cadre are taking those calls and trying to map out where those items need to be and where those items can be donated at. I think I've covered everything that I needed to, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions that I can answer, any of us can answer? Claire? Olivia, you have a question?
Yeah, I actually do have a question. I just want to thank you guys for all that you're doing. Talking about those cars that you still have in the creeks and the rivers, with that exposure, is that really affecting the water quality? Is that something that people should be aware of in their homes if they have not been destroyed, if they're going back, or to shelters even? Is that affecting the water quality?
Okay.
That shouldn't affect, because any water that ends up being available for drinking water it's all treated. So anything that would be contaminants in the water would be treated out of it as the normal process.
And in addition, any type of fluid that would leak out, with the large volume of rain we had, the volume, once it gets into the river, dilution is one of our things that we actually take care of, with hazard materials incidents. So all those contaminants would be diluted, and as the chief said, then the water would be treated. So we don't believe that's an issue.
Is there, sorry, go ahead. Chief Blazer, I'm interested what the extent of the recovery is right now, how far down the creek you are. Do you have people on the Ohio River? What's the extent?
We do. We have our river boat out on the river today, actually, exploring the mouth of the creek and the shoreline. And we've had locations along the river where we can predict sometimes where recoveries can be made. So we're searching those areas as we speak.
And in addition to our resources, our partners with the Marshall County Sheriff's Department had their boat in the water, and they're also searching along the river for any, if anybody would wish up down there.
Is there any timetable on when there will be access to Triadelphia, and is there any information on any potential damage to the fire department up there?
In speaking with the fire chief out there, the back wall was damaged. They also had damage to one of their rescue trucks, and I believe the ambulance got water. They've been offered from Marshall County, had a fire truck they were going to loan to them until that truck can be retrieved and also cleaned to get back into service. And there's also been an ambulance if they were needed, but they feel that there's not sufficient damage. We'll keep it out of service very long. It just needs cleaned out and decontaminated.
And do you know if there's a timetable on when there will be access to that area, or no? Not yet?
Not at this time. Right now, that's all being handled by the Ohio County Department of Highways. They've been partnered with the National Guard. We have, as the chief mentioned, military police here is supporting our operations. We have damage assessment, but more important, we have loader dump teams have come in and they're helping. And they've been partnered. And one of the things is the chief talked about with volunteers. We've had several companies who've come in and offered heavy equipment. That's where the equipment is needed out in the county. So they've been partnered and teamed up with the Ohio County Department of Highways. So do I have a timeline? No. We're going to make sure all those roads are safe, they're passable. They were trying to get it to one place where we could have one line traffic in one direction and split it. But to total restoration until the Department of Highways, since it's their property, they'll be making that decision.
We were getting calls last night about folks asking about any maps of detours that they can take, alternative routes. Is there any certain place they should call or anywhere that they could find something like that?
No, I think we could work on that and probably get those maps created. We'll get with the Department of Highways, have maps created, and we'll post it not only on the city webpage, but the Ohio County webpage. Yeah.
You said that right now the drop-off, you mentioned 3 drop-off locations. I've been in touch with several charities downstate. Do you anticipate those being there long-term for like churches bringing trucks up? Is that going to remain throughout the week at this time?
Yeah, I think that we will continue those efforts. The city of Wheeling is basically in a supportive position, and a lot of our work is nearing completion, but we're certainly going to support Ohio County as best we can, and we're happy to, because those locations, at least 2 of the 3 are in the city, we'll make sure that those maintain. So back to your point, sir, the quicker that we can get the cleanup worked on and the assessments done, again, with the sightseers it's slowing things down. We can get people back to their homes if we can limit that. I do know that with the congestion in Elm Grove, that Dallas Pike is accessible. You could access it from Dallas Pike off of Interstate 70 and make your way down to 40. That may be a little easier. Some of also our pop-up support, if you will, some of the folks that are attempting to do good can also adversely impact a coordinated effort. So there are some folks that are organizing their own shelters or organizing their own collection points and then trying to distribute that. If we don't know that, they're not going to be allowed access into the areas where they've been sent to go, if that makes sense, further slowing things down. But we're committed to keeping these points open, Mike.
Follow-up question. There have been, it was just on Facebook this morning, stories of theft. Has that been a major concern throughout the county right now, theft or looting?
I can't speak for High County. I don't believe so. I will mention that it's important for folks to note, unfortunately, that scamming may be something that we need to look for. So no one from any of the agencies represented here are going to be sending any form of communication seeking monetary donations, anything like that. So please be aware and let's not fall for those types of scams that we've all become too familiar with.
And just add to that, I've been told or asked about GoFundMe pages. I can assure you, and I think I could speak for the city manager and the mayor and the county commission, the city of Wheeling and the High County Commission and Mr. Russell, we are not going to put a GoFundMe page on there. There's mechanisms, but with our donation lines for monetary donations, but we are not establishing any GoFundMe, so please avoid any of those. I know Facebook had a couple on there, but it's not coming from the city or the county government.
Just to be clear, the safest and most effective way is to contact that line that you mentioned, the phone number, if they wanted to donate or contribute to the recovery.
That is the one and only place that we're accepting donations as the city and the county government.
That's not to say that there may be some individual GoFundMe pages set up that are legitimate.
Sure.
I don't want to deter that.
Yeah.
But the city government for the scammers that may come as a result of this tragedy, just to be alert, we're not going to do that.
Not to say there's GoFundMe page, support the city of Wheeling's efforts or High County Commissions. That's not going to happen.
Can you repeat that phone number that you mentioned?
304-234-7109.
You mentioned the Valley Grove water. Now, is there partial restoration right now, or?
Yeah, it's partial restoration. They had a leak. It was contained. The pumps are in order. They're being pumping. They're filling up their tanks. But we believe, talking to Commissioner Warden, that probably later on this afternoon, they'll be back to full restoration. Then again, they're pressurizing the system. That's not to say there might be another leak or so, but right now they think they have all their leaks contained.
You said this is a coordinated effort. Is it the EMA that is the lead agency and you're the point person from there on down, or how does that work?
Basically, that's how it's set up through FEMA at the federal level to the state West Virginia Emergency Management Division and at the county emergency managers. As the chief alluded to, and I think I brag about this all the time. I have the best emergency management agency in the state of West Virginia. I have partners like this that they're here to support us on all our operations. The support I get from the county commission, Mr. Russell, the mayor, the council, the city manager, assistant city manager, all our partner agencies. I go to these meetings all the time with my peers and I say, geez, yeah, we have an emergency operations center. I can't get anybody to be here. We have a disaster like that, and just look around, come downstairs, the place is full. The support we get from our other partners, the High County schools, I could just go on and on. It's a team effort. Yeah, I have the title of director, but I don't look at me as anything. I think we're just all peers. We all have our role. You could call any of us any time of the day. Any citizen needs it. We're here to help. We're going to get this city and this county back into normal operations as quickly, and we're just dedicated to do that until every citizen is taken care of. Okay, Philip will be in touch if this is going to be an ongoing project. I know that we're all looking forward to West Virginia Day and Juneteenth and having a short week, but I could tell you, at least for us, it's not going to happen. We're going to be here throughout the duration to get these citizens taken care of. So we'll have press conference. You'll be announcing that to the public or the media for anyone in the future. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your attendance.
And coming up after the break, we'll take you out to more top headlines from around the country and around the world.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail, the ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. New details have been revealed and charges announced against Vance Belter in Minnesota in what they're calling a political assassination.
Good morning. My name is Joe Thompson, and I'm the acting United States Attorney for the District of Minnesota. Late last night, the U.S. Attorney's Office filed a complaint bringing an array of federal charges against Vance Luther Belter for his horrific attack on our state and our elected representatives. Political assassinations are rare. They strike at the very core of our democracy. But the details of Belter's crime are even worse. They are truly chilling. It is no exaggeration to say that his crimes are the stuff of nightmares. Belter stalked his victims like prey. He went to their homes, held himself out as a police officer, and shot them in cold blood. Now, there's been a lot of information and misinformation out there about Belter's crimes. We have filed a detailed 20-page complaint and affidavit that sets forth what happened in this case. I'd like to share some of that information with you now. In the early morning hours of June 14th, Belter went to the homes of 4 Minnesota state politicians with the intent to kill them. Belter first traveled to the home of Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman in Champlin, Minnesota. Belter arrived at the senator's home disguised as a police officer. He arrived in a black SUV with emergency lights turned on and with a license plate that read police. Belter wore a black tactical vest and body armor. He carried a flashlight and a Beretta 9mm handgun. He also wore a hyper-realistic silicone mask. Senator Hoffman had a security camera. I've seen the footage from that camera, and it is chilling. Belter knocked on Senator Hoffman's front door and repeatedly shouted, "This is the police, open the door." Senator Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, came to the door. When they opened the door, Belter shined the flashlight in their faces and said there had been a shooting reported in the house. Belter asked if they had any weapons. When Belter lowered his flashlight, which he had shined in their face, they realized that he was not a police officer. They shouted out, "You're not a cop. You're not a police officer." Belter then announced, "This is a robbery," and forced himself into their home. When Senator Hoffman attempted to push Belter out and stop him from entering his home, Belter shot him repeatedly. Belter then shot Miss Hoffman repeatedly. Belter fled the scene, and the Hoffman's daughter called 911. Unfortunately, the Hoffmans survived, although they remain hospitalized. After shooting Senator Hoffman and his wife, Belter traveled to the home of another Minnesota state representative in Maple Grove, Minnesota. Video surveillance showed that Belter rang the doorbell at the state representative's house at approximately 2:24 a.m. on Friday night. Again, he was dressed as a law enforcement officer, wearing a tactical vest and body armor, carrying a handgun and a flashlight, and wearing that same hyper-realistic silicone mask. Again, the images, as you can see on the screen, are haunting. Now, fortunately, the state representative was not home. She and her family were gone on vacation, and so Belter left. Belter then traveled to the home of a Minnesota state senator who lived in New Hope, Minnesota. He parked in the street in that same black SUV with the police license plate. At about 2:36 a.m. on Friday night, after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman, New Hope police dispatched an officer to conduct a wellness check on the state senator who lived in New Hope. When the New Hope officer arrived at the scene, she saw Belter's black SUV parked down the block with the lights on. The New Hope police officer believed that Belter was a police officer who had been dispatched to the scene to check on the status of the state senator. The New Hope police officer pulled up next to Belter in his car, rolled down her window, and attempted to speak with him. Belter did not respond. According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead. So the New Hope police officer, who had been dispatched to the scene, proceeded to the state senator's home, and she waited for other law enforcement to arrive. When they did, by the time they did, Belter had left the scene. Belter then traveled to Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, in the home of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman. At approximately 3:30 a.m., Belter arrived at Representative Hortman's house in his black SUV with the police license plates. He parked in the driveway and left the emergency lights on his SUV flashing as if he was a police officer. Belter approached Representative Hortman's home, again dressed as a police officer, wearing the tactical vest and body armor, and wearing that hyper-realistic mask. He was armed and carrying a flashlight. Before he entered the home, 2 Brooklyn Park police officers arrived at the scene. They too had been dispatched to check on Representative Hortman after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Belter's black SUV parked in the driveway with the emergency lights flashing, and they saw Belter standing in front of the house several feet from the door. When Belter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He rushed into the house through the front door, firing into it. He repeatedly fired into the house, and when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband, Mark. The Brooklyn Park police officers fired at Belter as he rushed into the home, but he escaped into the home and out the back. Officers recovered Belter's 9mm Beretta, along with the body armor and the mask, behind the home along his path of flight when he fled on foot. They later searched Belter's car, where they found 5 more firearms, including assault-style rifles and a large quantity of ammunition. Belter also had in his car notebooks containing a list of more than 45 Minnesota state and federal elected officials, including Representative Portman. Now, Belter planned his attack carefully. He researched his victims and their families. He used the internet and other tools to find their addresses and names, the names of their family members. He conducted surveillance of their homes and took notes about the location of their homes. He also prepared in other ways. He concealed himself as a police officer, outfitting his black SUV with police lights and a police license plate, wearing a black tactical vest and body armor, carrying a police flashlight and a handgun. And of course, he wore that hyper-realistic silicone mask as seen on the surveillance videos. The video of his arrival and shooting of Senator Hoffman is truly chilling. Again, it's no exaggeration to say this is the stuff of nightmares. There's a photo of the firearms found in Belter's abandoned SUV. Based on these crimes, we brought a federal complaint charging Belter with an array of federal charges. Counts 1 and 2 charge him with stalking. Count 1 charges him with stalking Representative Melissa Hortman using interstate facilities. And that's Title 18, United States Code 2261. The statutory penalties there are life in prison. Count 2, similarly, charges him with stalking State Senator John Hoffman using interstate facilities. The maximum penalty of that count is 20 years in prison. Counts 3 and 4 charge Belter with the murder of Melissa and of the Hortmans using a firearm, in violation of 18 U.S.C. 924J. And these are punishable by a term of life imprisonment or even death. And counts 5 and 6 charge him with shooting the Hortmans and the Hoffmans using a firearm, and both of those counts also carry a maximum sentence of life in prison. Now, before I finish my remarks, I want to say a little bit about law enforcement and the manhunt that we've heard about the last 2 days. Over the past 48 hours, federal, state, and local law enforcement from throughout the state of Minnesota have worked together to carry out the largest manhunt in Minnesota history. Now, a lot has been said about law enforcement in recent weeks, but make no mistake, the men and women of our federal, state, and local law enforcement put their lives at risk and on the line to keep Minnesota safe. They work tirelessly, day and night, to make sure that the tragic events of Friday night ended without further violence or bloodshed. We owe them all a debt of gratitude, and they will forever have my respect and admiration. I'm going to turn it over to Special Agent Alvin Whitson from the FBI.
Thanks, Joe. Good morning. My name is Alvin Winston, and I serve as the Special Agent in charge of the FBI Minneapolis Field Office, which covers the states of Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota. I want to begin by extending my deepest condolences to the families of the victims and to the community that has been shaken by this devastating act of violence. Our thoughts remain with those who are grieving and all who have been impacted by this tragedy. Over the weekend, the people of Minnesota and the nation have been watching closely as this case has unfolded. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension provided a detailed update yesterday, so I won't repeat those specifics. This was a targeted attack against individuals who answered the call to public service. The FBI's role in moments like this is clear: to stand alongside our partners, bring federal resources, intelligence capabilities, and reach to the effort, not just to apprehend the individual responsible, but to understand the full scope of the threat. That work continues. This case became the largest coordinated manhunt in Minnesota's history. We are proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with our law enforcement partners across the state. No single agency could have done this alone. And because of that unified effort, a dangerous individual was taken into custody. Let me say this clearly. Political violence has no place in this country. The FBI, alongside our partners, will remain focused on the work ahead and on ensuring justice is served. And with that, I'll hand it over to Drew.
Thank you with those comments, and we're thankful today to see these charges filed. Early on, with our partners from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and other federal partners from the ATF, United States Marshal Service, and others, they provided assistance to the team of local investigators from the Brooklyn Park Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, and the BCA that were working on this right to begin with, along with all the other hundreds of people that stepped up with the Champlain Police Department as well in this to pursue this justice. You might be asking, because we see a lot of times these cases, go in various orders when they are, but this is an indication that the United States Attorney's Office stands along with us in the state of Minnesota, that when somebody and an evil individual decides to move this and create fear in our communities and commit evil acts, that we will pursue every possible charge that we can, from the state charges that you've learned about today to these federal charges that were discussed early on. And I'm grateful for the leadership of the United States Attorney's Office and the FBI for helping us move that forward so quickly in a coordinated approach. We do that because, as SAC Winston said, in situations like this, we have individuals that step up to serve their communities. They are elected officials across our state, and when an individual chooses to target them for their role in representing all of us, it's an incumbent upon all of us to put all the resources forward to hold that individual accountable, to seek justice, and to make sure that we are working together to show the community across Minnesota and the United States that political violence is never okay. We as a country are formed on the basis that we have political discourse and that we have debates ongoing on what we do, and that we elect people day in, day out to represent us. And when somebody tries to undermine that, it's important for all of us to hold that person accountable so that we can move forward as a country and have a system in place that a representative government, and that we provide the protections for those individuals and their families moving forward. And so I'm thankful for these charges today to move this forward, and the great work of the United States Attorney's Office partnering with us to move forward on this. And with that, they'll take some questions.
And coming up after the break, we'll take you out to the remainder of these remarks.
Who can you trust to replace your roof? It's a big decision. At Senvar Roofing and Solar, our goal is to be your risk-free choice. Google our reviews and see what your neighbors are saying. We're worth the few minutes it takes to get a free estimate.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's quickly take you out to hear the remainder of this event.
Is there a terrorism charge in there?
Why is there not a terrorism charge is the question. You know, we brought the charges that we think are appropriate right now. Obviously, these crimes are about 48 hours old, so we have an ongoing investigation, and I can't comment as to what other charges may or may not be brought
Will you
in
seek
the
the death
future.
penalty? Will you seek the death penalty?
Lou, thank you for the question. Will we see the death penalty? It's too early to tell. That is one of the options for several other charges, though.
Did Mr. Belter have any assistance? Are you looking into whether he may have had assistance? And if he did, what are the potential consequences for anybody who may have assisted him either before or after these tragic shootings?
Our investigation remains ongoing in several areas, including whether or not he had anyone helping him, assisting him in either carrying out these attacks or fleeing from them. I can't comment on that at this time. There's nothing in the complaint suggesting that someone did, but the investigation is ongoing. In fact, it's just in its infancy. It's been 48 hours, most of which we are primarily focused on finding him.
He was on surveillance cameras in Minneapolis shortly after these crimes occurred. Do we know how he got from Brooklyn Park to Minneapolis? Was it on foot?
I don't know the answer to that.
Can you offer clarity about the state charges concurrent with the federal charges? How does that all work? Does this make null the state charges or take precedence over the state charges?
It does not nullify the state charges. They remain in place. Today, he was brought into federal custody. He'll make his initial court appearance in federal court over in St. Paul at 1:30 Central Time this afternoon. And my expectation, based on prior cases, is the federal charges will be litigated first, but the state charges won't necessarily go anywhere.
Can you speak to why investigators believe he carried out this attack and for how long he may have been planning these attacks?
Well, it's pretty clear from the evidence that he's been planning these attacks for quite some time. There's voluminous writings, as you've seen in the reporting, that were found both in his car and his house about his planning, lists of names and individuals. In terms of the why, it's unclear.
Can you talk about this interaction with the New Hope police? What had law enforcement been told at that point? Were they aware to be on the lookout for a dark SUV that resembled a police vehicle?
I don't know. I can turn that. I don't know if one of my colleagues here know. I know that they had heard about the shooting of Senator Hoffman and being the diligent law enforcement they were, knowing that they had elected officials living in their communities, they went out to do a wellness check. I don't know more than that.
You know, what I can say, and as you can, I don't know the specifics of the question and what on that, whether it is. What I will tell you is that Hennepin County law enforcement working together at that time knew of that, and so as the different jurisdictions were on duty, some of them did proactive. You know, as you've heard from Chief Bruley on this in Maple Grove, for example, or in Brooklyn Park, for example, they went out proactively to check on the status and the well-being, and that's how we encountered this and prevented additional attacks, which we believe certainly could have occurred from occurring. So we don't know the specifics on the New Hope as to what they were doing, but they were tracking the shooting that happened, and so several of them were being proactive and checking on various people that they knew resided in their city.
So did he shoot at the officers in Brooklyn, or the Brooklyn Park officers that responded? Did he shoot at them, or was he shooting into the house and they kind of like chased him into the house?
My understanding is it's unclear at the moment whether or not he shot at them. It's possible that he did. It's not clear. Obviously, it was a chaotic scene.
And was he wearing the mask when the New Hope officer interacted with him?
I believe he was, although I can't say for certain.
Is there reason to believe that there was plans to commit additional violence at, say, the protests that were going on that day?
I've not seen evidence of that. It's hard to say what his plan was. Obviously, he went to the homes of no less than 4 elected officials. He had a list of other elected officials, their home addresses. So,
to make sure that we connect the dots properly, could you name the other 2 officials?
You know, we can't at this time. It wouldn't surprise me if they publicly identify themselves, but it's not really my place to do that if they want to protect their own privacy.
What's your message to Minnesotans who may get a late night knock on the door from police if something's going on in their communities? I mean, can you just speak on that?
I'm going to let law enforcement handle that one. I don't know if someone... Sure. Please.
Good morning, Police Chief Mark Bruley, Brooklyn Park Police Department. Great question. Like we sent out a message to our community when this first occurred is you always can call 911 and verify if the person at your door is a police officer. If they are a working police officer, they will be connected to a dispatch center that can validate that. So the first thing I would do is if you're concerned about it, is call 911. Obviously, there's a lot of different uniforms, and it's never wrong to do that.
Can you clarify the shootings and stuff? Because we were told, I believe, that the person in custody did shoot at police at the Hortman residence. That's an important detail.
Yeah, so I'll answer this again. That's part of the active investigation, and I know there's been a lot that's going on, but as any time law enforcement uses deadly force, there's a walled-off separate investigation to examine that. At that time, I will tell you, we still work through. We are gathering evidence when we go through. This happened incredibly fast. What I can tell you is the police officers that were there on scene, that while they were assessing the situation, that the gunfire erupted. And we are still working through and reconstructing that crime scene. We've gathered all of the evidence related to that. And what was said there is that this is definitely happening very quickly. And we definitely know that he began shooting at the Hortmans, as will be detailed in this information, immediately once the officers were assessing the situation. Whether or not that the gunfire was returned at the officers or not, we are working through that, and we need to recreate the crime scene itself. But and I want to say, like, in that process, the gunfire was erupting in such a way all around that is partly why with the reasonable interpretation on some of those is where that came from initially.
Can you identify the potential motive here? It has been widely reported that the list, his hit list, contained names of people who are abortion rights supporters. And also, can you please release the names of the two other targeted victims who were fortunate to get away?
As I said, with respect to the other two potential victims, I think it's up to them whether they want to publicly identify themselves. As I said, it wouldn't surprise me if they do. They're elected officials, but that's their right. Obviously, they may have families and children and privacy interests that they need to sort through. So I'll let them do that. With respect to the potential motive, let me say this. There's been a lot of press coverage and speculation and discussion of a manifesto. I've seen nothing like a Unabomber-style manifesto in his writings. He had many, many notebooks full of plans, lists of names, surveillance, efforts that he took to surveil and locate the home addresses and family members' relationships with these elected officials. But I have not seen anything involving some sort of political screed or manifesto that would clearly identify what motivated him. Obviously, his primary motive was to go out and murder people. Now, they were all elected officials. They were all Democrats. Beyond that, I think it's just way too speculative for anyone that's reviewed these materials to know and to say what was motivating him in terms of ideology or specific issues. There's a lot of...
For abortion rights supporters?
There were some abortion rights supporters, I believe, on the list. But again, there was dozens and dozens and dozens of names on, hundreds of pages of documents that were recovered with his writings on them.
Did he confess and give more details after he was apprehended last night?
I'm not going to comment on that at this time.
Can you talk about how long this pre-planning and surveillance went on? Do you have any idea?
It appears to have gone on for an extensive period of time. I think it's unclear. The writings appear to have been done at various times over the course of at least months, I would say. But beyond that, it's speculative.
Did he have there's kind of two questions that go towards the same thing. He appeared to be involved with some kind of a home security or professional security operation. I wonder if you have any details into that. And was he familiar to law enforcement, even though he didn't appear to have any kind of serious criminal record in the state?
I've seen the press reporting on his security company. I don't know anything beyond that or any involvement that would have in this case. And I have no knowledge of his interactions with law enforcement prior to this.
Can you comment at all about, his car, the light pack, the license plate, maybe a bit of a badge sniffer? Was he obsessed with police?
I have no idea. I think I skipped over the slide. The police license plate wasn't an official-looking police license plate, as you can tell. It said, I believe it was like a reflective black, things that you would buy to put on like a mailbox, like your address on a mailbox.
Was he a bit obsessed with do we know?
I have no idea.
There have been reports that his wife was, quote, detained at a rest stop in Onamia, and that in her car was found weapons, passports, and a lot of cash. She was also with 3 children. Is that true? And is the wife being investigated?
Go ahead. I'll defer to law enforcement on that one.
Yeah, I can answer the question. So when, the question was detained, obviously, when an individual commits these, heinous acts and we knew he was the suspect in this case, we're going to want to talk to the family. At this point in time, this is, under active prosecution, and so we want to be careful about what we say. She was cooperative with us at that time. There were a firearm in the vehicle at the time. had valid reasons for her to, she was legally in possession, I should say that, at this time, and there were other items that were recovered, but we're going to leave that to some of the prosecution as we work this out. So we're not going to comment on all of it, as this is still continue to be part of the active investigation. We need to figure out exactly what all of this means in relation to this.
To be clear, there's not going to be a first appearance in district court then today, and then where is he being held?
There will be an initial appearance in federal court over in St. Paul, Minnesota at 1:30 Central Time this afternoon. I do not anticipate there will be an appearance in state court today.
Just one more question on the hit list. You said 45 names, and we've seen more than that. Was there more than 45?
There's lots of, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think it can help. I mean, just there's a lot of names that we're working together right now. So the FBI, there are some, and we've mentioned this, that there are some other names that are from out of state. They have been working through through our Fusion Center network across the United States, and then our partners at the FBI are helping coordinate with that in that process. The question is a good one. Part of what we're looking through, the names, the numbers that you're referencing, was names in multiple notebooks. Some of them are redundant. So I don't have a total number of people that were in there because some of them are overlapping on multiple lists. And again, I do want to continue to clarify, this is not a list of people that was in a numerical order and some sort of ranking. These are names that are being developed as we are looking at this across multiple writings in terms of that, just to be clear about it.
And was Senator Hoffman's name even in there, though?
I believe it was.
Okay. Where is he being held?
Right now, I think he's in the custody of the United States Marshal Service over at the St. Paul Federal Courthouse. Beyond that, I'll defer to the marshals on where he'll be held, assuming he's held in custody pending trial.
Can today's court appearance be considered an arraignment? Is there anything you can say about what's supposed to happen today?
It'll be an initial appearance because he's only charged by complaint. He has not yet been indicted. So he'll have an initial appearance, as all defendants do, before a federal judge, where he'll be asked to identify himself. The court will appoint a lawyer to represent him, or he can retain one and have a lawyer represent him. And then the court will ask whether or not we will move to seek his detention pending trial, which we obviously will. And then the court could set a detention hearing and a preliminary hearing to assess whether or not there's probable cause to charge him by complaint. How much of that will happen actually today is unclear. We'll see at 1:30.
And it's at the Warren E. Berger Federal Building, and that's the only court appearance today?
Correct.
Thank you.
For Superintendent Evans, yesterday, the way that things played out yesterday when you came up for the 5:30 or so press conference, did you know that he was close to being caught at that point? Or did it come as a surprise when you got the trail cam information or from a neighbor who saw him in the field? So that, we, as noted, we still had belief that he was in Sibley County. When we held that, we did not know the information specifically that he was there. Based on the overall investigative, that was still our belief there, but the specific information that led to his arrest at that time, we were not tracking yet. So, I mean, and I assume that's related to the timeline. These teams and the law enforcement teams acted very quickly when they had a specific lead that led us to know he was in that area. And so it was a relatively short period of time where they converged and were able to do that.
What we knew before this news conference was bad enough. What you have told us is even worse. Where does this rank in terms of attacks that you know of across the United States? And what you addressed some of your reactions, but can you all three give us your reactions?
Look, I mean, this was a political assassination, which is not a word we use very often in the United States, let alone here in Minnesota. It's a chilling attack on our democracy, on our way of life. It's only the most recent example of violent political extremism in this country, and that's a trend that's been increasing in recent years, and that's unfortunate. And I hope it's a wake-up call to everyone that people can disagree with you without being evil or needing to be killed or hurt.
You mentioned that multiple different aspects of this investigation were found in multiple different notebooks. How many were discovered, and were they all in his vehicle?
My understanding is some notebooks were recovered from his vehicle and others from his house, although obviously there was law enforcement literally from all around the state. I couldn't begin to identify all of them. Representatives of many of those, or some of those agencies are here, but far more were involved. And so all I can say, there was many notebooks recovered from multiple locations. And part of it's
Did it make sense about him going back home? Like, what was he thinking? Did he say he was trying to get back to his house? I mean, it's odd, I guess you could say.
I can't speculate as to what was in his mind. He obviously went on a murderous rampage on Friday, so I think I'm not aligned with his thought process.
Mr. Winston, can you talk about, is there any sort of attention being paid to what kind of safety needs to be given to politicians at this time, or is this a space where people feel like any threat has left with this arrest?
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to, of course, take these threats as serious as possible and throw all available resources towards these threats. We are in lockstep with the Capitol Police on a regular basis, and we're continuing to have those conversations about threats towards politicians. Thank you for that question.
Maybe one more question here before we wrap up.
Perhaps this is for Chief Broley. Just wanted to wrap it back to, hoping you can speak to just how pivotal it is that your officers acted proactively, stopping by the Hortman's house and likely stopping more victims.
Yeah, great question. Just for everybody in the room, question is how important was it that the police officer stopped at Representative Hortman's house, which really foiled this entire plan. It's incredibly important. That started with a sergeant who was actually off duty, was walking out of the building and had heard that there was a shooting in another community at Senator Hoffman's house. Being alert, seen two officers in the police department, said, hey, drive by Melissa Hortman's house and just check on the house, would you? And that's essentially what they pulled up and found, that in the drive was the car, and essentially the criminal act was occurring as they pulled up. Had they not foiled the plan, essentially took his vehicle away from him, which involved all his maps, all his names, all his weaponry, I would be very scared what it would look like over the next few hours had we not done that.
And just to clarify, did your sergeant know about the New Hope and Maple Grove incidents, or just the one in Champlin?
He only knew about the one that occurred in Champlin.
So the other officer that came upon him at the second house and saw him sitting in a vehicle, did she realize, did she report that, and did they try to chase him? Did she realize that was suspect? Or
I don't think she did. She knew something was awry, and then he left and proceeded to Brooklyn Park and carried out the next shooting. So it got lost in the chaos of the event. Not lost in the chaos of events, but there was a new shooting shortly thereafter. It really is remarkable, to the question earlier, how he went to 4 houses that night, and in 2 of them he encountered law enforcement, and the third and fourth one, and the second one no one was home at all. It's remarkable how diligent law enforcement was at 2:30, 3 o'clock, and 3:30 in the morning on a Friday night, that they were responding to do wellness checks on our politicians. It's a testament. The last 48 hours have been an incredible testament to the professionalism and dedication and commitment of our federal, state, and local law enforcement. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And coming up after the break, we'll take you out to more top headlines from around the country and around the world.
At Strayer University, we help students like you go from will I to why not. For over 130 years, we've been innovating higher education to make it more affordable, accessible, and attainable, so you can reach your goals. Go from thinking, can I, to yes, I can, and keep striving. Visit strayer.edu to learn more. Strayer University is certified to operate in Virginia by Chev and has many campuses, including at 2121 15th Street North in Arlington, Virginia.
Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Tuesday morning, June 17th. I'm Jeanette Francine, here with you for the next few hours to give you all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course, your live events of the day. And as we come on the broadcast live this Tuesday morning, we do begin with the very latest as it relates to the Trump presidency. I want you to take a good look at your screen. This is the latest video we are getting this Tuesday morning. Less than an hour ago, U.S. President Donald Trump did arrive at Joint Base Andrews early from the G7 in Canada. A lot of controversy surrounding his arrival, expected earlier than we were told. Of course, President Donald Trump responding to the controversy surrounding him leaving the G7. He put this on Truth Social a few hours ago, saying, quote, "Publicity seeking President Emmanuel Macron of France mistakenly said that I left the G7 summit in Canada to go back to D.C. to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Wrong." He goes on to say, quote, "He has no idea why I am now on my way to Washington, but it certainly has nothing to do with the ceasefire. Much bigger than that. Whether purposely or not, Emmanuel always gets it wrong. Stay tuned," end quote. Again, this from President Donald Trump upon leaving the G7 in Canada early. And then, as you saw, he did have a safe arrival to Joint Base Andrews. As he did arrive, he did speak to the media aboard Air Force One. Take a listen.
I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel. Nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're looking for better than a ceasefire.
That's just what you're looking to get into this more. You're not going to involve the U.S. in this conflict. I think you can do anything more from Israel right now.
Pretty well right now. Pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
Is there any new concern about U.S. troops or assets in the region at all today?
Great people, they know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better, what's
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard, then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Are you sending the vice?
Yeah, we're not troops.
When you say
Do you plan to send the vice president and Steve Witkoff? There's reports that you want to send the vice president and Steve Witkoff to meet with the Iranians and have discussions. Is that something you're considering?
Not sure yet. I may. Depends on what happens when I get back.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that would be permanent?
Yeah, or giving up entirely. That's okay too.
Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible, yeah.
Has the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Secretary of Defense drawn up plans for you if Iran were to attack U.S. bases or do any damage to U.S. bases?
Just can't tell you.
Can I ask you, because there's been some skepticism, is there any guarantee that if the U.S. did get involved militarily, that a U.S. bomb could destroy Iran's nuclear program and facilities?
Use of everything or anything on life, you know that. Look at you, right? There's no guarantee. But you're saying a guarantee on what?
Do you think if the U.S. got involved militarily, it would actually wipe out Iran's nuclear program, or where's your assessment of that?
I hope their program's going to be wiped out long before that. But they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
Do you have any reason to believe the Israelis are going to slow down, or are they going to hit the accelerator right now?
Well, we're going to see. You're going to find out over the next 2 days, right? You're going to find out.
Has the gang of eight?
Nobody's slowed up so far.
Has the gang of eight been notified about what's coming in the next couple days?
Well, we'll be talking to them.
What can you do?
It's not necessary.
What can you do in Washington that you couldn't do in Canada?
Just be a little bit, I think, more well-versed. Not having to use telephones so much because I don't believe in telephones. There's people like you listen to them, you know. So being on the scene is much better. And we did everything I had to do on the G7. We had a good G7. We signed the deal with the European Union, phase one of a deal, but we signed the deal with the UK. And the UK is really great. We're very far down the line with a lot of deals. I mean, look, we're actually finished with every deal if you really think about it, because all I have to do is say, this is what you're going to pay.
Did Secretary
But it's nice to be nice.
Did Secretary Bessent stay behind as your representative?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, a couple of people.
Can I ask you where?
Who else has a question other than CNN fake news?
President, you talked with the European Union. Can you tell us what the status is on talks on those you signed
Well,
with
we're
the UK
talking, but
today?
I don't feel that they're offering a fair deal yet. They've been very tough over the years. If you look at European Union, they formed in order to hurt the United States on trade. And we're either going to make a good deal or they'll just pay whatever we say then.
What about the Japanese tour? You met briefly with Prime Minister.
We had a great conversation. I thought he was terrific, actually. You know, I was very friendly with Shinzo Abe, Prime Minister. He was a great man. But I think he's going to do a very good job.
Do you think you have a chance of a deal there?
There's a chance. They're tough. The Japanese are tough. But ultimately, you have to understand, we're just going to send a letter and say, this is what you're going to pay. Otherwise, you don't have to do business with us. But there's a chance.
They want changes to the auto tariffs as well. Is that on the table?
We'll see what happens.
All right.
Anything else?
Yeah, this drone attack in Kyiv. What's your response to that? It looks like 14.
When was that? When?
A drone attack, Russian drone attack in Kyiv.
When?
Very recently. Just now. 14 civilians in apartment building.
You mean as I'm walking back to see you, that's what it took place?
Something like that.
Sounds like it. I'll have to look at it.
Are you going to give on the Middle East? What changed about that convinced you to sign on to the G7 joint statement?
Well, I haven't seen the statement yet, but I authorized them to say certain things. I don't know whether or not they said them correctly, but I think they probably did. We had a good meeting. I think that Canadian representatives were very good. He did a very good job.
How are the
Carney did a very good job.
How was your meeting with him? How were the trade talks looking up to today?
I think it was good. I think we had a lot of good talks with a lot of people.
You said he's looking for something more complex. Can you tell me what you mean by
Well,
that?
they get too complex on the deals and they never get done. And we need speed. You know, we're dealing with really, if you think about it, probably 175 countries. And most of them are going to just be sent a letter saying, it'll be an honor to trade with you and here's what you're going to have to pay to do it. We're making a lot of money. You know, we took in $88 billion in tariffs. And I was called by Congress about 2 nights ago saying, we don't understand, the numbers are so far off. And I said, is that good or bad? He says, well, we're taking in so much more income than we thought. We've never seen anything like this. What is it? I said, check the tariff column. And it's about $88 billion that they've never seen before. And that's nothing compared to what it's going to be.
You've got other tariffs coming down the pipe here.
I have a lot of them, yeah.
What's the timing on those things like lumber, copper, pharmaceutical drugs?
Yeah, we're going to be doing pharmaceuticals very soon. That's going to bring all the companies back into America.
All of them, or focusing on?
It's going to bring most of them back in, at least partially back in. You know, they left us because we had presidents that didn't know what the hell they were doing. We should have never lost our car business. We lost 52% of our car business over the years. Should have never lost it. All they had to do is say, if you make a car, you're going to leave us, you're going to make a car, you're going to pay a 25-30% tariff, and they would have never left. Nobody said that to anybody until I came along.
Homeland Security is saying that ICE is going to start enforcing in hotels and farms again. Is that a change of course from last week?
We're going to look everywhere, but I think the biggest problem is the inner cities. We're looking everywhere. Look, what they let into this country, what Biden let in, or allowed to, I don't think he knew what the hell he was doing, frankly, but whoever worked for him, what they let into this country, we're never going to forget it. They let prisoners in, they let gang members in, drug dealers in, the mentally insane into our country. No, we're going to get them out. There are far more in the inner cities, Democrat-run cities, sadly. I mean, I'm just giving you, there's far more in there than you have on a farm or someplace.
And no one's getting exemptions anymore. Everyone is.
Well, everyone's being looked at, but the bigger problem is the cities right now. That's where, and that tends to be where the really bad ones are. The murderers, you know, they've let in 11,888 murderers, people that killed people. Biden allowed that to happen. So the Democrats allowed it to happen. Biden didn't know he was even around.
Question on your Senate confirmations. With all the military actions, there are only 3 of your 6 sub-cabinet members at the Defense
Yeah, I'd
Department.
like to see the nominations go faster. The Democrats hold up our nominations.
Are you going to talk to Senator
Yeah, I
Thune
will.
about
And
that?
John Thune's doing a very good job. You know, I've got a lot of people in, but he's doing a very good job. The Democrats, if we had George Washington up for approval, the Democrats would take maximum time, every hour, every minute, to delay him as long as possible. If we had a combination of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, they would go max. It's called max time.
Mr. President, you've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon. But how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
I got this one on. You were at this beautiful scene for the meeting, and you said a lot about acquiring Canada as a state. Did anybody talk to you about that? And where
I think it's a much better deal from Canada, but you know, it's up to them. They're going to have to pay a lot of tariffs and things. They're going to have to pay a lot of money for the dome, for the Iron Dome. They want to be a part of it. We may make a separate deal on that, by the way. We discussed that, yeah, on the dome. That may be a separate deal. They want to be at $71 billion. They're going to pay.
There could be a dome thing separate from the tariff.
They'll be in the dome. Yeah, they'll be under the dome.
And were you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate now.
Do you think you'll be in the Situation Room tomorrow at any point?
Yeah. Tomorrow morning, girl, while you're sleeping. Goodbye, everybody.
Why did you tell people to evacuate Tehran? You know, you posted evacuate.
Yeah, I think it's safer. There's a lot of bad things happening there. No, I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
On Minnesota, there were a lot of horrific details that came out today about the suspect who's been charged there. Have you called the governor yet or been able to speak to any of them?
I don't really call him. He appointed this guy to a position. I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out. I'm not calling him. Why would I call him? I could call him, say, hi, how you doing? The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. So, you know, I could be nice and call him, but why waste time?
On the big, beautiful bill, sir, can you talk about what the
We're
Senate...
doing well with the big...
How's it looking in the Senate?
The great, big, beautiful bill, right?
Are you okay with their changes?
I hear so far it's going well.
Are you confident?
Look, if it doesn't get approved, 68% tax increase, and I think the Democrats would have to, you know, they'd be, because we won't get Democrat support. Think of it. We're giving the biggest tax cut in history. Instead, you have the biggest tax increase in history. 68%.
Are you going to extend the TikTok deadline again?
Probably, yeah. Probably have to get China approval. I think we'll get it.
You have the legal basis.
I think President Xi will ultimately approve it.
And you have the legal basis to do that.
Yeah, we do.
Two more on Iran. Is there any sign that North Korea is getting more involved in helping Iran, or is Russia getting more involved with
I haven't seen it. I don't think anybody wants to get involved. It's a mess.
What about American citizens, U.S. citizens who are trying to leave the area with the airport shut down, Ben Gurion shut down?
We're doing the best we can with it. We're working on that. We're doing the best we can. Thank you, everybody, very much. Have a good time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline.
So you just heard in full the very latest remarks from U.S. President Donald Trump as he did arrive at JBA early this morning, about an hour ago, from the G7 in Canada. And as we were listening to the media question President Donald Trump about his arrival early to JBA, there were also questions about the latest with Israel and Iran. President Donald Trump providing this statement via Truth Social right after that press gaggle. It says, quote, "I have not reached out to Iran for peace talks in any way, shape, or form." He goes on to say, quote, "This is just more highly fabricated fake news. If they want to talk, they know how to reach me. They should have taken the deal that was on the table. would have saved a lot of lives. Again, that's the latest from President Donald Trump as he did arrive at JBA early from the G7 in Canada. He provided a statement as relates to French President Emmanuel Macron, and then also providing the statement via Truth Social as well as relates to a deal not reached with Iran. Here at 6:10 on the East Coast, I do want to take you out to Washington, D.C., a live look at the White House as President Donald Trump has arrived at the White House safely this Tuesday morning. Also discussed in that press gaggle with the media was the very latest as relates to conflicts with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, following some breaking news as it relates to missile and drone attacks this Tuesday morning. Don't go anywhere. .13 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we are following some breaking news as relates to the conflict with Ukraine and Russia. I want to transition to give you a live look out in Kyiv on this Tuesday morning. You can see the destruction and devastation on your screen as our content partners over at the Associated Press report bright and early this Tuesday morning. A nighttime Russian missile and drone bombardment of Ukraine killed at least 15 people and injured 116 others. This while they slept in their homes. Local officials confirming this information this Tuesday with a main barrage entering on the capital, Kyiv. And again, you are seeing in real time this Tuesday morning how authorities, first responders are there at the scene, combing through the rubble to potentially find any survivors. I want to transition and show you some of the latest video as all of this tragedy unfolded overnight into this Tuesday. We are getting the latest video courtesy of our content partners. The Kyiv City Military Administration saying 14 people were killed, 99 others injured as explosions echoed across the city for hours during the night. That injured toll increasing to 116, and it is expected to continue to rise. The bombardment demolishing a 9-story residential building, destroying dozens of apartments. Emergency workers at the scene at this hour, as you just saw with that live feed, to rescue people from under the rubble. Russia firing more than 440 drones and 32 missiles at Ukraine. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying this Kyiv attack is, quote, one of the most terrifying strikes on the capital. It was one of the deadliest attacks on Kyiv in recent months and came after 2 rounds of direct peace talks failed to make progress on ending the war, now in its fourth year. Russia has repeatedly hit civilian areas of Ukraine with missiles and drones. The attacks have killed more than 12,000 Ukrainian civilians, according to the United Nations. Russia says it only attacks military targets. Again, the latest video on your screen as we are following this breaking news this Tuesday morning. Russian drone and missile attack on Ukraine kills 15, injuring at least 116. And unfortunately, as I just mentioned, that death and injury toll is expected to rise this Tuesday morning. I want to transition again to give you that live look out in Kyiv here at 6:15 on the East Coast. And again, you can see on your screen how emergency workers, first responders continue to rescue people from under the rubble. That is their goal at this time. Rescue efforts are underway. This is a developing story, so of course, make sure to stay tuned to Live Now from Fox for the very latest developments. We're going to step aside for another 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines when we return.
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder. I have a huge respect for small business owners, especially the smallest of small businesses. They do so much. They're under so much pressure and stress. They have to be experts in business specialties like payroll taxes, bookkeeping, and accounting. It's crazy. That's why we created Patriot Software, to make accounting and payroll simple for all size businesses, especially smaller businesses. Check us out at patriotsoftware.com.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This Tuesday morning, we continue with your breaking news headlines, giving you a live look out in Tel Aviv, Israel, here at 6:18 on the East Coast. We are learning that tensions continue to escalate in the Middle East this Tuesday, with Israel and Iran trading more fire. This Tuesday, IDF officials for the second time say they've eliminated Iran's wartime chief of staff. That's the country's top military commander. Right now, we want to check in with Fox News' Gary Bungarten as he does report on the very latest.
Israeli air raid sirens blasting early Tuesday across Tel Aviv as Iranian media reports the military fired more missiles at Israel. Both sides continue trading fire since Israel launched attacks last Friday on various Iranian nuclear and military targets. Israeli officials say it's an effort to prevent Iran from advancing nuclear weapons it could use to destroy them.
I tell all the leaders of the G7 now, who are convening in Canada, you want to de-escalate like we want to de-escalate.
As the conflict in the Middle East intensifies, President Donald Trump left early from the G7 summit in Canada on Monday. The president asking his National Security Council to be ready in the Situation Room upon his return back to Washington. Israel, meanwhile, has warned about 300,000 people to evacuate from the Iranian capital of Tehran. President Trump echoed similar action on Truth Social, writing in part, quote, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran.
Our families were very worried about us.
But getting out is hard, with the fighting shutting down Iran's airspace. It's forcing people to leave through other countries like Pakistan. Others are also crossing north into Azerbaijan, including citizens of Portugal, the Philippines, and Finland, where they hope to get on flights back to their countries. Israel's main international airport is also silent, closed until further notice because of the conflict. Tens of thousands of passengers are stranded with canceled flights.
It's a tense time to be here.
Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
All right, Gary, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further discuss the very latest, as Israel and Iran continue to trade more fire this Tuesday morning, transitioning, showing you a live look at Tel Aviv off the top of this breaking news alert, but now giving you a live look out in Jerusalem as we are seeing an area that was hit, from what IDF says, was hit by Iran. And you can also see area buses have been impacted as people are coming out to take video and pictures and survey the damage. And speaking of IDF, I do want to transition to show you their very latest remarks on X this morning. I'm going to drop this banner so we can read it in full. They say, quote, for the second time in 5 days, the IDF has eliminated Iran's wartime chief of staff, the regime's top military commander. They go on to say the person's name, Iran's senior-most military official and the closest military advisor killed in an IAF strike in central Iran. They say this is following some precise, and I'm going to read the rest even though it's not on your screen. They say, quote, following precise intelligence. So again, we will continue to follow this breaking news. I want to take you back out to that live look in Jerusalem as we are following the back and forth with Iran and also Israel. We did see in Gary Baumgarten's story there, the very latest as relates to Iran and Tehran from President Donald Trump, but he also provided this quote bright and early this Tuesday morning. Take a look at your screen. He says, quote, I have not reached out to Iran for peace talks in any way, shape, or form. This is just more highly fabricated fake news. If they want to talk, they know how to reach me. They should have taken the deal that was on the table. We have saved a lot of lives. Again, that coming from President Donald Trump on Truth Social this morning as it relates to the conflict with Iran and Israel. Let's continue to stay on topic of Iran and Israel and transition to go out live to Strasbourg, France this Tuesday morning. We are learning that King Abdullah II of Jordan is about to give an address before European lawmakers in Strasbourg as it relates to that conflict with Iran and Israel. Let's head there live.
By ripping countries and communities apart in sectarian conflicts and inflicting suffering across the world. Your words echoed through this House and beyond, and the urgency of our shared responsibility against the threat of extremism has only since grown. 5 years ago, as the globe faced further crises, you were here to remind us all that a life spent in the service of others is a life fully lived, but only if we meet the expectations of the people we represent. Words that mattered to then to us all, and that ring true still today. Your Majesty, on behalf of this House, I want to commend you and your great country for its commitment to stability and peace in the Middle East. We appreciate Jordan's critical efforts in reducing regional tensions, in pushing for a ceasefire in Gaza, in supporting the West Bank, in all you have done for the sick, in the need for the return of hostages, for facilitating so much urgently needed humanitarian aid to those who so desperately need it, and for your unwavering support for Palestinian and Syrian refugees and a two-state solution as a path to lasting peace. The G7 has reiterated this week that Iran should not have a nuclear bomb, and with what we have witnessed between Israel and Iran in recent days and its potential spillover effects, Jordan's role has become even more vital. The challenges call for stronger ties and a renewed relationship between Europe and the Middle East as we push for broad de-escalation. So, Your Majesty, Jordan is not only a great friend to this Parliament, but an important partner for the European Union. We welcome the EU-Jordan Comprehensive and Strategic Partnership that was signed earlier this year. It represents an important political milestone in our bilateral relations and reflects our shared commitment towards regional stability and economic cooperation. In this Parliament, we look forward to further building on it, on values, on market access, on trade. Because while our people may come from different countries, as you see before you, they may carry different histories and hold different perspectives. Ultimately, they all want the same things. They want peace, they want to feel safe, they want a fair chance to succeed. The same aspirations that our partnership aims to secure. So, Your Majesty, it is my true pleasure, great pleasure, to inform you that the floor is now yours. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Madam President, honorable members, Your Excellencies, thank you all, and it is an honor, as always, to be here to address the European Parliament. My friends, 5 years ago, I stood at this podium and spoke of the urgent need to find political solutions to conflicts, to restore confidence in global justice, and help people, especially young people, find hope and opportunity. Since then, multiple political, technological, and economic upheavals have tested our international community. A global pandemic, new security threats, unprecedented technological acceleration, rampant hypercharged misinformation, and a raging war in Ukraine and a cruel one on Gaza. And now the attacks on Iran, which threaten a dangerous escalation of tensions in my region and beyond. We are living through wave after wave of disruption without pause. It is no wonder our world feels untethered, like it has lost its moral gravity. Rules are unraveling, truth shifts by the hour, hatred and division thrive, and moderation and universal values are losing ground to ideological extremes. In the chaos, we risk forgetting who we are and what we stand for. But it is precisely at these junctures of history that we must recommit to our values. Because when the world loses its moral bearings, we lose our shared sense of right and wrong, of what is just and what is cruel. And when that happens, conflict is never far behind. History teaches us that wars are rarely just about territory. They are battles over worldviews, over which ideas and ideals will shape our future. And Europe understands that. After World War II, it made a choice to rebuild not just its cities, but its founding pillars. The people of Europe were determined to leave the past in the past and build a new era of peace. They chose human dignity over domination, values over vengeance, law over might, cooperation over conflict. In the wake of war, Europe realized that real security does not lie in the strength of armies, but in the strength of shared values. And that peace imposed by force or fear would never last. Equally, you chose to recognize that what you had in common was far greater than what set you apart. Today, so must our global community. We know that disputes and differences are a human reality, that the challenges we face will only get more complex, and that disruptions are the hallmark of our age. But it's how we handle them and the values we anchor ourselves to that count. Throughout Arab and European history, respect, responsibility, goodwill, and good faith have guided collaborations that led to our mutual good. And they can guide our response to today's challenges as well. Speaking from this podium, and many others in the last 2 decades, I have sought to shed light on the values we share, many rooted in our different faiths, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. The values of compassion, justice, and equality, the moral teachings passed to us over generations that call on us to love our neighbors, to protect children and the innocent, to aid the poor and injured, to care for God's earth, and more. In Jordan, our firm belief in these common values, grounded in our history and heritage, drives our national principles of tolerance and mutual respect. And we are proud to be home to the baptism site of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, at Bethany beyond the Jordan. Our Muslim country is home to a historic Christian community, and all our citizens share in building our nation. The same call to goodwill lies behind the Hashemite custodianship of Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem. Whose historical and multi-religious identity we have vowed to protect from attack. Indeed, our commitment echoes a promise to the people of Jerusalem made many centuries ago. The Pact of Omar ordered Muslims to respect and protect the city's churches and not harm a priest, nor kill a child, woman, or elder. And 1,000 years later, the Geneva Conventions made these tenets universal. Recent events have called them into question. But we must ensure that these values and principles stand the tests of time and turmoil. My friends, when I was last in this hall, I shared my conviction that there is always a better version of us around every corner. 80 years ago, You turned that corner. You chose a better Europe. And for the longest time, the choices you made helped shape a more stable, principled world. Today, that world is in moral decline. A shameful version of our humanity is unfolding before our eyes in real time, and our global values are unraveling at a shocking pace with devastating consequences. Nowhere is that clearer than in Gaza. A place where the world has stood at countless corners, each an opportunity to become something better. And time after time, it failed to do so. Think back to 2023, the first Israeli attacks and raids on a hospital in Gaza. This sparked global shock and outrage. Since then, the World Health Organization has documented nearly 700 attacks on Gaza's healthcare facilities. How is it that what was considered an atrocity just 20 months ago is now so commonplace it barely registers? What version of our humanity allows the unthinkable to become routine, permits weaponizing famine against children, normalizes the targeting of health workers, journalists and civilians seeking refuge in camps? 20 months. That should alarm us all, but not surprise us. Because when our global community fails to bridge the gap between principle and action, when values are not practiced, they become performative, abstract, and expendable. We are at another defining crossroad in our history, one that demands a choice: power or principle, the rule of law or the rule of force, decline or renewal, because that is what's at stake for everyone. This is not just about Gaza, and it is not just another political moment. It is a struggle over who we are as a global community and who we will become. This year is likely to be a time of pivotal decisions for our entire world. Europe's leadership will be vital in choosing the right course, and you can count on Jordan as your staunch partner. There are two essential areas for action. First is supporting development, because a thriving Middle East creates opportunities that benefits us all. But as we have seen time and again, that reality cuts both ways. When hope is diminished, the consequences ripple across borders. Second is strong, coordinated action to ensure global security. Our mutual security won't be assured until our global community acts not only to end the 3-year war in the Ukraine, but also the world's longest and most destructive flashpoint, the 8-decade-long Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Because, my friends, Palestinians, like all people, deserve the right to freedom, sovereignty, and, yes, statehood. What is happening in Gaza today defies international law, moral standards, and our common values. And we are witnessing transgression after transgression in the West Bank, with the situation worsening by the day. If our global community fails to act decisively, we become complicit in rewriting what it means to be human. Because if Israeli bulldozers continue to illegally demolish Palestinian homes, olive groves and infrastructure, so too will they flatten the guardrails that define moral conduct. And now, with Israel's expansion of its offensive to include Iran, there is no telling where the boundaries of this battleground will end. And that, my friends, is a threat to people everywhere. Ultimately, this conflict must end. And the only viable solution is one grounded in a just peace, international law, and mutual recognition. And my friends, the path to our better selves cannot be paved by technological advancements, scientific breakthroughs, or political triumphs alone. It is forged by the choices we make each day as individuals and as leaders. The path to peace has been walked before. It can be again, if we have the courage to choose it and the will to walk it together. Thank you.
So you just heard live and in full as King Abdullah II of Jordan spoke there before European lawmakers as it relates to the conflict with Israel and Iran. And on the left side of your screen, a detailed breakdown further providing perspective. And as we discuss the conflict with Israel and Iran on this Tuesday, I do want to transition to give you a live look out in central Israel. This is a live look from Jerusalem as tensions grow between Iran and Israel. Iranian missiles have broken through Israeli defenses, striking buildings and even vehicles deep inside of the country, which you're seeing in real time on this Tuesday morning. The time now 6:42 on the East Coast. We are going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines when we return.
Grainger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths and sometimes heights to ensure the power is always flowing. Which is why you can count on Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
6:45 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Alarming new details this morning about the man accused of shooting multiple Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota, killing one and sending the other to the hospital. This as police learn more about the suspect. We're also learning his target list. We're learning it included several high-profile Michigan lawmakers. Right now, we're going to check in with Fox 2 Detroit's Robin Murdoch. She joins us live with the very latest. Robin, good morning to you.
Good morning, Janae. Yeah, we are now learning that this national story has a local connection to us here in Michigan. We are learning that several lawmakers as well as politicians were on this so-called hit list. Among them, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, as well as Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. Now, the Congresswoman actually held a town hall meeting in Dexter last night, even after finding out that she was on that list. As you can imagine, security at Dexter High School was very tight for that town hall meeting. Dozens of police officers were on hand running 3 different security checkpoints as a precaution. Now, Dingell was in town to talk about the Trump administration's proposed cuts to higher education. Both the Congresswoman as well as Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, who again was on that list, they are both saying that they are not backing down at all. They're going to continue to serve the people of Michigan, the people who elected them. Take a listen.
Look, I'm going to keep fighting for the people that I represent.
From the moment almost 5 years ago now, 4.5 years ago, when armed protesters showed up outside my home, that was the most harrowing moment because it was the first time I'd ever experienced like that.
Now, Representative Hillary Schulten, who represents people in the Grand Rapids area, she actually canceled her town hall meeting that was scheduled last night after learning that she was on this so-called hit list. And as you know, it included about 70 different names, mostly Democrats from Midwestern states. Reporting from the Detroit area this morning, I'm Robin Murdoch. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Robin, always stellar and detailed reporting. Thank you so much for providing the very latest. A lot of eyes on this story as we continue to learn more, as it seems, on a daily basis. Thank you so much to you and your team. Have a great rest of your day. And as we further discuss this story, again, developing news as we're learning more about alarming new details about the man accused of shooting multiple Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota, killing one and sending the other to the hospital. Here at 6:48 on the East Coast, I want to transition to give you a live look out in Minneapolis. Let's check in now with our content partners on the ground, Fox 9, as they do have team coverage.
Belter is facing the death penalty now after being federally charged in the shootings of 2 state lawmakers and their spouses.
Bill Keller is live in Sherburne County this morning, where Belter is being held in federal custody this morning. Good morning, Bill. So far this morning, what do we know that we've learned?
Well, Shanu and Hannah, we knew that some of the details of the weekend planned assassination plot, things like that hit list containing the names of dozens of political figures, but we are also learning some new details. In fact, that Belter actually attempted to kill 2 other state lawmakers between the shootings at Hoffman's home in Champlin and killing the Hortmans in Brooklyn Park. This all started about 2 a.m. Saturday morning. That is when police say that Belter showed up at State Senator John Hoffman's home in Champlin. He was wearing a lifelike silicone mask, impersonating a police officer. He shot Senator Hoffman 9 times. His wife, Yvette, 8 times. Amazingly, both survived. But from there, investigators say Belter went to the home of a state representative who lived in Maple Grove. Luckily, no one was home because they were on vacation. Authorities hearing about these shootings, they went to New Hope. Senator Ann Rest later confirming that it was her home that he was targeting. By the time the police had arrived, they were hearing about the shooting at Hoffman's home. Again, they sent a welfare check at Rest's home. That officer actually waited for backup, but by the time they arrived, Belter was gone.
It is no exaggeration to say that his crimes are the stuff of nightmares. Belter stalked his victims like prey. He went to their homes, held them out as a police officer, and shot them in cold blood.
Yeah, and the worst was yet to come at 3:35 a.m. Brooklyn Park Police proactively going to the home of Representative Melissa Hortman, but there, officers say they saw Belter at the front door shooting her and her husband, Mark, before turning his gun on police. When law enforcement entered the home, they found the Hortmans dead. Bolter had escaped out the back door, leading, of course, to the largest manhunt in Minnesota history. The federal charges also revealing that following those deadly attacks, Belter actually bought a car and an e-bike from somebody he met at a bus stop. That car was the one eventually abandoned in Sibley County. Help to his capture. Belter remains here in federal custody until his next court appearance, June 27th. Back to you.
All right, something we will definitely be following closely right here at Fox 9. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. Those federal charges are also giving us an inside look at the communication between Belter and his loved ones while he was on the run.
The court filings detail a pair of text messages he apparently sent to a family group chat saying, "Dad went to war last night. I don't want to say more because I don't want to implicate anybody." And then to his wife, "Words are not going to explain how sorry I am for this situation. There's going to be some people coming to the house armed and trigger happy, and I don't want you guys around." Now, his wife and kids were eventually pulled over during a traffic stop with law enforcement, finding $10,000 in cash, family passports, and a legally owned gun. Authorities say the wife was cooperative and no arrests were made.
He was cooperative with us at that time. There were a firearm in the vehicle at the time, had valid reasons for her to, she was legally in possession.
All right, and also worth noting this morning here that there is a state murder case pending against Belter, the county attorney seeking a grand jury indictment to charge him with first-degree premeditated murder. That comes with a potential life sentence without the possibility of release.
Turning now to some other headlines. An hours-long standoff in Maple Grove ends.
And we appreciate Fox 9 Minneapolis for that team coverage this morning. As they transition to other headlines, I want to give you another live look. A beautiful skyline shot, kind of overcast, though, in the area of Minneapolis. Here it's 6:52 on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. More top stories and headlines when we return.
Can you save money and still get reliable phone service? With Tello Mobile, the answer is yes. In an era of overpriced everything, Tello Mobile comes with an excellent phone service that actually has the best prices. Super customizable phone plan options that start at just $5 a month and go up to only $25. And the best part? You're free to tailor your plan to fit your needs and budget. Tello Mobile. Phone plans just the way you like it. Visit Tello.com to discover more.
6:54 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. We're about a few minutes shy from the top of the 7 o'clock hour, and we do want to begin this next hour with the very latest on the Trump presidency. As we do so, I want to take you out to the White House, a very overcast and foggy nation's capital on this Tuesday morning. This as President Donald Trump has made a sudden return to Washington this morning as questions swirl around the U.S. involvement in the war between Israel and Iran. Well, that follows a message from the president for the residents of Tehran to evacuate. Let's check in now with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader as he has the very latest from Capitol Hill.
After pushing hard for a peace deal, there are signs now the president may be rethinking the role of the United States in trying to end Iran's nuclear program for good. In the early morning hours, Air Force One and President Trump arrive at Andrews Air Base, well ahead of schedule after cutting short a trip to the G7 conference in Canada. On the way, the president spoke about what he's now looking for between Israel and Iran.
What are you looking for here? An end, a real end, not a ceasefire, an end.
Air raid sirens and explosions in Israel as Iran and its proxies continue missile attacks. Precision Israeli airstrikes continue to hit Iran's military, and a clear sign that the president's patience has worn thin. As he posted on Truth Social, Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran.
We're vigilant. We're prepared.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the U.S. military is ready, but for what? Israel may seek U.S. help in deploying so-called bunker buster bombs to take out Iran's nuclear targets that are buried deep underground. But at the same time, there is still a push for a peace deal.
President Trump's made it clear it's on the table. The question is whether Iran will take it.
The president has instructed his national security team to be prepared to meet now as the administration decides what will come next for Iran. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further discuss the Trump presidency, I want to share with you his latest remarks on his app Truth Social. He says that this is bigger than a ceasefire, as he says, quote, publicity-seeking President Emmanuel Macron of France mistakenly said that I left the G7 summit in Canada to go back to D.C. to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Wrong. He has no idea why I am now on my way to Washington, but it certainly has nothing to do with the ceasefire. President Trump goes on to say, quote, much bigger than that, whether purposely or not, Emmanuel always gets it wrong. Stay tuned. And again, that ahead of his safe arrival to Joint Base Andrews, as he is now safely in Washington, D.C. He also provided this quote as it relates to the conflicts with Israel and Iran. It says, quote, I have not reached out to Iran for peace talks in any way, shape, or form. This is just more highly fabricated fake news. If they want to talk, they know how to reach me. They should have taken the deal that was on the table. Would have saved a lot of lives, end quote. And you saw in Doug Luzader's story there how there was a press gaggle aboard Air Force One as President Donald Trump did arrive to Joint Base Andrews. If you're just now tuning in, I want to play those remarks for you in full.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel. Nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're looking for better than a ceasefire.
That's just when you're looking to get into this more. You're not going to involve the U.S. in this conflict at this stage. You're going to do anything more for Israel right now?
We're doing pretty well. Right now, we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. Is there any new concern about U.S. troops or assets in the region at all today? Great people, they know how to protect themselves. And when you say better, we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard, then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Are you sending the vice?
Yeah, we're not troops.
Do you plan to send the Vice President and Steve Witkoff? There's reports that you want to send the Vice President and Steve Witkoff to meet with the Iranians and have discussions. Is that something you're considering?
Not sure yet. I may. Depends on what happens when I get back.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that would be permanent.
Yeah, or giving up entirely. That's okay too.
Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24 hours?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible, yeah.
Has the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Secretary of Defense drawn up plans for you if Iran were to attack U.S. bases or do any damage to U.S. bases?
Just can't tell you.
Can I ask you, because there's been some skepticism, is there any guarantee that if the U.S. did get involved militarily, that a U.S. bomb could destroy Iran's nuclear program and facilities?
It's on everything or anything on life, you know that. Look at you, right? There's no guarantee. But you're saying a guarantee on what?
Do you think if the U.S. got involved militarily, it would actually wipe out Iran's nuclear program? Or where's your assessment of that?
I hope their program's going to be wiped out long before that. But they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
Do you have any reason to believe the Israelis are going to slow down, or are they going to hit the accelerator right now?
Well, we're going to see. You're going to find out over the next 2 days, right? You're going to find out.
Has the gang of eight...
Nobody's slowed up so far.
Has the gang of eight been notified about what's coming in the next couple days?
Well, we'll be talking to them.
What can you do?
It's not necessary.
What can you do in Washington that you couldn't do in Canada?
Just be a little bit, I think, more well-versed. Not having to use telephones so much, because I don't believe in telephones. Because people like you listen to them. Yeah. So, being on the scene is much better. And we did everything I had to do on the G7. We had a good G7. We signed the deal with the European Union, phase one of a deal. But we signed the deal with the UK. And the UK is really great. We're very far down the line with a lot of deals. I mean, look, we're actually finished with every deal if you really think about it. Because all I have to do is say, this is what you're going to pay.
Did Secretary Bessent...
It's nice to be nice.
Did Secretary Bessent stay behind as your representative?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, a couple of people.
Can I ask you where...
Who else has a question other than CNN fake news?
President, you talked with the European Union. Can you tell us what the status is on talks on those you signed with the UK
talking,
today?
but I don't feel that they're offering a fair deal yet. They've been very tough over the years. If you look at European Union, they formed in order to hurt the United States on trade. And we're either going to make a good deal or they'll just pay whatever we say then.
What about the Japanese, sir? You met briefly with Prime Minister.
We had a great conversation. I thought he was terrific, actually. You know, I was very friendly with Shinzo Abe, Prime Minister. He was a great man. But I think he's going to do a very good job.
Do you think you have a chance of a deal there?
There's a chance. They're tough. The Japanese are tough. But ultimately, you have to understand, we're just going to send a letter and say, this is what you're going to pay. Otherwise, you don't have to do business with us. But there's a chance.
They want changes to the auto tariffs as well. Is that on the table?
We'll see what happens.
All right.
Anything else?
Yeah, this drone attack in Kyiv. What's your response to that? It looks like 14...
When was that?
A Russian drone attack in Kyiv.
When?
Very recently. Just now. 14 civilians in an apartment building.
You mean as I'm walking back to see you, that's when it took place?
Something like that.
Sounds like it. I'll have to look at it.
Are you going to give on the Middle East? What changed about that convinced you to sign on to the G7 joint statement?
Well, I haven't seen the statement yet, but I authorized them to say certain things. I don't know whether or not they said them directly, but I think they probably did. We had a good meeting. I think that Canadian representatives were very good. He did a very good job.
How are the
Carney did a very good job.
How was your meeting with him? How were the trade talks looking with Canadian?
I think it was good. I think we had a lot of good talks with a lot of people.
You said he's looking for something more complex. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Well, they get too complex in the deals and they never get done. And we need speed. You know, we're dealing with really, if you think about it, probably 175 countries. And most of them are going to just be sent a letter saying, it'll be an honor to trade with you and here's what you're going to have to pay to do it. We're making a lot of money. You know, we took in $88 billion in tariffs. And I was called by Congress about 2 nights ago saying, taking in so much more income than we thought. We've never seen anything like this. What is it? I said, check the tariff column. And it's about $88 billion that they've never seen before. And that's nothing compared to what it's going to be.
You've got other tariffs coming down the pipe here.
I have a lot of them, yeah.
What's the timing on those things like lumber, copper, pharmaceutical drugs?
Yeah, we're going to be doing pharmaceuticals very soon. That's going to bring all the companies back into America.
All of them, or focusing on?
It's going to bring most of them back in, at least partially back in. You know, they left us because we had presidents that didn't know what the hell they were doing. We should have never lost our car business. We lost 52% of our car business over the years. Should have never lost it. All they had to do is say, if you make a car, you're going to leave us, you're going to make a car, you're going to pay a 25, 30% tariff, and they would have never left. Nobody said that to anybody until I came along.
Homeland Security is saying that ICE is going to start enforcing in hotels and farms again. Is that a change of course from last week?
We're going to look everywhere, but I think the biggest problem is the inner cities. We're looking everywhere. Look, what they let into this country, what Biden let in, or allowed to, I don't think he knew what the hell he was doing, frankly, but whoever worked for him, what they let into this country, we're never going to forget it. They let prisoners in, they let gang members in, drug dealers in, the mentally insane into our country. No, we're going to get them out. There are far more in the inner cities, Democrat-run cities, sadly. I mean, I'm just giving you, there's far more in there than you have on a farm someplace.
And no one's getting exemptions anymore. Everyone is.
Well, everyone's being looked at, but the bigger problem is the cities right now. That's where and that tends to be where the really bad ones are. The murderers, you know, they've let in 11,888 murderers. People that killed people. Biden allowed that to happen. So the Democrats allowed it to happen. Biden didn't know he was even around.
Question on your Senate confirmations. With all the military actions, there are only 3 of your 6 sub-cabinet members at the Defense Department.
I'd like to see the nominations go faster. The Democrats hold up our nominations.
Are you going to talk to Senator
Yeah, I will.
about that?
John Thune's doing a very good job. You know, I've got a lot of people in, but he's doing a very good job. The Democrats, if we had George Washington up for approval, the Democrats would take maximum time, every hour, every minute, to delay him as long as possible. If we had a combination of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, they would go max. It's called max time.
Mr. President, you've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon. But how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having one.
I got us one on. You were at this beautiful scene for the meeting, and you said a lot about acquiring Canada as a state. Did anybody talk to you about that? And where
I think it's a much better deal from Canada, but you know, it's up to them. They're going to have to pay a lot of tariffs and things. They're going to have to pay a lot of money for the dome, for the Iron Dome. They want to be a part of it. We may make a separate deal on that, by the way. We discussed that, yeah, on the dome. That may be a separate deal. They want to be at $71 billion. They're going to pay.
There could be a dome thing separate from the tariff.
They'll be in the dome. Yeah, they'll be under the dome.
And were you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate now.
Do you think you'll be in the Situation Room tomorrow at any point?
Yeah. Tomorrow morning, girl, while you're sleeping. Goodbye, everybody.
Why did you tell people to evacuate Tehran? You know, you posted evacuate.
Yeah, I think it's safer. There's a lot of bad things happening there. No, I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
On Minnesota, there were a lot of horrific details that came out today about the suspect who's been charged there. Have you called the governor yet or been able to speak to any of them?
I don't really call him. He appointed this guy to a position. I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out. I'm not calling him. Why would I call him? I could call him and say, hi, how you doing? The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. So, you know, I could be nice and call him, but why waste time?
On the big, beautiful bill, sir, can you talk about what the Senate...
We're doing well with the big...
How's it looking in the Senate?
The great, big, beautiful bill, right?
Are you okay with their changes?
I hear so far it's going well. it doesn't get approved, 68% tax increase, and I think the Democrats would have to, they'd be, because we won't get Democrat support. Think of it, we're giving the biggest tax cut in history. Instead, you have the biggest tax increase in history, 68%.
Are you going to extend the TikTok deadline again?
Probably, yeah. Probably have to get China approval. I think we'll get it.
You have the legal basis.
I think President Xi will ultimately approve it.
And you have the legal basis to do that?
Yeah, we do.
Two more on Iran. Is there any sign that North Korea is getting more involved in helping Iran, or is Russia getting more involved with military?
I haven't seen it. I don't think anybody wants to get involved. It's a mess.
What about American citizens, U.S. citizens who are trying to leave the area with the airport shut down, Ben Gurion shut down?
We're doing the best we can with it. We're working on that. We're doing the best we can. Thank you, everybody, very much. Have a good time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Caroline.
So those were the latest comments from U.S. President Donald Trump bright and early this Tuesday morning around 5 o'clock Eastern time, as he did arrive early at Joint Base Andrews from the G7 in Canada. We are also learning that he did arrive safely to the White House, transitioning to give you a live look there here at 7-Eleven on the East Coast. Also giving you a live look at the U.S. Capitol, as there are very foggy conditions there at the nation's capital on this Tuesday morning. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go ahead and step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do want to hit your latest headlines as it relates to the conflicts with Israel and Iran. I'm getting a live look right now out in Jerusalem that I want to share with you. Live from Jerusalem as tensions grow between Iran and Israel. Iranian missiles have broken through Israeli defenses, striking buildings deep inside the Israeli area. And you're also seeing how vehicles have been impacted as officials are out there surveying the damage here at 714 on the East Coast. Now, world leaders are responding to the conflict with Israel and Iran. Early this Tuesday morning, the European Commission Vice President and High Representative for Foreign Affairs, Kaja Kallas, she held a news conference after holding an emergency video meeting of EU foreign affairs ministers over the situation between Israel and Iran. I want to play those remarks for you now.
Bien. Bon après-midi, good afternoon. Welcome to the press conference following the informal video conference of EU foreign ministers on the situation in the Middle East. The High Representative will debrief you on the discussions with the ministers, and then we will open the floor to your questions. High Representative, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good day, everybody. So we just concluded the Extraordinary Foreign Affairs Council on the situation in the Middle East with the EU foreign ministers. Over the past 5 days, Israel and Iran have traded attacks, and this has raised the risk of wider conflict in the region. So today's meeting provided the opportunity to share views and coordinate our diplomatic efforts. Ministers called on all sides to abide by international law, exercise restraint, and avoid actions that could spiral out of control. We all agreed the urgent need for de-escalation. Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and diplomacy is the solution to prevent this, and EU will play its part. I also took note of the support of the EU ministers on the European Union and my involvement in the de-escalation, so I will spare no efforts in this respect. Then that is why we also agree that diplomatic solution is the best way to address Iran's nuclear program in the long run, and Europe stands ready to play its part. Last week, the International Atomic Energy Agency declared Iran in breach of its non-proliferation obligations. We cannot be lenient when Iran accelerates its nuclear program. Today, ministers also discussed concrete actions the EU is taking in this crisis. We have activated the civil protection mechanisms, and we are assisting member states to evacuate their citizens that wish to leave. In parallel, we stand ready to deploy civil protection experts, and our naval Operation Aspides continues to protect merchant ships from Houthi attacks while providing valuable situational awareness. Ministers also discussed the impact of the crisis on global energy markets. The war has heightened risks, and as President von der Leyen said, the EU stands ready to coordinate with partners to protect market stability. And finally, ministers were clear that we will not let our focus on Gaza slip. We again call for immediate full aid access, ceasefire, and the release of hostages. And of course, we will discuss this matter deeply in the Foreign Affairs Council that is taking place on Monday. Lastly, Russian forces yesterday carried out one of the most devastating airstrikes on Kiev in the war so far, with 14 casualties and many still missing. Russia remains unrelenting in its attacks, targeting civilians and prolonging its war. This is yet another sign Russia is just not interested in peace, so we must keep up the pressure. Thank you. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, High Representative. We will start with Andrew Reuters.
Thank you, High Representative. Andrew Gray from Reuters. Can you say whether the ministers today agreed or discussed anything that would materially influence the calculus of either side in this conflict? If so, what can or will the EU do to do that? And if not, what is the purpose of meetings like this?
Yes. I mean, for me, it's also important that when we have the meetings, there are clear outcomes. And today, the clear outcome was the coordination that we do for our own citizens to evacuate them from there. We have member states that have, planes evacuating. We have member states who don't have planes, and we coordinate the efforts so that our citizens are safe. That is one thing. The other discussion, of course, is what can we do to really help the de-escalation? And there it was clear that now, as the Iran and U.S. talks have run into some kind of a standstill, then actually European Union and Europe as such has a role to play. Yesterday we had a call with the E3 ministers, myself and also the Iranian minister, and to see what more can we do to really sit down and de-escalate. As all of us agree, it's a diplomatic solution that is the only one also for the Iran nuclear program. Thank you.
Thank you. Vitaly Sizov, UATV. You mentioned attack on Kiev. At this background, what do you think about idea to engage with Russia to mediate this conflict? And is it idea of decrease the price cap on oil actual, because the situation is influence the market of oil and the price is higher than it was before? Thank you.
Thank you. Clearly, Russia is not anybody, or Mr. Putin or President Putin is not somebody who can talk about peace. Well, we see actions like this, and he's not a mediator that can really be considered. And we have to keep in mind that Iran has helped Russia to do these attacks also against Ukraine. And their cooperation is working in this regard. So no, Russia cannot be mediator if they don't really believe in peace. And then on the oil price cap, actually, I think that we should move forward with the oil price cap, especially because of the tensions also in the Middle East. The whole idea of the oil price cap is actually to lower the prices. I think we shouldn't end up in a situation where the situation in the Middle East will increase the oil prices and actually also make Russia to earn more, because that means that they are able to fund their war machine again in a bigger scale. So we definitely need to move on with the oil price cap. Thank you.
Thank you. Noureddin.
Madam High Representative, in 2015, European Union led a successful multilateral efforts and get the nuclear deal, which was, according to the IAEA, 14 reports. This program was under control, under verification, and there is no problem until Mr. Trump went out of the agreement. Today, these days, they were negotiating until the 5th round, and both Mr. Trump and Mr. Netanyahu launched the war against Iran. My question, in this very difficult context, can the European Union play a new diplomatic role to diffuse and find, of course, a diplomatic solution to the nuclear deal? The second point is that should the European Union now renew its regional approach, because what's happening in Iran is diverting the views and the opinions and the eyes from what's going on in the Gaza since 20 months. And this is Mr. Netanyahu is becoming, changing from his states from one who is accused by the ICC to a hero in Israel. So again, in one word, my question, should the European Union develop a holistic approach, a new approach, which should deal with both the nuclear and the problem of the Middle East peace process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the European Union can play and will play its part in reaching a diplomatic solution. We are in contact also with the Iran as well as the Israelis to really de-escalate the situation, because the stability of the region is everybody's interest. That's why we are also in contact with the regional partners. They are very worried about the spillover effect and the tensions rising in the region, and we are willing to work with them. I want to stress again, like many ministers said today, we will not lose sight of what is happening in Gaza, and we will discuss that in more depth also on Monday, to really let the humanitarian aid in, to help the people on the ground, and to come to the ceasefire, release the hostages, but also stop the suffering of the people. So EU will play its part, and I think considering the developments, European Union actually has a bigger role now that Iran and US talks have been hindered. Thank you.
Stefan.
Yes, Stefan Israel, Europe Table. Isn't the EU sending in a way mixed signals, or showing also its division when we have on the one hand the Commission President insisting on Israel's right to self-defense, looking at Iran, and then secondly, was the association agreement revision a topic today, and can you tell us where you are with this revision? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Of course, we are 27 different member states, and we sometimes have different views. But also today we had clear agreement that we support the diplomatic efforts to get to the point where Iran can't have a nuclear bomb, and these bringing down the tensions is important. When it comes to the association agreement, the Article 2 review, then it's ongoing, and this will be discussed on Monday, so we didn't discuss it today. Thank you.
Jorge.
Hello, Jorge Liboreiro with Euronews. High Representative, I want to ask you about two things that Donald Trump said in the recent hours. First, he said that he wants a real deal with Iran giving up entirely its nuclear program. Do you agree with this assessment that Iran should also give up its nuclear program for civilian purposes? And second, Donald Trump, he suggested that the U.S. could get involved in the conflict. Do you see America's potential involvement as a positive or negative step in the de-escalation? Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, United States will speak for itself when it comes to their steps. And we have had the discussions with Iran regarding the nuclear program. I think this is up to the negotiations, really. It is clear that everybody agrees that Iran can't have a nuclear bomb, and that is our end goal. But, of course, there is a difference with understanding whether it's also, nuclear totally out of the question also for peaceful or civil purposes, which Iran is not agreeing to right now. When it comes to United States getting involved, then it will definitely drag the region into a broader conflict, and this is in nobody's interest. And from my call with Secretary of State Rubio, he emphasized that it's also not in their interest to be drawn into this conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take a last question. Susanna over there.
Thank you. Susana Freixas, SIC Expresso, Portugal. A follow-up, if I may. because we saw the statement by G7 this morning, and it doesn't talk about diplomatic solution. So what I understand from what you said is that the European perspective is a diplomatic solution. In this case, are you getting some distance from what was said in the G7? And we don't see Israel or Iran, for what it matters, to be willing to stop this conflict or to this war. So exactly what do you expect in the next days? And if you think that what Israel did, this first attack, was justified? And still, if I may, a follow-up question regarding Monday: should we expect concrete measures from your side, concrete proposals, in order to make to put pressure on Israel in order to allow the humanitarian aid to enter into Gaza? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have the G7 statement here with me, but I don't remember that it was so much different. I mean, the European perspective is to have a diplomatic solution for the nuclear program of Iran. The initial JCPOA, like it was mentioned in 2015, addressed exactly that. And of course, it was regrettable that the U.S. withdrew from this agreement at one point. Still, I mean, we tried to achieve this diplomatic, peaceful solution. Then on next days, what to expect? Of course, we have called on both parties to exercise restraint and de-escalate. Of course, one is saying that if the other one stops, they will stop as well. But it is clear that we have these channels open, and we are constantly pushing for really to stop this war, because the risks for escalation and the risks of spillover effect are too great. Also, the risks of miscalculation, which is making this conflict even bigger. And Article 2 review. I was tasked to do the Article 2 review and come up with the Article 2 review for the next Foreign Affairs Council. So, of course, member states will then express also what they want to do with this. The review is not ready yet, so it is being drafted, but the real goal for the FSC is to have this review done like the member states asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This brings our conference to an end. We will be back next Monday after the Foreign Affairs Council. Have a great afternoon.
So you just heard in full as the EU Commission Vice President and High Representative for Foreign Affairs held a news conference after holding an emergency video meeting of EU Foreign Affairs ministers over the situation between Israel and Iran. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Don't go anywhere. More top stories and headlines when we return. Here at 7:35 on the East Coast, we do want to continue with the latest on Israel and Iran. Now checking in with the United Nations Human Rights Council out in Geneva, Switzerland.
Council, which opened its 59th session yesterday. Pascal.
Thank you. The UN Human Rights Council opened its 59th session yesterday with a global update by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk. This morning, the Council is holding an interactive dialogue on the High Commissioner's annual report. And as I speak, I can confirm that more than 115 states and 10 regional groups have registered to speak in this dialogue with the High Commissioner. And also have a few programming notes regarding two investigative bodies mandated by the Human Rights Council. The Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, including East Jerusalem and Israel, is holding a dialogue this afternoon on its latest report, the report which was shared with you last week. And this dialogue with the Commission will be followed by the oral presentation by the Independent International Fact-Finding Mission for the Sudan. These two investigative bodies will also hold press conferences in this room, starting this afternoon with the Fact-Finding Mission for the Sudan at 2 p.m., and the Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory and Israel will speak to you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Pascal. Questions for Pascal? No, I don't see that's the case, so thank you very much. Good luck for the remainder of the session. Okay, I'm very pleased to connect with Dr. Pieperkorn. Rick, nice to have you with us here, connecting with our colleagues here. Rick, I think there's a colleague that we're trying to connect with also who's in Gaza. I believe you're joining us from Jerusalem. But if we do manage to connect with Dr. Tanos Gargavanis in Gaza, that would be, yes, I see there's a thumbs up. So we'll start off with you, Rick, and then we'll go to Dr. Gargavanis in Gaza. Rick.
Thank you very much, Rolando, and good morning to all of you. Greetings from Jerusalem. So just to say, yes, I'm based down in Jerusalem. Was plans to be this week in Gaza because of the situation here, the team and everything. Decided it's currently better to be here and postpone my trip and my mission. Dr. Tanos Gargavanis is our team lead in Gaza. It's really great that he's there. He's been there for the last for more than 4 weeks, and he will add later and also probably address some of the questions. So, a couple of general points. We all know that the global attention shifts to the escalating tension between Iran and Israel, but we should continue to focus on Gaza and to a lesser extent the West Bank. Gaza continues to be decimated and largely out of sight, but not out of danger. And when I focus on the health system is at a breaking point. We only have 17 out of Gaza's 36 hospitals. They're currently partly to minimal functional. Of these, just 4, including Nasser Medical Complex, are major referral facilities. So the combined bed capacity is less than 1,500 beds, and that is around 45% less, 50% less hospital beds available in Gaza than before the start of this crisis. That's for a population of 2 million people. And again, none of these hospitals are fully functional. They're partly to minimal functional. In the north of Gaza, it's even more concerning. All hospitals and primary healthcare centers are currently out of services, and the only very, very basic service provided is to one partly functional medical point, what we call in Rafah, the same. The health services are only provided through ICRC Field Hospital and 2 partly functioning medical points. I want to focus a bit on Nasser. Nasser Medical Complex is by far the largest referral hospital in Gaza. Functioning, having major specializations and major departments, and working together hand in hand with a number of emergency medical teams. Is the only remaining hospital in Khan Yunis, the most important hospital for the south of Gaza. It is currently within this evacuation zone, announced in 12U, and this puts Nasser at high risk of becoming non-functional. The health system cannot afford the loss of a Nasser medical complex. It's the sole provider for ICU, neurosurgery, hemodialysis unit at hospitals equipped with 26 functioning machines, currently serving more than 200 patients. It also is the only hospital in the south where there's some kind of cancer care. So the hospital must be protected. This morning, and I'm sure Thanos will say something about that later, we just received report of another mass casualty incident with hundreds of casualties, completely overwhelming Nasser Medical Complex. Now, close to Nasser Medical Complex, you have Allemaal Hospital. The PRCS hospital continues to provide services to patients remaining in the hospital, but it is completely inaccessible. So it is what we call completely minimal functional hospital due to the ongoing military operations in the vicinity, unable to admit any new cases, hence for us non-functional. In Gaza City in the north, Al-Shifa Hospital is at a 200% bed occupancy rate, putting it under immense stress. So 80% of Gaza under evacuation orders, and between 22nd of May and 12th of June 2025, 9 displacement orders were issued, impacted areas all over North Gaza, Deir Bala, Khan Yunis, etc. And within that, 2 hospitals, Al-Amal and Al-Ahli, 7 primary healthcare centers and 26 medical points, all within these evacuation zones. And an additional 68 service points lie within 1 kilometer radius of these zones, so further jeopardizing access to the struggling near collapse healthcare across Gaza. Now, there's no, with this enormous loads in hospitals, this is immense, there's no end into injured pouring in. So we hear this morning a new mass casualty incident with hundreds of casualties. Over 200 cases arrived on 16th of June in a Red Cross field hospital in Al-Mawasi, the highest number received in that facility from one single mass casualty incident. A total of 28 patients were reportedly declared dead. That was yesterday, 6th of June. On 15th of June, the same hospital received 160 patients who reported trying to access, and all actually trying to access the so-called food distribution sites. Now, I want to say something about medical supplies. They're critically low, and WHO has only some scarce supplies left, which we constantly have to prioritize. So more than 50% of all our supplies are depleted. And as the largest medicines and medical supply provider, we must be facilitated to move supplies into Gaza in a cost-effective manner via all possible routes. Otherwise, many medical services will shut down. The biggest supply, not just from WHO, but also from UNFPA, UNICEF, and other partners, is in Al Arish in Egypt. We want this route to be opened for medical supplies. There's currently 33 WHO trucks which which would be able to go from Al Arish into Gaza, and that's around 10 in the West Bank. Now, the West Bank, we had a lot of discussions with Israeli authorities over the last couple of weeks, and goalposts were constantly shifting, and finally we will be allowed to get some of these medical supplies from the West Bank into Gaza, and we hope by later this week and early next week that we will be able to do that. The Ministry of Health reported the shortages in medication supply, zero stock levels at 47% and 65% overall.
You're listening in to this Tuesday morning United Nations Human Rights Council meeting as they are discussing Middle East conflict. On the left side of your screen, the very latest as relates to Israel and Iran. Here is 7:44 on the East Coast. We do need to step aside for another 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Gina Francine. Right now, we want to transition to the very latest of the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Take a good look at your screen. We do know, as we are following the very latest this Tuesday morning, it's day 25 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs case, with one of his former assistants expected to take the stand. It comes as one of the jurors was removed due to inconsistencies over where he lives. We want to check in now with Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti. She joins us live at the courthouse in Lower Manhattan with the very latest this morning. Briella, good morning to you.
Yeah, Gina, good morning to you. A lot of developments to talk about from yesterday because the jury saw videos, 3 videos to be exact, from these freak-offs, one from October 2012, another from October 2014, and another from December 2014, all of them totaling less than, rather a little over 2 minutes. Cassie handed that footage over to the government before testifying as a witness last month, the star witness of this case. So one video was from the day that Diddy allegedly had a freak-off in New York City with Cassie and sex worker Sheree Hayes, known as the Punisher. Prosecutors also showed the jury text messages in which Cassie arranged that meetup, telling him that he would be paid $200 cash. The jurors didn't show much reaction, but one woman put her hand over her eye while another appeared to wince. Yesterday, summary witnesses, or professionals who analyze evidence, took the stand. One of them described messages from Diddy's former chief of staff, alleging that she directly ordered assistants to handle logistics for his stays at luxury hotels, like withdrawing large amounts of cash and picking up drugs. A special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office testified about receipts, hotel bills, and escort services that Diddy allegedly paid for with a credit card, and how employees would stock hotel rooms with freak-off supplies, including Gatorade, the drug Molly, and chicken noodle soup. The defense also wrote a letter to the judge over the weekend trying to convince the judge not to dismiss a 41-year-old member of the jury, but the judge ultimately decided yesterday morning to let that juror go and swapped him with an alternate after conflicting reports about where that man lived, if it was here in New York or in New Jersey. Of course, you've got to live in the Southern District of New York to be a member of that panel. We're also told that another juror is now facing scrutiny for talking about this trial outside of the courtroom and was kept late yesterday for questioning. A judge has yet to rule on whether that person will be removed, but we are waiting to hear some progress on that. For now, we're live, though, outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Gina, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti, always joining us with the very latest and most accurate details. Briella, thank you so much to you and your team. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. And as we are in the Big Apple speaking with Briella, transitioning the shot on your screen to give you a live look outside of our Fox television studios here at 750 on the East Coast, there in Manhattan. We're going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, a few minutes shy from the top of the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast as it is 7:52. I want to get back to this compelling press conference taking place this Tuesday morning out in Geneva, Switzerland, as the United Nations Human Rights Council, they debate and discuss Middle East conflict. Let's continue to listen in, and I'll pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following.
Without fuel, there's no services. And over the last 100 days, no fuel has entered Gaza, and also attempts to retrieve stocks from evacuation zones have been denied. Europe is trying to do the level best and taking an enormous risk to get this done, and it's denial above denial. Now, it's for health, let's say focus on health, combined with the critical supply shortages, this is pushing the health system close to the brink of collapse. So the WHO, the emergency team's partners, forced to ration the last remaining fuel reserves, already disrupting essential services. 17 hospitals, 7 field hospitals, and 43 primary healthcare centers barely running out on a minimum daily fuel, and will soon have none left. And let me explain what that means. Without fuel, all levels of care will cease, leading to more preventable deaths and suffering. So hospitals now, they are already being forced to reduce services. To stretch fuel, the limited amount of fuel, health workers are switching between generators and batteries to power ventilators, dialysis machines, anesthesia equipment, and incubators. If fuel runs out, ICUs, neonatal ICUs, emergency rooms, dialysis units, oxygen plant will shut down, cutting off critical care. But also vaccinations are at risk. Without electricity, cold chain systems in hospitals and WHO warehouses would fail, jeopardizing thousands of vaccine doses. The field hospitals, they are entirely reliant on generators, are struggling to function. Ambulance services, of course, already reduced, could come to a full stop and prevent timely referral, stabilization of patients. The lack of fuel will also impact water and sanitation. Everything is currently very much impacted water supply and sanitation. While water and sanitation don't have to explain how this is related to health. Weakening infection prevention, control of health facilities, and worsening disease spreads across Gaza. So as fuel runs out, WHO ability to sustain operations is at risk. No fuel means EMTs can also not be supported to run service, medicine and supplies cannot be delivered to hospitals, and partners cannot be supported to run facilities. And no medical evacuation or patient transfers can take place. So fuel, top priority, not just for health, for wash, everything related to water and sanitation, and of course for food. That's it from my side. Over to you. Maybe Thanos wants to add something on the latest developments. Thanos, over to you.
Thanks, Rick. Let me just introduce Thanos properly. Just to note that Dr. Thanos Gardagavanis is WHO. He's with WHO. He's a trauma surgeon and emergency officer, and we're very pleased to connect with you, Thanos. And of course, I jumped over Christian Lindemeyer, who you know well, but he's on the call should you have questions specifically for him as well. But over to you now, Thanos, and thanks again for joining us.
Good morning, dear all, and thank you very much for this opportunity. The situation in Gaza is becoming more and more difficult. I know that we have said this numerous times, and I know that words are losing their meaning if you keep repeating and we sound like broken records. However, there's a continuously shrinking operational space for the World Health Organization and for the entire UN in Gaza. What happens right now is that we are not facilitated to deliver at the best of our capacity. We know how to deliver healthcare. We know how to support health actors. We know how to act as a multiplying factor on the field so that health actors on the field are able to deliver at the best of their capacity. However, the shrinking space continuously gets smaller and smaller. Right now, as Dr. Peppercorn has highlighted, the available capacity of inpatients in the entire Gaza Strip has been decreased in a way that we have never seen before. Right now, if at this very moment we have casualties that have to be operated in a fixed operation theater, we have limited access to Nasser Medical Complex, limited access to Al Amal Hospital, that they're both located in Khan Yunis and this is exactly where the evacuation zones have been expanded. And we have only Al-Aqsa Hospital that's closer again in the middle area. In Gaza City, we have Shifa Hospital that is continuously delivering at more than 200% of their maximum capacity. And this continuous pressure in the entire Gaza health system takes us to times where people have to be operated in field hospital. These are suboptimal conditions, uncivilized times, and this will be having an impact on the overall morbidity and mortality in ways that we cannot predict. People often ask when Gaza is going to be out of fuel. Gaza is already out of fuel. Dr. Peppercorn was really vocal that right now we're passing through a phase where hospitals, to ration their use, they're transitioning from generator, batteries, converters, and then again to generators again. So the message is that fuel is already out. Finally, we have all to be aware that the recent food distribution initiatives by non-UN actors every time result in mass casualty incidents. This very moment that we're talking, another food distribution has resulted in numerous fatalities and even more casualties, ending up in Nasser that it's in limited operational capacity because of its position in the evacuation zone. The United Nations know what has to be done in Gaza. We know how to deliver care. We know how to support partners. We know how to do our job. But to make the very best of our presence here, we have to be allowed and facilitated to. Right now, we're facing such issues at every mission of ours that it becomes increasingly frustrating and difficult for us to operate. We have repeatedly requested access to the evacuation zones for a specific number of health facilities, and it has never been granted. Whenever a mission gets forward, it is severely delayed with the excuse of operational priorities on the ground. Civilian population is a priority. This is where we should be focusing upon. Making sure that patients are having the care they deserve, it's what is a priority for us. Happy to be answering in more questions if they're there. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Tanos. And I see, Christian, I don't know if you want to complement these powerful interventions, please do so. I think you also dropped in the chat a tweet from Dr. Tedros last night, which is very powerful and echoes some of which we've just heard from our colleagues from WHO. But let's turn to questions. We'll start with Reuters and then I think Christian. Go ahead, Emma.
Thank you. Good morning, both. Could you give us more details on the latest mass casualty event? I wasn't clear if that was today or yesterday. Run me through the numbers, please, and any detail of what those scenes were like. Thank you.
On the casualties, the one you referred to, I think, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, thank you very much for the question. So Tanos will have probably more specifics, what we understand. So, and that's hundreds of casualties, and that's what we get reported to National Medical Complex. And that National Medical Complex currently, and I got some pictures too, this look really grim. Completely overwhelmed. I mean, like their emergency wards and related to that. So they talk about 100 casualties. I don't know, what's the scope of mortality. And as Tanos just referred to, related to this food distribution sites. Tanos, you might have more details on that, please.
Unfortunately, the breakdown of communications that happens and the lack of being able to follow up in a time-dependent way is not allowing us to be having specific information on the number of casualties. However, we have unconfirmed reports for more than 20 fatalities and more than 30 casualties. And this is, again, the result of another food distribution initiative by a non-UN actor. Over.
Just to clarify if that was today or yesterday, please.
Yeah, if you could clarify if it was today or yesterday.
My apologies, I was not clear. This is today. This is the moment we're talking. This is now.
Thank you very much. So, go ahead, Rick.
Yeah,
sorry.
And just yesterday on the 16th of June, over 200 cases arrived at the Red Cross Field Hospital in Al-Mawasi. And that was the highest number received by the facility in one single mass casualty incident. And a total there, from that was yesterday, 16th of June, total of 28 patients were reportedly declared dead. And on 15th of June, same hospital had received over 170 patients who reported in trying to access the food distribution site. Over to you.
Thank you both, and of course we'll update you colleagues as this situation is still very fluid, but we'll try to get some more clarity on that. Christiane, German News Agency.
Thank you. Dr. Thanos, you basically mentioned the question I was going to ask. We are talking about breaking point and is on the brink of collapse, and that has been the case for a long time. Can you define what the collapse would be? What would that mean? Or at what point do we reach the point of no return, I guess? Thank you.
Yeah, and Thanos will come in as well on this, and more specific because he's been intensely involved over the last 4 weeks, and maybe he also wants to say something of the ongoing activities WHO still is doing. We still do missions, making sure that our scarce replies prioritize go to hospitals. We still take emergency medical teams in and out, and we still have are continuing with this medevac. This week it was cancelled, but last week it was a large medevac as well. So you might say something. I don't like to use, I never use this word because I always got this question, oh, health service collapsed. And I think and I don't want to call it achievement, but yes, it was a huge achievement in an environment as Gaza that's because of the health work, Gaza health works, WHO and partners, somehow the health system, health services was partly to minimal functional, and it constantly shifted. And you've heard many times hospitals like Shifa becoming non-functional, becoming functional. National Medical Complex, but when was it? In February 24, becoming non-functional with the siege, etc. We had to take out, the WHO took out the last 120 patients, 180 patients, 80 staff, and then become functional. European Gaza Hospital now non-functional. The hospitals in Rafah were already non-functional. What I say at the moment, the number of these facilities are shrinking, and where you see where the people are, like a bit more than 1 million in the south, and a little less, maybe 1 million in the north. If you look at the south, Nasser Medical Complex by far the most important hospital. It's even difficult to access for WHO. We have really, and Thomas can say something about that, difficult to access that. Now, you need this hospital with fixed OTs, operation theaters, everything as a proper to make sure that you even can handle these mass casualties incidents in a little better way. Now, that is slipping away, and these hospitals are completely overwhelmed. And then there's also a combination of the lack of specific supplies and everything related to trauma, and IV, and antibiotics, etc. While supplies are there, they're not getting in. And then, of course, for not just health, but very important for health, the fuel. And I think we'd be quite specific on that. Now, point of no return, I want to discuss that, because there is still a number of hospitals, partly functionals, there's field hospitals, etc. And we will keep going as long as it is feasible. But the two areas which should get in, fuel first, and of course those specific medical supplies. What will be, of course, really helpful, that we will not have mass casualty incidents anymore, and that we move towards a ceasefire. Thanos, you want to be more specific, because it's a difficult question. What does it mean when it is beyond breaking point?
Thanks, Rick. Let's hope we still have Thanos with us, because he did drop a line in the chat saying the connectivity was a bit of a... I'm seeing that we may have lost him. If he is able to reconnect, of course, we still have a couple of questions, so we can go back to him. But thank you again, Rick. Who's next? Okay, Robin, AFP.
Thank you. Rick, on those mass casualties, can you say who is causing these mass casualties of people trying to access aid? The patients that come in, what injuries specifically are they coming in with? And do you know where these incidents are taking place? Are they happening outside the distribution points, or are they happening inside the distribution points? Thank you.
Yeah, so I need to get more details on that. And I think Thanos already, within Derabala and a team, when I ask him more specifics on what's happening in Nasser, he struggles to get the full details. So I find it difficult. I don't want to answer something and then, like, I'm correct. If this is outside or within or outside or somewhere around that, what we have seen happening that's around those distribution points, for whatever reasons, there is a lot of turmoil and a lot of violence. And we get a lot of casualties. And I think there's been all kind of types of trauma coming into the hospitals, but I need to get more specific. So if Thanos would be back, he might be able to address that. But I don't have the complete details on that one.
My apologies. My internet connectivity is really bad. Can I please have the question again? Over.
Yeah, it's Thanos. It's about good that you're there. About two things. When is it beyond breaking point? I try to address that, so don't spend too much. But the second one is on the casualties, which we see in relation to this food distribution. Where does it happen? Within the sites, outside the site, and what type of injuries is being seen?
Okay, so regarding the collapse of the health system, we are walking the fine gray line between operational capacity and full disaster every day. This means that services are barely available, and this means that health workers, supplies, fuel, all these assets that are very necessary for a health system to be fully operational and be able to support the needs of the most vulnerable ones, now is underperforming. It's underperforming for a series of factors, not for just one thing. The war brings along other worsening factors. It's really difficult to be saying that the system is on the brink of collapse now, before, and link it to a specific time frame. But I want all of us to understand that we are walking already the fine line that separates disaster from saving lives. Right now, the shrinking humanitarian space makes every health activity way more difficult than the previous day. Now, regarding the mass casualty incidents linked to the food distribution, there's a constant correlation with the positions of the 4 announced food distribution spots all along the strip and the mass casualty incidents. ICRC Field Hospital in Rafah receives the major bulk of casualties and fatalities from the food distribution that takes place in Rafah. Nasser Medical Complex is receiving the major bulk of fatalities and casualties that from the food distribution that happens in Khan Yunis. And when it comes to Netzarim corridor, the food distribution, both north and south health facilities are receiving casualties and fatalities. I'm not sure whether I have addressed the questions appropriately, but happy to be coming back with more details and figures over number of casualties and fatalities. Thank you.
Robin, go ahead.
Would you be able to say what injuries people are coming in with? What are the sort of traumas that you're seeing? And can you say who is causing these casualties? Do you know who's causing them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we often say, WHO is not a forensic agency, which means that we're not in a position to clearly identify from the nature of the injury who's causing them. What we can say, though, is that we're talking of gunshot wound injuries, and we're talking of very few incidents of shrapnel injuries. Over.
Let me just jump in and say, of course, we've been saying since the beginning of this scheme that it is this is not working. It's not a safe way to deliver aid. We've been saying this repeatedly. No one should be put in a position where they're trying to get life-saving aid to be putting their lives at risk to do so. And this is what's happening. So this is something which we've said at the beginning, before the scheme began. This is what we say now, and the evidence is there. I think the world has seen what is happening. So this is something that must stop and must stop now. The fighting must stop. So thank you very much, colleagues. And of course, if you provide any more information from your points of view on the ground, we'd be very grateful to receive that from you. We still have some questions. Let's go to Jérémy Lange from Radio France Internationale.
A question on the casualties. It seems like there's still like the GHF distribution still leads to casualties. But I would like to know if you have seen any difference since last Friday regarding combats and bombardments in Gaza. Meaning, like since the start of the war between Israel and Iran, have you seen less fighting and less bombardments?
If I can take it?
Tanos, please.
No. Unfortunately, we have not seen a change in the pattern, and we have not seen a change in the number of incidents, security incidents. So, not major change. Over.
All right, no, thank you for that. Further questions in the room? We have a couple of on.
All right, as they continue the question and answer portion out in Geneva, Switzerland, I want to explain the boxes on your screen. You're getting a look there as the United Nations Human Rights Council, they discuss Middle East conflict. On the right side of your screen, we're following breaking news this Tuesday morning. A live look out in Kyiv, Ukraine, as we're following the very latest, a Russian drone and missile attack early this Tuesday. Tragic news as we are learning that attack killed at least 15 in Ukraine, injured over 116 people. That bottom box brings us back stateside, a live look out in Washington, D.C., outside of the White House, as President Donald Trump did arrive back this morning from the G7 summit. That happened around 5 o'clock this morning Eastern time. Here at 8:14 on the East Coast, we're going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. This Tuesday morning here at 8:17 on the East Coast, we are following some breaking news as it relates to President Donald Trump. I want you to take a good look at your screen. This just in from the New York Post as they report a former Coast Guard officer has been arrested after allegedly threatening to assassinate President Donald Trump. They got that report from the FBI. As we discuss this breaking news, I do want to transition to give you a live look at the White House this Tuesday morning. We are following the very latest from our content partners also at Fox News this Tuesday. They report a former Coast Guard lieutenant was recently arrested for allegedly making threats to kill President Donald Trump, according to court documents obtained by Fox News. The suspect, Virginia resident Peter Stinson, served as an officer in the United States Coast Guard from 1988 to 2021. Fox News reports he was a sharpshooter as well as a FEMA instructor during that time. The article goes on to say in an affidavit filed Friday, a task force officer from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, revealed details about the myriad of online threats that Stinson allegedly made. In one instance, Stinson reportedly wrote that Trump needed to be taken out on May 9th. The post was a reference to Luigi Mangione, accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last year. The article goes on to say that Stinson allegedly made graphic threats against Trump involving guns, poisoning, and even knives on multiple social media platforms. Stinson also allegedly referenced not having the necessary skills to successfully complete an assassination, but also suggested that he wasn't being entirely truthful. The document also alleges this morning that Stinson made several references to 8647, which government officials say is likely in reference to an Instagram post made by former FBI Director James Comey. The document states, quote, the post by Comey was interpreted in the news media as a violent threat to President Trump and prompted an investigation by the Department of Homeland Security and the U.S. Secret Service. Stinson has made since 13 additional posts on Blue Sky, including the text 8647. The affidavit also alleges that Stinson has self-identified as a member of Antifa. Back on February 2nd, Stinson allegedly posted on his X account, sure, this is war. Sides will be drawn. Antifa always wins in the end. Violence is inherently necessary, end quote. The most recent post referenced in the document was posted on Blue Sky back on June 11th, when Stinson allegedly wrote, when he dies, the party is going to be huge. So that's just a few days ago. But again, this breaking news just coming into our live now from Fox Studios. Stinson was charged with making threats to kill the president and is slated to make an initial appearance in federal court Wednesday, which is tomorrow. And if you're just now tuning in, this is in reference to a former Coast Guard officer arrested after allegedly threatening to assassinate the commander-in-chief, President Donald Trump. As you can imagine, this is a developing story, so make sure to stay tuned to Live Now from Fox for the very latest developments. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Continuing with your top stories of the day, we head back out to Geneva, Switzerland, as this Tuesday morning, the United Nations Human Rights Council, they discuss Middle East conflict.
Of course, Christian, if there's anything that's lacking, please do furnish that information to our journalists here. So thank you once again, Rick and Tanos. Well, we're going to switch now to the DRC. Merci pour votre présence ici, de participation de Monsieur François Morillon. He's the ICRC head of delegation in the DRC, who is going to speak to the situation of health, staking on the situation of health in the region of Kivu in the DRC. So over to you, Monsieur Morillon.
Merci beaucoup. Ah, pardon. Comme cela vous a été signalé, le motif de ma présence aujourd'hui à Genève a pour but de vous instruire sur une évaluation, une étude qui a été menée par le CICR dans le domaine de la santé à l'est de la RDC, plus particulièrement au nord et au sud Kivu. Mais peut-être avant de vous présenter ces principales conclusions, je souhaiterais revenir un peu sur le contexte dans lequel cette
All right, so right now you can see they have transitioned to speak about health concerns in French. But we do want to stay on top of this top story, the Israeli-Iran conflict. You see the details there on the left side of your screen. Early this Tuesday morning, we were out in Strasbourg, France, as King Abdullah II of Jordan, he delivered an address before European lawmakers as it relates to the Israeli-Iran conflict. Take a listen.
Ripping countries and communities apart in sectarian conflicts and inflicting suffering across the world. Your words echoed through this House and beyond, and the urgency of our shared responsibility against the threat of extremism has only since grown. 5 years ago, as the globe faced further crises, you were here to remind us all that a life spent in the service of others is a life fully lived, but only if we meet the expectations of the people we represent. Words that mattered to then to us all, and that ring true still today. Your Majesty, on behalf of this House, I want to commend you and your great country for its commitment to stability and peace in the Middle East. We appreciate Jordan's critical efforts in reducing regional tensions, in pushing for a ceasefire in Gaza, in supporting the West Bank, in all you have done for the sick, in the need for the return of hostages, for facilitating so much urgently needed humanitarian aid to those who so desperately need it, and for your unwavering support for Palestinian and Syrian refugees and a two-state solution as a path to lasting peace. The G7 has reiterated this week that Iran should not have a nuclear bomb, and with what we have witnessed between Israel and Iran in recent days and its potential spillover effects, Jordan's role has become even more vital. The challenges call for stronger ties and a renewed relationship between Europe and the Middle East as we push for broad de-escalation. So, Your Majesty, Jordan is not only a great friend to this Parliament, but an important partner for the European Union. We welcome the EU-Jordan Comprehensive and Strategic Partnership that was signed earlier this year. It represents an important political milestone in our bilateral relations and reflects our shared commitment towards regional stability and economic cooperation. In this Parliament, we look forward to further building on it, on values, on market access, on trade. Because while our people may come from different countries, as you see before you, they may carry different histories and hold different perspectives. Ultimately, they all want the same things. They want peace, they want to feel safe, they want a fair chance to succeed. The same aspirations that our partnership aims to secure. So, Your Majesty, it is my true pleasure, great pleasure, to inform you that the floor is now yours. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Madam President, honorable members, Your Excellencies, thank you all, and it is an honor, as always, to be here to address the European Parliament. My friends, 5 years ago, I stood at this podium and spoke of the urgent need to find political solutions to conflicts, to restore confidence in global justice, and help people, especially young people, find hope and opportunity. Since then, multiple political, technological, and economic upheavals have tested our international community. A global pandemic, new security threats, unprecedented technological acceleration, rampant hypercharged misinformation, and a raging war in Ukraine and a cruel one on Gaza. And now the attacks on Iran, which threaten a dangerous escalation of tensions in my region and beyond. We are living through wave after wave of disruption without pause. It is no wonder our world feels untethered, like it has lost its moral gravity. Rules are unraveling, truth shifts by the hour, hatred and division thrive, and moderation and universal values are losing ground to ideological extremes. In the chaos, we risk forgetting who we are and what we stand for. But it is precisely at these junctures of history that we must recommit to our values. Because when the world loses its moral bearings, we lose our shared sense of right and wrong, of what is just and what is cruel. And when that happens, conflict is never far behind. History teaches us that wars are rarely just about territory. They are battles over worldviews, over which ideas and ideals will shape our future. And Europe understands that. After World War II, it made a choice to rebuild not just its cities, but its founding pillars. The people of Europe were determined to leave the past in the past and build a new era of peace. They chose human dignity over domination, values over vengeance, law over might, cooperation over conflict. In the wake of war, Europe realized that real security does not lie in the strength of armies, but in the strength of shared values. And that peace imposed by force or fear would never last. Equally, you chose to recognize that what you had in common was far greater than what set you apart. Today, so must our global community. We know that disputes and differences are a human reality, that the challenges we face will only get more complex, and that disruptions are the hallmark of our age. But it's how we handle them and the values we anchor ourselves to that count. Throughout Arab and European history, respect, responsibility, goodwill, and good faith have guided collaborations that led to our mutual good. And they can guide our response to today's challenges as well. Speaking from this podium, and many others in the last 2 decades, I have sought to shed light on the values we share, many rooted in our different faiths, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. The values of compassion, justice, and equality, the moral teachings passed to us over generations that call on us to love our neighbors, to protect children and the innocent, to aid the poor and injured, to care for God's earth, and more. In Jordan, our firm belief in these common values, grounded in our history and heritage, drives our national principles of tolerance and mutual respect. And we are proud to be home to the baptism site of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, at Bethany beyond the Jordan. Our Muslim country is home to a historic Christian community, and all our citizens share in building our nation. The same call to goodwill lies behind the Hashemite custodianship of Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem. Whose historical and multi-religious identity we have vowed to protect from attack. Indeed, our commitment echoes a promise to the people of Jerusalem made many centuries ago. The Pact of Omar ordered Muslims to respect and protect the city's churches and not harm a priest, nor kill a child, woman, or elder. And 1,000 years later, the Geneva Conventions made these tenets universal. Recent events have called them into question. But we must ensure that these values and principles stand the tests of time and turmoil. My friends, when I was last in this hall, I shared my conviction that there is always a better version of us around every corner. 80 years ago, you turned that corner. You chose a better Europe. And for the longest time, the choices you made helped shape a more stable, principled world. Today, that world is in moral decline. A shameful version of our humanity is unfolding before our eyes in real time. And our global values are unraveling at a shocking pace with devastating consequences. Nowhere is that clearer than in Gaza. A place where the world has stood at countless corners, each an opportunity to become something better. And time after time, it failed to do so. Think back to 2023, the first Israeli attacks and raids on a hospital in Gaza. This sparked global shock and outrage. Since then, the World Health Organization has documented nearly 700 attacks on Gaza's healthcare facilities. How is it that what was considered an atrocity just 20 months ago is now so commonplace it barely registers? What version of our humanity allows the unthinkable to become routine, permits weaponizing famine against children, normalizes the targeting of health workers, journalists and civilians seeking refuge in camps? 20 months. That should alarm us all, but not surprise us. Because when our global community fails to bridge the gap between principle and action, when values are not practiced, they become performative, abstract, and expendable. We are at another defining crossroad in our history, one that demands a choice: power or principle, the rule of law or the rule of force, decline or renewal, because that is what's at stake for everyone. This is not just about Gaza, and it is not just another political moment. It is a struggle over who we are as a global community and who we will become. This year is likely to be a time of pivotal decisions for our entire world. Europe's leadership will be vital in choosing the right course, and you can count on Jordan as your staunch partner. There are two essential areas for action. First is supporting development, because a thriving Middle East creates opportunities that benefits us all. But as we have seen time and again, that reality cuts both ways. When hope is diminished, the consequences ripple across borders. Second is strong, coordinated action to ensure global security. Our mutual security won't be assured until our global community acts not only to end the 3-year war in Ukraine, but also the world's longest and most destructive flashpoint, the 8-decade-long Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Because, my friends, Palestinians, like all people, deserve the right to freedom, sovereignty, and, yes, statehood. What is happening in Gaza today defies international law, moral standards, and our common values. And we are witnessing transgression after transgression in the West Bank, with the situation worsening by the day. If our global community fails to act decisively, we become complicit in rewriting what it means to be human. Because if Israeli bulldozers continue to illegally demolish Palestinian homes, olive groves, and infrastructure, so too will they flatten the guardrails that define moral conduct. And now, with Israel's expansion of its offensive to include Iran, there is no telling where the boundaries of this battleground will end. And that, my friends, is a threat to people everywhere. Ultimately, this conflict must end. And the only viable solution is one grounded in a just peace, international law, and mutual recognition. And my friends, the path to our better selves cannot be paved by technological advancements, scientific breakthroughs, or political triumphs alone. It is forged by the choices we make each day as individuals and as leaders. The path to peace has been walked before. It can be again, if we have the courage to choose it and the will to walk it together. Thank you.
You heard it there in full out in Strasbourg, France this Tuesday as King Abdullah II of Jordan delivered an address before EU lawmakers as it relates to Middle East conflict. He specifically spoke about Israel and Iran's conflict, and on the left side of your screen, we do have a detailed breakdown. 8:43 is the time. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to step aside for another 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox here at 8:45 on the East Coast, taking you out to the Big Apple there in Manhattan outside of our Fox television studios. And moments ago, the Israeli ambassador to the UN spoke on Fox News in a detailed interview about conflict in the Middle East. Take a listen.
Nations, Danny Danone. Ambassador, your thoughts about what America has been doing to this point in the level of cooperation between the two countries.
Good morning, Brian. Thank you for having me. You know, we thank the U.S. for their support. Right. You know, I thought in the Security Council on Friday, when we got the support from the U.S., you know, this is our war. We are fighting Iran. It is about time that the others will decide what's good for them. We are not going to tell the U.S. what to do. It will be a decision of the U.S. and other countries, by the way, because Iran is not a threat only to Israel. You know, they chant death to America, death to Israel, death to the Sunnis, death to the Christians. So we are doing the fight for others.
So when they talk about the coordination between the U.S. and Israel, some have speculated, including the editor of the Jerusalem Post yesterday, that you guys can't finish the job without us, that you're going to need the bunker busters to blow up Fordo. And if you don't blow up Fordo, the whole campaign's not worth it, because they'll just recalibrate and be back there in a few years.
First, you know, let's look what happened in the last 4 days. You know, within 4 days, we pushed Iran regime back years back. So we continue now. You know, as we speak, our plans, our Air Force is acting in Iran.
Right now?
Right now, yes. And we have very impressive results on the ground. So we will continue, and you will see more results. But, you know, when you look at the size of Israel and compare it to the size of Iran, we are a tiny country, by 9 million people compared to 90 million Iranians. And the size of Iran, it's a huge country. So we have limited capabilities, but we punch high.
So one thing he did, and one thing the Prime Minister's been doing, is talking directly to the Iranian people who seem to hate their government and have been stuck with it since 1979. Here's you addressing in Farsi the Iranian people and the message you tried to get out.
People of Iran, our fight is not against you. Rather, it is against the regime that oppresses you. We fight the same regime that murders your daughters for demanding freedom. The same regime that suppresses your voices, poisons your rivers, burns your votes, and sends your sons to die for its delusions.
So
Brian, before that, I said exactly in Farsi. And it's important to say it. We love the Iranian people. We respect them. We pray for them. They suffer from the regime. And 46 years ago, before the revolution, we had amazing ties with the Iranian people. You had flights between Tel Aviv to Tehran. And I wish that that day will come soon. And I get many messages from people in Iran telling us, finish the job. We want freedom. We want to live a normal life in Iran.
Any sign that the unrest has spilled into the streets with all the death of the commanders, the Quds Force members, and the elimination of so many, basically their entire Air Force and missile defense?
Well, we see a lot, but it's up to them to decide what they are doing, how they are doing it. And I think, they suffer so much. You look at the poverty in Iran. Imagine they spend tens of billions of dollars building a war machine, sending it to the proxies. They give money to the Houthis, to Hezbollah, to Hamas. And what happened in Iran? They have no life, no heating in the winter. And they suffer. So I think, and I pray for them, that they will lead for a change.
Right. Women would love some rights and maybe a future. They're a very highly educated society. Ambassador, perilous times. Thanks so much for
Thank you very
out
much.
for us.
Thank you.
And you did point out, too, that France, as much as they've been anti-Israel, are very anti-Iran. So they're in support of
Many countries tell us thank you about what we're doing now.
Right. Including ours. United Nations, Danny.
All right, so that was the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon, speaking on the Israel-Iran conflict there with Fox News, and here at 8:50 on the East Coast, giving you a live look outside of the Fox News television studios. We are going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. 8:52 is the time. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. I've been here for the past few hours giving you all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course your live events of the day. And we do want to stick with the top story of the Israel-Iran conflict. I want to give you a live look out in the Middle East on this Tuesday morning. A live look, a very windy camera shot there out in central Israel, Tel Aviv skyline there in the distance. And as we further discuss what world leaders are saying about this conflict, we do want to transition and head out to Brussels, Belgium, where the European Commission Vice President and High Representative for Foreign Affairs, she held a news conference this Tuesday after holding an emergency meeting with European foreign ministers over the situation between Israel and Iran. Take a listen.
Bien. Bon après-midi, good afternoon. Welcome to the press conference following the informal video conference of EU foreign ministers on the situation in the Middle East. The High Representative will debrief you on the discussions with the ministers, and then we will open the floor to your questions. High Representative, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good day, everybody. So we just concluded the Extraordinary Foreign Affairs Council on the situation in the Middle East with the EU foreign ministers. Over the past 5 days, Israel and Iran have traded attacks, and this has raised the risk of wider conflict in the region. So today's meeting provided the opportunity to share views and coordinate our diplomatic efforts. Ministers called on all sides to abide by international law, exercise restraint, and avoid actions that could spiral out of control. We all agreed the urgent need for de-escalation. Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and diplomacy is the solution to prevent this, and EU will play its part. I also took note of the support of the EU ministers on the European Union and my involvement in the de-escalation, so I will spare no efforts in this respect. Then that is why we also agree that diplomatic solution is the best way to address Iran's nuclear program in the long run, and Europe stands ready to play its part. Last week, the International Atomic Energy Agency declared Iran in breach of its non-proliferation obligations. We cannot be lenient when Iran accelerates its nuclear program. Today, ministers also discussed concrete actions the EU is taking in this crisis. We have activated the civil protection mechanisms, and we are assisting member states to evacuate their citizens that wish to leave. In parallel, we stand ready to deploy civil protection experts, and our naval operation Aspides continues to protect merchant ships from Houthi attacks while providing valuable situational awareness. Ministers also discussed the impact of the crisis on global energy markets. The war has heightened risks, and as President von der Leyen has said, the EU stands ready to coordinate with partners to protect market stability. And finally, ministers were clear that we will not let our focus on Gaza slip. We again call for immediate full aid access, ceasefire, and the release of hostages. And of course, we will discuss this matter deeply in the Foreign Affairs Council that is taking place on Monday. Lastly, Russian forces yesterday carried out one of the most devastating airstrikes on Kiev in the war so far, with 14 casualties and many still missing. Russia remains unrelenting in its attacks, targeting civilians and prolonging its war. This is yet another sign Russia is just not interested in peace, so we must keep up the pressure. Thank you. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, High Representative. We will start with Andrew Reuters.
Thank you, High Representative. Andrew Gray from Reuters. Can you say whether the ministers today agreed or discussed anything that would materially influence the calculus of either side in this conflict? If so, what can or will the EU do to do that? And if not, what is the purpose of meetings like this?
Yes. I mean, for me, it's also important that when we have the meetings, there are clear outcomes. And today, the clear outcome was the coordination that we do for our own citizens to evacuate them from there. We have member states that have, planes evacuating. We have member states who don't have planes, and we coordinate the efforts so that our citizens are safe. That is one thing. The other discussion, of course, is what can we do to really help the de-escalation? And there it was clear that now, as the Iran and US talks have run into some kind of a standstill, then actually European Union and Europe as such has a role to play. Yesterday we had a call with the E3 ministers, myself and also the Iranian minister, and to see what more can we do to really sit down and de-escalate. As all of us agree, it's a diplomatic solution that is the only one also for the Iran nuclear program. Thank you.
Thank you. Vitaly Sizov, UATV. You mentioned attack on Kiev. At this background, what do you think about idea to engage with Russia to mediate this conflict? And is it idea of decrease the price cap on oil actual, because the situation is influence the market of oil and the price is higher than it was before? Thank you.
Thank you. Clearly, Russia is not anybody, or Mr. Putin or President Putin is not somebody who can talk about peace. Well, we see actions like this, and he's not a mediator that can really be considered. And we have to keep in mind that Iran has helped Russia to do these attacks also against Ukraine. And their cooperation is working in this regard. So no, Russia cannot be mediator if they don't really believe in peace. And then on the oil price cap, actually, I think that we should move forward with the oil price cap, especially because of the tensions also in the Middle East. The whole idea of the oil price cap is actually to lower the prices. I think we shouldn't end up in a situation where the situation in the Middle East will increase the oil prices and actually also make Russia to earn more, because that means that they are able to fund their war machine again in a bigger scale. So we definitely need to move on with the oil price cap. Thank you.
Thank you. Noureddin?
We're listening in here to some comments that were made earlier today by the EU Commission Vice President Kallas discussing the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran as those strikes do continue. Thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday, June 17th. And thank you to my colleague, Jean Francine, for guiding you throughout the day's top stories. My name is Coral Lahara, and I'll be doing the same for the next several hours. We're going to stick with some of these international conflicts, but more focused on what President Trump is saying. We did see that he is making his way back to Washington, D.C., landing in Maryland early this morning at Joint Base Andrews, where right before he got off of Air Force One, he did speak to some of the reporters that ride along with him, answering several questions and also discussing why he decided to leave the G7 summit early. And that comes as today, later on, we were expecting a news conference being held from President Trump. He was also set to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, but all of that has changed at this moment as President Trump has decided to come back here to the U.S. to deal with the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Let's listen to some of those comments that he made earlier today.
I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
You're looking to get into this more. You're not going to involve the U.S. in this conflict. You're going to do anything more for Israel right now?
We're doing pretty well right now. We're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
Is there any new concern about U.S. troops or assets in the region at all today?
Great people, they know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better,
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard, then the gloves are off so beautifully. No, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Are you sending the vice?
Yeah, we're not troops.
When you say
Do you plan to send the vice president and Steve Witkoff? There's reports that you want to send the vice president and Steve Witkoff to meet with the Iranians and have discussions. Is that something you're considering?
Not sure yet. I may. Depends on what happens when I get back.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that would be permanent?
Yeah, or giving up entirely. That's okay, too.
Are you close there? Is that possible? Is that possible in the next 24
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible, yeah.
Has the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Secretary of Defense drawn up plans for you if Iran were to attack U.S. bases or do any damage to U.S. bases?
Just can't tell you.
Can I ask you, because there's been some skepticism, is there any guarantee that if the U.S. did get involved militarily, that a U.S. bomb could destroy Iran's nuclear program and facilities?
Use of everything or anything on life, you know that. Look at you, right? There's no guarantee. But you're saying a guarantee on what?
Do you think if the U.S. got involved militarily, it would actually wipe out Iran's nuclear program? Or where's your assessment of that?
I hope their program's going to be wiped out long before that. But they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
Do you have any reason to believe the Israelis are going to slow down, or are they going to hit the accelerator right now?
Well, we're going to see. You're going to find out over the next 2 days, right? You're going to find out.
Has the Gang of Eight...
Nobody's slowed up so far.
Has the Gang of Eight been notified about what's coming in the next couple days?
Well, we'll be talking to them.
What can you do?
It's not necessary.
What can you do in Washington that you couldn't do in Canada?
Just be a little bit, I think, more well-versed. Not having to use telephones so much because I don't believe in telephones. There's people like you listen to them, you know. So being on the scene is much better. And we did everything I had to do on the G7. We had a good G7. We signed the deal with the European Union, phase one of a deal. But we signed the deal with the UK. And the UK is really great. We're very far down the line with a lot of deals. I mean, look, we're actually finished with every deal if you really think about it, because all I have to do is say this is what
a joint statement on the Middle East. What changed about that convinced you to sign on to the G7 joint statement?
Well, I haven't seen the statement yet, but I authorized them to say certain things. I don't know whether or not they said them correctly, but I think they probably did. We had a good meeting. I think that Canadian representatives were very good. He did a very good job.
How are the
Carney did a very good job.
How was your meeting with him? How were the trade talks looking with you?
I think it was good. I think we had a lot of good talks with a lot of people.
You said he's looking for something more complex. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Well, they get too complex on the deals and they never get done. And we need speed. You know, we're dealing with really, if you think about it, probably 175 countries. And most of them are going to just be sent a letter saying, it'll be an honor to trade with you, and here's what you're going to have to pay to do it. We're making a lot of money. You know, we took in $88 billion in tariffs, and I was called by Congress about 2 nights ago saying, we don't understand, the numbers are so far off. And I said, is that good or bad? He says, well, we're taking in so much more income than we thought. We've never seen anything like this. What is it? I said, check the tariff column. And it's about $88 billion that they've never seen before. And that's nothing compared to what it's going to be.
You've got other tariffs coming down the pipe here.
I have a lot of them, yeah.
What's the timing on those things like lumber, copper, pharmaceutical drugs?
Yeah, we're going to be doing pharmaceuticals very soon. That's going to bring all the companies back into America.
All of them, or focusing on?
It's going to bring most of them back in, at least partially back in. You know, they left us because we had presidents that didn't know what the hell they were doing. We should have never lost our car business. We lost 52% of our car business over the years. Should have never lost it. All they had to do is say, if you make a car, you're going to leave us, you're going to make a car, you're going to pay a 25, 30% tariff, and they would have never left. Nobody said that to anybody until I came along.
Homeland Security is saying that ICE is going to start enforcing in hotels and farms again. Is that a change of course from last week?
Well, we're going to look everywhere, but I think the biggest problem is the inner cities. We're looking everywhere. Look, what they let into this country, what Biden let in, that were allowed to, I don't think he knew what the hell he was doing, frankly, but whoever worked for him, what they let into this country, we're never going to forget it. They let prisoners in, they let gang members in, drug dealers in, the mentally insane into our country. No, we're going to get them out. There are far more in the inner cities, Democrat-run cities, sadly. I mean, I'm just giving you, there's far more in there than you have on a farm or someplace.
And no one's getting exemptions anymore. Everyone is.
Well, everyone's being looked at, but the bigger problem is the cities right now. That's where you are. And that tends to be where the really bad ones are. The murderers. You know, they've let in 11,888 murderers. People that killed people. Biden allowed that to happen. So the Democrats allowed it to happen. Biden didn't know he was even around.
Question on your Senate confirmations. With all the military actions, there are only 3 of your 6 sub-cabinet members at the Defense Department.
I'd like to see the nominations go faster. The Democrats hold up our nominations.
Are you going to talk to Senator
Yeah, I will. And John Thune's doing a very good job. You know, I've got a lot of people in, but he's doing a very good job. The Democrats, if we had George Washington up for approval, the Democrats would take maximum time, every hour, every minute, to delay him as long as possible. If we had a combination of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, they would go max. It's called max time.
Mr. President, you've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon. But how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having one.
I got us one on. You were at this beautiful scene for the meeting, and you said a lot about acquiring Canada as a state. Did anybody talk to you about that? And where
I think it's a much better deal from Canada, but you know, it's up to them. They're going to have to pay a lot of tariffs and things. They're going to have to pay a lot of money for the dome, for the Iron Dome. They want to be a part of it. We may make a separate deal on that, by the way. We discussed that, yeah, on the dome. That may be a separate deal. They want to be at $71 billion. They're going to pay.
There could be a dome thing separate from the tariff.
They'll be in the dome. Yeah, they'll be under the dome.
And were you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate now.
Do you think you'll be in the Situation Room tomorrow at any point?
Yeah. Tomorrow morning, girl, while you're sleeping. Goodbye, everybody.
Why did you tell people to evacuate Tehran? You know, you posted evacuate.
Yeah, I think it's safer. There's a lot of bad things happening there. No, I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
On Minnesota, there were a lot of horrific details that came out today about the suspect who's been charged there. Have you called the governor yet or been able to speak to any of them?
I don't really call him. Look, he appointed this guy to a position. I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out. I'm not calling him. Why would I call him? I could call him and say, hi, how you doing? The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. So, you know, I could be nice and call him, but why waste time?
On the big, beautiful bill, sir, can you talk about what the
We're
Senate...
doing well with the big...
How's it looking in the Senate?
The great, big, beautiful bill. Right?
Are you okay with their changes?
I hear so far it's going well.
Are you going to stand?
Look, if it doesn't get approved, 68% tax increase, and I think the Democrats would have to, you know, they'd be, because we won't get Democrat support. Think of it. We're giving the biggest tax cut in history. Instead, you have the biggest tax increase in history. 68%.
Are you going to extend the TikTok deadline again?
Probably, yeah. Probably have to get China approval. I think we'll get it.
You have the legal basis.
I think President Xi will ultimately approve it.
And you have the legal basis to do that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we do.
Two more on Iran. Is there any sign that North Korea is getting more involved in helping Iran, or is Russia getting more involved in that?
I haven't seen it. I don't think anybody wants to get involved. It's a mess.
What about American citizens, U.S. citizens who are trying to leave the area with the airport shut down, Ben Gurion shut down?
We're doing the best we can with it. We're working on that. We're doing the best we can. Thank you, everybody, very much. Have a good time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline.
So you just heard there some of the comments that President Trump said while he was aboard Air Force One right before getting off of the plane after departing from the G7 summit in Canada earlier than expected. President also issuing this statement via Truth Social saying, quote, "I have not reached out to Iran for peace talks in any way, shape, or form. This is just more highly fabricated fake news. If they want to talk, they know how to reach me. They should have taken the deal that was on the table. Would have saved a lot of lives." Now, it is reported that later on today, the president will be meeting with his National Security Council and their team there to discuss this ongoing conflict and see what may come next. We'll be right back.
At Strayer University, we help students like you go from will I to why not. For over 130 years, we've been innovating higher education to make it more affordable, accessible, and attainable so you can reach your goals. Go from thinking, can I, to yes, I can, and keep striving. Visit strayer.edu to learn more. Strayer University is certified to operate in Virginia by Chev and has many campuses, including at 2121 15th Street North in Arlington, Virginia.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in with us here at Live Now from Fox, as we want to take you straight out to this, another live image that we're just getting into our newsroom. This is live picture over there in Tel Aviv in Israel, but we are following all of these breaking news developments regarding the ongoing conflict between Iran and Israel. And right now we are seeing that the Israeli foreign minister answering questions from some of the press at one of the sites that was struck hard by those Iranian attacks.
I ask you, how many missiles have been launched since Friday, that was the start of the operation, and how many missiles have landed in Israel, and how many have been stopped by the Iron Dome?
We have, I cannot give you now the accurate number, but certainly hundreds of missiles. We knew when we decided on Thursday night this historic decision that we will face damages, that we will face casualties, but we also knew that there is a price not taking that decision. And that decision was taken in the last possible moment, a decision which is crucial to ensure the future and the security of the State of Israel.
Next question. Yes, please.
You said the third objective is to get rid of the plan, Iran's plan.
Severely damage Iran's eliminations plan.
So how do you do that without changing the regime?
We are doing that gradually. First, we cut the hands of the octopus when we dealt with Hamas and Hezbollah. Now we are dealing with the head of the octopus. We are dealing with the most significant threats, and there are the ballistic threats and the nuclear threat, and those threats are combined with their allies to the Iranian axis. And while we are taking this operation, we are no doubt getting a progress in achieving this objective.
Next question. Yes. Other questions?
One idea.
You already asked.
Yeah. Yes, please.
What is your
We are facing difficult days, but the people of Israel support this operation because the people of Israel totally understand it is vital to ensure the future of this state. So I'm saying to them, we will face these difficult days, we will face these casualties as well, but we will ensure the future of the State of Israel for a very, very long time.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay.
Listening there live to some of these comments that the Israeli foreign minister had to say regarding the recent Iranian attacks. And you can see there that he was providing this latest information in that statement at one of those sites. This also comes as the Associated Press is reporting recently that the International Atomic Energy Agency said it believes Israeli airstrikes on Iran's Natanz enrichment site have had direct impacts on the facility's underground centrifuge halls. The strikes are part of an air campaign Israel launched against its longtime foe 5 days ago, targeting Iran's military and nuclear program. Taking you out back here to this wider view over in Tel Aviv as I continue on with more of this reporting from the AP. Now, this marks the first time that the United Nations nuclear watchdog has assessed damage from the strikes in the underground parts there in Iran, which is the main enrichment facility of its nuclear program. Already, an above-ground enrichment hall has been destroyed, as well as electrical equipment that powered the facility. Now, Israel continued to pound Iran Tuesday, while President Trump posted an ominous message warning Tehran residents to evacuate. Writing Monday night, he said, quote, "Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon." And he said that right before returning to Washington, D.C., early from that G7 summit that was happening in Canada. Now, he went on to say, quote, "Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran." The president later denied he had rushed back to work on a ceasefire, telling reporters on Air Force One, quote, "I'm not looking at a ceasefire. We're looking at better than a ceasefire." Earlier, the Israeli military had called for some 330,000 residents of a neighborhood in downtown Tehran to evacuate. Tehran is one of the largest cities in the Middle East with around 10 million people, roughly equivalent to the entire population of Israel. Now, people have been fleeing since hostilities began. Israel says its sweeping assault on Iran's top military leaders, nuclear scientists, uranium enrichment sites, and ballistic missile program is necessary to prevent its adversary from getting any closer to building an atomic weapon. The strikes have killed at least 224 people in Iran. Iran has retaliated by launching more than 370 missiles and hundreds of drones at Israel. So far, 24 people have been killed in Israel. The Israeli military said a new barrage of missiles was launched Tuesday and explosions could be heard in the northern part of the country. We're going to step away for another quick commercial break, continuing with more of your top stories when we come back.
PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money. Easy to learn, easy to use, small business software tailored just for you. With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow some of the biggest breaking news stories of the day. A big focus on the fact that President Trump is back in the United States in D.C. after leaving the G7 summit in Canada early, a day early, in fact. Let's get to the latest on this report from Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader.
After pushing hard for a peace deal, there are signs now the president may be rethinking the role of the United States in trying to end Iran's nuclear program for good. In the early morning hours, Air Force One and President Trump arrive at Andrews Air Base, well ahead of schedule after cutting short a trip to the G7 conference in Canada. On the way, the president spoke about what he's now looking for between Israel and Iran.
What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
Air raid sirens and explosions in Israel as Iran and its proxies continue missile attacks. Precision Israeli airstrikes continue to hit Iran's military. And a clear sign that the president's patience has worn thin. As he posted on Truth Social, Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran.
We're vigilant. We're prepared.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the U.S. military is ready, but for what? Israel may seek U.S. help in deploying so-called bunker buster bombs to take out Iran's nuclear targets that are buried deep underground. But at the same time, there is still a push for a peace deal.
President Trump's made it clear it's on the table. The question is whether Iran will take it.
The president has instructed his national security team to be prepared to meet now as the administration decides what will come next for Iran. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you to Doug for that recap on one of the biggest stories of the day, a live look at the White House over in Washington, D.C. But this is not something that, of course, the U.S. is just focused on or the Trump administration. We are hearing remarks from all over the world, including some human rights organizations that are not only discussing the Middle Eastern conflicts as a whole and specifically there between Israel and Iran, but also the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas and the humanitarian situation down in Gaza. Let's get to this, a live event happening right now as those discussions continue.
I cannot afford another major human rights crisis. Thank you. That was the last speaker that we have time to hear from. I give the floor now to the High Commissioner for his concluding remarks.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, and I would also like to thank all delegations and the civil society colleagues as well for not only their words of support, but also for very clear indication how important the human rights pillar of the United Nations is. And as you all know, it is directly linked to the development pillar, to the peace and security pillar, but also to the humanitarian activities and the humanitarian action of the United Nations. And one really needs to really understand what the underpinning of human rights means for the work of the United Nations as a whole. I also would like to thank you for your strong support for the independence of my office and for the integrity of my office. And we take to heart very much, in particular, Article 100 of the Charter, which indeed makes sure that those of us who work within the institution are indeed independent from any particular interest of anyone, either member state or any other actor. A lot of you have referred to the precarious funding situation of the human rights pillar, of my office, but also by extension to the many activities of the Human Rights Council and the various mechanisms. The funding situation is extremely precarious, and again, I would urge all of you not only to support us here in Geneva, but also when it comes to discussions in the Fifth Committee in New York, when it comes to the funding of this office, and by extension, again, the support that this office provides to the various mechanisms, including to the Human Rights Council. The other plea that I have is on the extra budgetary funding situation, because on the extra budgetary funding as well, which allows us to do a lot of things, especially at country level, at regional level, we have quite a shortfall of at least 60 million and compared to last year, and this will directly affect the activities that we are able to do, and it will also, by extension, also lead to a much more difficult situation when it comes to fulfilling the mandates that we have been given by you through the Council. I'd like to recall what many of you have said, and it's important not only to pay lip service to it, but also to live it on a daily basis. And I'd like to recall in particular the universality of the human rights regime, the independence, the interdependence, the indivisibility, the fact that we are not only talking about civil and political, but also about economic, social, cultural rights, the right to development and the right to environment. That all of this is embedded in an understanding of an age, gender and diversity momentum, which again is very important because populations are never homogeneous. They are diverse. There are minorities of all kinds that need to be protected. But there's also the very strong dimension that many of you have highlighted, not least because of Beijing +30, of the gender dimension, where we have unfortunately seen a lot of pushback. This is embedded in the economic systems, in the policy, economic and governance systems that we have today, very much and very often too short-term and not enough from a long-term perspective. And again, the fact that we launched this concept of human rights economy attempts precisely to consolidate a coherence when it comes to the development of policies in response to challenges that the world faces, and not just the short-term challenges, but also the more longer-term ones, as, for example, the ones in relation to the environment and climate change. And there are indeed, by some of you have mentioned, a number of upcoming opportunities: the Financing for Development Summit in Sevilla, the COP30 in Brazil, the World Social Summit in Qatar later this year, the fact that we have a number of other very important gatherings that precisely attempt to galvanize support of the international community around some of these very important aspects. Human rights are a matter of international concern. Whoever says they are not is wrong. That's what the Charter says. The Charter has identified as part of its objects and purposes the promotion and protection of human rights. It's even not only in the preamble, but also in the very first articles of the UN Charter. So I think we need to accept that this is not just duty bearers at the national level, but there is a role that the international community plays when it comes to matters of human rights, matters of international concern. And the radical idea of human rights is precisely that it does care about everyone everywhere. There is no exceptionalism attached to it, and it applies to anywhere in the world, and we are not making an exception, which is precisely what, when it especially comes to conflict situations, we often see this one against the other type of this binary mentality, which frankly doesn't help us. We have to step outside the very entrenched positions that we often see in conflicts, because otherwise we are not able to overcome it. And we need to see, and that's what we often see in conflicts, we see incredible dehumanization of the other. And this us versus them, friend and enemy binary thinking is not going to help us in any possible way. So the role of the international community is not least embodied in this Council. And when it comes, for example, to mandates that the Council focuses on and puts scrutiny on country situations, we know for a fact that it has had a preventive effect. It has had a preventive effect by making sure that the international community cares about human rights situations around the world, and that scrutiny and analysis is not just something that is relegated to the invisibility and the transnational repression that we often see, but is actually an area where we shed light on. And that's precisely what the value of the Council represents. There is also the work that is normative and operational, embedded or underlined by accountability, and especially when it comes to, again, attacks against multilateral institutions, we often see it in relation to accountability, because sometimes, I'm afraid to say, the messenger is killed and made an easy scapegoat. And that's, of course, unacceptable. We not only need the strong defense of the multilateral institutions, but we also need to make sure that we communicate the value of these multilateral institutions so that it actually shows that it has value for everyone's lives around the world, and that if the multilateral institutions are attacked for various reasons, it actually harms and makes it weaker for everyone. So again, I'd like to thank you very much for this debate, and look forward to many more in this spirit of constructive engagement, which allows us to hold each other the mirror as well, which is an important part of governance in any case. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. This brings us to a conclusion of our interactive dialogue, and I'd like to thank the High Commissioner for his participation. We will now take a short break before the next debate. Thank you.
Listening there as the Human Rights Council is getting an update on the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran, that happening live there in Geneva, Switzerland. They are taking a short break before they bring up the next panel, but a couple of other live looks that we have on your screen. At the top right-hand side, you do see a look out of Tel Aviv in Israel, as again, the Associated Press is reporting that some of those Israeli strikes did damage part of Iran's underground nuclear site. And then we also have these images coming out of Kyiv as we are keeping track of the latest between Russia and Ukraine as well. That war ongoing. Later on today, we are expecting to see Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He's going to be attending that G7 summit in Canada, the one that President Trump did leave early. But here you can see some of the damage left behind from the recent drone strike and missile strike conducted by Russia onto Ukraine. That overnight Russian missile and drone bombardment killed 15 people, injuring 156, according to local authorities, with the main barrage demolishing a 9-story Kyiv apartment building. It is the deadliest attack on the capital just this year. At least 14 people were killed as explosions echoed across the Ukrainian capital for almost 9 hours. Russia fired more than 440 drones and 32 missiles. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky calling the attack, quote, one of the most terrifying strikes on the capital. So we'll see what the Ukrainian president has to say today at the G7 summit. We're also going to be hearing from other world leaders. We'll bring you all those remarks when they get underway. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break. Many more top stories when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where for most of the morning we have been focusing on some of these international headlines, more specifically the fact that President Trump is back in Washington, D.C. after strikes between Israel and Iran. Taking you back out live to this picture that we have in Tel Aviv. You can see there as we are following all of these latest developments. Most recently, we did hear from the Associated Press that they are reporting that Iran's nuclear site, which is underground, was damaged by some of those Israeli strikes. And just before the commercial break, we were showcasing the United Nations Human Rights Council being briefed on this ongoing situation. They took a short break, but it does seem that more speakers are there at another panel discussion. Let's watch.
Mr. President, Excellencies, good afternoon. I speak before this Council 20 months into the most ruthless, prolonged and widespread attack against the Palestinian people since 1948. The goal of the Israeli government is abundantly clear: the destruction of life in Gaza. For a year and a half now, our Commission has been investigating the violence in Gaza. We have seen constant escalation and more deaths and injuries. The violence has extended now into southern Lebanon, then Yemen, and now Iran. We have said in relation to violence in Palestine and Israel that security can only come with peace. We say that again now in relation to this new regional conflict involving Israel and Iran. Peace, justice, and respect for human rights are the only ways forward in which the peoples of the region can live in security. We should not let this regional escalation divert our attention from the ongoing carnage in Gaza, where hundreds continue to be killed each week. In the last 3 months, the entire population of Gaza was forcibly transferred into small enclaves, and Palestinians were killed while attempting to receive aid, bringing life to its bleakest point to date. Children have paid an unimaginable price. More than 1,300 children have been killed just from the end of the ceasefire on 18th March to date, and more than 15,000 children have been identified as having been killed since October 2023. These are not just intolerable numbers. Each child killed represents a past, a present, and a future that will no longer exist. Excellencies, the report before you today examines attacks on educational, religious, and cultural sites in the occupied Palestinian territory and in Israel. Our findings show that as Israeli security forces killed thousands of children, they also obliterated the education system in Gaza. More than 90% of schools and university buildings in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed, creating conditions where education for children has been made impossible. With the loss of education, Palestinians are also losing their source of stability, of hope, and of a possibility for the future. Israeli airstrikes have targeted educational facilities believed to be safe refuge areas, killing the displaced, including children and women, and deliberately shelled, burned, and demolished schools and universities. The Commission could not identify any military necessity which justifies such actions, and we conclude that these actions show an intent to destroy these facilities in order to curtail Palestinians' access to education in the long term. These attacks were part of a widespread and relentless assault against the Palestinian people, in which Israeli forces have committed war crimes, including directing attacks against civilians and willful killing, and the crime against humanity of extermination. Excellencies, the systematic targeting of educational facilities has extended well beyond Gaza and has impacted all Palestinian children in the occupied Palestinian territory. In the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, closures, demolition orders, restrictions, military raids, and large-scale military operations have resulted in a significant loss of school days. Settlers have been responsible for violent attacks against schools and against students, leaving children and educators terrified and traumatized. Israeli authorities often directly incite such attacks or do not protect Palestinians, promoting a regime of impunity for violent settlers. Excellencies, attacks by Israeli security forces have damaged more than half of all religious and cultural sites in the Gaza Strip, part of a wider campaign to destroy civilian targets and civilian infrastructure through airstrikes and shelling. Israeli attacks also targeted religious sites that served as places of refuge, killing hundreds of people, including women and children. Such damage was completely avoidable, given that Israeli security forces knew, or should have known, the locations and the significance of Gaza's prominent cultural sites and should have planned all military operations accordingly. The damage to religious and historical buildings, monuments, and other tangible heritage has a cascading effect and deeply affects intangible cultural elements such as religious and cultural practices, memories, and history, undermining the identity of Palestinians as a people. In the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, the Commission found that Israeli authorities have appropriated, developed, and profited from cultural heritage sites representing Palestinian, Jewish, and other cultures, and have suppressed non-Jewish heritage. They displaced Palestinian residents from those sites, blocked or severely restricted Palestinians from accessing such sites, and conducted archaeological excavations leading to the creation of tourist attractions, which is unlawful under international law. Such actions deny the relationship of Palestinians to the land's heritage and history. Israel has been using cultural heritage and settlements as leverage for its unlawful territorial claims in the occupied West Bank, in flagrant defiance of multiple United Nations resolutions and the 2024 advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice. Excellencies, we have repeatedly requested the Israeli authorities to grant us immediate, unimpeded access to the occupied Palestinian territory, including Gaza, in accordance with our mandate and the order of the International Court of Justice of 24th May 2024. Israel has ignored all of these requests. The Commission reiterates its call for a complete and unconditional cessation of hostilities. We demand an immediate and full end to the siege imposed on Gaza and the release of all those arbitrarily detained, including all hostages, both Israeli and Palestinian. Attacks against educational, religious, and cultural sites must stop immediately. All parties must ensure the protection, preservation, and development of cultural heritage sites representing Jewish and Palestinian cultures alike. Excellencies, we have emphasized on several occasions that atrocities committed by one side do not justify those committed by the other in reaction. All those who have committed atrocities must be brought to justice and held fully accountable. We have also noted that the October 7th attacks against Israel and Israel's subsequent attacks on Gaza were preceded by decades of violence and retribution, dispossession, unlawful occupation, and denial of the Palestinians' right to self-determination. The extensive physical destruction of Gaza, the dismantling of its educational and healthcare systems, the destruction of housing and infrastructure, and the targeting and destruction of heritage sites, including limiting of access to those sites and the erasure of their heterogenic history, are intended to erode Palestinians' historical ties to the land and weaken their collective identity, thereby hindering their right to self-determination. In line with the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice, the Commission emphasizes that all member states, individually and collectively, and the United Nations are under a legal obligation to work cooperatively to bring to an end the unlawful occupation and ensure the Palestinians' right to self-determination.
We're listening here as this Human Rights Council continues its discussion on Middle Eastern conflicts, this time really focusing on the humanitarian situation happening in Gaza as the war between Israel and Hamas continues. We'll be right back.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail, the ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Breaking news this morning concerning R&B singer and convicted felon R. Kelly. Take a look at this post on X, courtesy of TMZ, in which they say that R. Kelly was reportedly rushed to the hospital from an overdose of medications in prison. TMZ also releasing an article. I do want to read you some of the reports that they have already issued here, as R. Kelly, TMZ says, is doubling down on his claim that his life is in grave danger in prison, now alleging the Bureau of Prison staff at his federal center in North Carolina purposefully gave him too much medication, causing an overdose that left him hospitalized. A court filing submitted by his attorney Monday claims R. Kelly was left bedridden in a hospital after a solitary confinement staff member instructed him to take additional medication the night of June 12th. The next morning, R. Kelly allegedly awakened feeling faint and dizzy, and when he attempted to get up, he fell on the floor, crawled to the door of the cell, and lost consciousness. He was subsequently taken to Duke University Hospital, and during the ride there, he claims he heard a prison officer begrudge, quote, "This is going to open a whole new can of worms." During his 2-day stay at the hospital, Kelly says he learned he was given an amount of his prescribed medication that could have ended his life. Furthermore, Kelly claims in his Monday filing that prison staff took him off necessary blood thinner medication and is now refusing to allow him a doctor-recommended surgery to clear blood clots in his legs and lungs that are putting his life in danger. Instead, they have him locked up in solitary confinement, where Kelly has expressed to his lawyer he is convinced he will be killed or left to die. Therefore, the disgraced music mogul is asking for temporary release to home confinement for the third time, arguing his life depends on it. TMZ goes on to say that an assistant United States attorney swiftly filed a response to Kelly's request, alleging he continuously paints himself as the victim and adding, quote, "This is the behavior of an abuser and a master manipulator on display." The response also claims Kelly knowingly submitted an action to a court that has no jurisdiction over his case, accusing him of instead choosing to write to let his court know that he is cold in prison and to criticize the medical care that he is receiving in order to turn his situation into a grocery store checkout aisle tabloid. Kelly's latest filing comes just a week after his legal team sought his immediate release due to an alleged foiled murder-for-hire plot against him. His team submitted a sworn statement from another inmate who claimed authorities offered him release from prison if he murdered the singer. But just wanted to bring you that breaking news courtesy again of TMZ that R. Kelly reportedly rushed to the hospital from an overdose of medications in prison. So we'll be sure to follow that story for you here on Live Now from Fox. 9:58 here on the East Coast, 6:58 in the morning over on the West Coast as we continue to follow along with more of your breaking news alerts on this Tuesday, June 17th. Thank you for being with us here. My name is Carol Lahara. Let's take a live look here at the stock market, as we know that even though President Trump was just at the G7 summit for one day, he did sign a trade deal with the UK. We will be following those details, but the president also leaving early from that summit, coming back here to D.C. as Israel and Iran continue with their conflict, changing more missile attacks. But here on this Tuesday morning, the stock's way down about 115 points there. Let's head back out to another event that we were just showcasing before the commercial break, as we do want to head back out to more of those international headlines that are really dominating the news cycle right now. Back here, a Human Rights Council discussing Middle Eastern conflicts, including the situation in Gaza as Israel and Hamas continue their fight.
Territory. The report highlights the systematic targeting of civilian infrastructure, including schools, religious sites, and cultural landmarks. The destruction of these vital institutions has had a devastating impact on the lives of Palestinian civilians and endangers the future of coming generations. These acts are not only grave violations of international law, but appear to be deliberate attempts to dismantle Palestinian society and erase its history and heritage. Moreover, the report documents crimes against humanity, including acts amounting to genocide, through the direct targeting of civilians in spaces that should be protected under international law. This reveals the scope and systematic nature of the violence endured by Palestinians under Israeli occupation. ICHR emphasizes that this situation demands urgent intervention, particularly to protect Palestinian cultural heritage, religious sites, and educational institutions. We call on the International Committee to act decisively on the report's recommendations, to refer those responsible to the International Criminal Court, to end all military and financial support that enables the continuation of these violations, and to protect civilians and preserve sites that are part of our shared human heritage. Respect for international law and human rights is not optional. It is a legal and moral obligation. We urge all member states to ensure accountability and to transform the findings of this report into meaningful action. Thank you.
Merci. La liste des orateurs.
Thank you. The list of speakers is closed. Invite interested delegations to ask questions and make comments with respect to the report. It's my honour to give the floor to His Excellency Madam Turgut Sigurðardóttir, Minister of Justice of Iceland. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Iceland recognized the independence and sovereignty of the Palestinian state in 2011 and welcomes the growing number of countries that have already done so or are considering taking that step. The lack of dignity for Palestinians living under occupation calls for our undivided attention. The status quo is unsustainable. The blockade of Gaza and deliberate withholding of humanitarian assistance fail every test of proportionality and have left the people of Gaza on the brink of famine. Iceland underlines the importance of an immediate ceasefire, return of hostages, and adequate humanitarian access in line with humanitarian principles. It's evident that the war in Gaza has had a severe impact on the enjoyment of human rights by the entire population. We cannot advocate for adherence to international law only for some. International law must remain our compass in this conflict as others. Let me reaffirm Iceland's support for a credible pathway towards peace, both for Palestinians and Israelis, based on a two-state solution. I thank you.
Merci. Je donne la parole au distingué représentant.
Thank you. Give the floor to the distinguished representative of the EU.
President, the EU takes note of the report of the COI and recalls the need for Israel to cooperate with HRC mechanism. There must be accountability for violations of international law. We call for the release of all hostages and an end to the hostilities. The EU deplores the unacceptable number of civilians who have lost their lives. We unequivocally condemn Hamas' brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks. In exercising its right to defend itself, Israel must fully comply with its obligations under international law in all circumstances. The EU also strongly condemns the further escalation in the West Bank, following increased settler violence and expansion of illegal settlements. Given the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, there's an urgent need for the immediate removal of all restrictions to the access of humanitarian assistance. The EU recalls the need to fully comply the ICJ orders and reaffirms its unwavering support for the international criminal justice system, particularly to the ICC, as well as its commitment to upholding the Rome Statute and preserving the ICC's independence and integrity. We reject any attempt at demographic or territorial changes in Gaza and are committed to peace based on a two-state solution.
Merci. Je donne la parole à la distinguée.
Thank you.
Listening here to more of these comments made from a panel there in Geneva, Switzerland. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break here at Live Now from Fox, but when we come back, we're going to continue with some more of this discussion regarding the Middle East and its conflicts. Back here in the U.S., though, in the New York City area, we are seeing the United Nations Security Council meeting to discuss this very topic. We'll have more on that next. As the fighting escalates between Israel and Iran, both of those countries continuing to exchange some of those missile attacks, delegates with the United Nations Security Council right now convening in New York to discuss the conflict.
Madam President, as the Special Envoy discussed in Damascus, an important next step in the political transition is the establishment of the new People's Assembly as the transitional legislative authority. In this regard, we welcome the recent presidential decree that, in line with the constitutional declaration, announced the appointment of a Supreme Committee for Elections to the People's Assembly. The Supreme Committee will be responsible for supervising the indirect election of 150 members of the People's Assembly via electoral colleges, and for defining the electoral timeframe and eligibility conditions for electors and candidates. We encourage the Supreme Committee to take measures that safeguard inclusivity, transparency, and openness in all stages of this process. Such further efforts will be needed to ensure that the People's Assembly is seen as a foundation of political consensus, a stabilizing factor, and representative of the unity and diversity of the nation and all its components. We also particularly encourage measures to be taken that enable the meaningful participation of women and youth in this process. We very much look forward to continued engagement with and support the interim authorities and the Supreme Committee. We also look forward to engaging with Syrians from across diverse sectors of society to hear respective views on these developments and their broader aspirations for the political process. Madam President, regarding the Northeast, the 10 March agreement continues to present a historical opportunity to solve one of the key outstanding issues in this conflict and restore Syria's sovereignty and unity, a priority which the Special Envoy discussed with Interim Foreign Minister Shaybani. We have been deepening engagement in Damascus and the Northeast in support of the efforts to move forward in implementing the agreement and welcome the engagement of all relevant parties with us. We take note of the meeting that have been taking place on implementation, including a meeting of delegations in early June in Damascus. We welcome progress on education with an agreement for students to register for exams in the Northeast under the auspices of the Interim Ministry of Education. We also welcome recent detainee exchanges as well as the cooperation that recently enabled the number of Syrian families from Al-Hol camp to return to Northwest Syria. We must stress that urgent work is still needed on rehabilitation to address the dire humanitarian conditions and fragile security situation in the camp, and for member states and relevant authorities to significantly step up efforts on repatriations. Sufficient attention should also be paid to the proper reintegration of Syrian camp residents. We stress the importance of negotiations moving forward in earnest with bold steps and an active spirit of compromise from both sides to implement the 10th of March agreement. This is a priority for stability in Syria and the region, for the restoration of Syria's sovereignty, unity, independence, and territorial integrity, and for the success of the overall political transition. Madam President, the Special Envoy also engaged in a broad spectrum of Syrians, including women and civil society activists. Syrian women indicate that they continue to seek more substantial representation in leadership positions and that they look forward to a consequential role as candidates and delegates in the upcoming legislative bodies process. Furthermore, Syrian women continue to stress the importance of justice and accountability, inclusivity, due process, and protection of individual rights of all Syrians. Syrian civil society representatives also continue to be active on all fronts, working for a new Syria founded on the principles of inclusivity, openness, and transparent participatory processes. We welcome their engagement in consolidating civil peace, and we encourage the interim authorities to cultivate broad dialogue with a range of civil society organizations to promote social cohesion, counter hate speech, and foster reconciliation among communities and across regions. Indeed, the protection and safety of all components of Syrian society and the prevention of incitements of communal tensions are absolute cornerstones for stability. During the reporting period, sporadic violent incidents continued in Homs, Hama, the coastal areas and other regions, including killing, kidnapping, and infringements on individual liberties. Some Syrians with whom the Special Envoy met in Damascus expressed concern about ongoing attacks targeting specific communities and societal groups, including Alawites, Jews, and women. While many interlocutors emphasized that these incidents did not appear to be systematic or part of official policy, they highlighted the persistent challenges faced by the interim authorities in controlling certain groups, whether affiliated with the interim authorities.
Is your phone bill eating your hard-earned dollars? Then stop whatever you're doing and hear this out. Tello Mobile comes with the most affordable phone plans from day one and beyond. Go for the unlimited plan for just $25 a month. That's the most expensive one. Embrace the savings era and go for wireless that really suits your needs with Tello Mobile. Check Tello.com and get your next phone plan.
Of retribution. Recent decisions to reinstate judges who were removed from office by the former regime are also a welcome step towards building trust between the judiciary and the people. Further key steps will be needed towards the reinforcement of the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary. So it is equipped and enabled to address past, present, and future violations and install a culture of accountability. We encourage an inclusive and participatory approach to issues of accountability and security, namely with the victims, the survivors, and communities impacted by violations. Madam President, there are security challenges on several other axes. This month, we saw some sporadic and limited acts of violence on the periphery of Suwaida, at a border post with Iraq, on contact lines in Deir ez-Zor, and in rural Homs. Meanwhile, the Southwest saw a serious incident of Israeli artillery fire and airstrikes on military sites and weapons depots across southern Syria in response to a rare incident of small rocket fires out of Syria into the Israeli-occupied Syrian Golan, claimed by two groups unaffiliated with the interim authorities. The interim authorities denied any involvement in the rocket fire. Last week, there were Israeli incursions, arrests, and drone strikes in Beijing, in the Damascus countryside. These attacks are unacceptable and must cease. Syria's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity must be respected, along with the 1974 disengagement of forces agreement. Diplomacy is possible and must be prioritized. Ongoing activity by ISIL remain notable, including attacks on SDF positions and a US drone strike on an ISIL figure in northwest Syria. Meanwhile, as the Special Envoy has reminded the Council on many occasions, concrete action to address the core issue of foreign fighters is also needed, with many continuing to express concern about their inclusion in the Syrian army, even as we also recognize that this is a challenging issue. Madam President, We also take note of the statement made by the High Representative for Disarmament Affairs regarding recent missions to Syria by the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, and welcome the meaningful cooperation underway. OCHA will update you on the continued precarious humanitarian situation across the country by my dear sister, ASG Joyce. We note that despite the fragile security and socio-economic situation, almost 600,000 Syrians are estimated to have crossed back into Syria, overwhelmingly from neighboring countries in the past 6 months. This positive trend is equally observed in the return of internally displaced persons. An estimated 1.16 million IDPs have returned to their areas of origin during the same period. Whether these returns are sustainable will depend on many factors, including on the availability of housing, public services, infrastructure, and the revitalization of the economy. On this note, it was heartening to see last week the permanent closure of the Rukban camp, and one hopes that this will be the fate of all displacement camps in the country and in the neighboring states. We continue to welcome and encourage international moves that contribute to economic reactivation. This month saw the issuance of a U.S. general license as well as a 6-month waiver in relation to the Caesar sanctions. These steps, together with the lifting of the EU economic sanction in May and of the UK in April, authorize a broad range of transactions intended to facilitate commercial activity across key sectors of the Syrian economy. We also take note of the signing of a large commercial contract between a consortium of regional and international players and the Syrian interim authorities for the construction of several gas and solar energy plants. Upon completion, these projects are expected to supply more than half of Syria's national electricity needs, representing a big leap toward energy security, economic revival, and infrastructure resilience. Such moves hold major potential to improve living conditions across the country. But a lot more needs to be done for the private sector to tap into this potential, including addressing other remaining sanctions, establishing an adequate regulatory and financial framework, and furthering and enabling security and political environments that can effectively attract investment and international business. We welcome Syria re-engaging with international financial institutions, including the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. Indeed, the latter paid its first visit to Syria since 2009, earlier this month, and emphasized that the country will need substantial international support for its effort to rehabilitate the economy, meet urgent humanitarian needs, and rebuild essential institutions and infrastructure. Madam President, the Special Envoy and I will shortly return to Syria to continue direct engagement with the interim authorities and a broad cross-section of Syrian society. We will continue to support the interim authorities and the Syrian people towards a new and a better chapter in Syria's history and a fully inclusive transition in line with the principles of Security Council Resolution 2254, one that restores Syria's sovereignty and unity and meets the aspiration of the Syrian people. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Ms. Rushdie for her briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Joyce Msuya.
Thank you, Madam President. As Deputy Special Envoy, my colleague Najat Rushdie has just set out, the people of Syria continue to navigate a dizzying mixture of challenges and opportunities as they pursue a better future. Today,
We're listening here to the United Nations Security Council convening in New York to discuss some of these conflicts in the Middle East. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break, continuing with your top stories when we come back. .25 here on the East Coast, 7:25 in the morning over on the West Coast as we continue to follow some of these international headlines. Taking you out to New York City, though, as the United Nations Security Council continues to discuss those Middle Eastern conflicts.
Madam President, my second point, the UN and its partners continue to do what we can to provide critical assistance and make the most efficient use of the limited resources we have. We are now in the last stages of transitioning to a more efficient and unified humanitarian coordination model, one that harnesses the efforts of organizations working across the country under the leadership of the humanitarian coordinator in Damascus. These efforts were also supported through a joint mission between OCHA's Director of Operations and Advocacy and the World Health Organization's Director of Health Emergency Interventions in late May. This revised structure is now largely in place. The coordination mechanisms in Gaziantep and Amman, which have been so critical to our ability to provide assistance throughout Syria over the years, will be phased out by the end of the month. Through this transition, we have reached close to 2.5 million people with critical assistance each month, including food, water, and health, despite shrinking funding. This includes, for example, close to 2 million people reached each month with health interventions. This year, the World Health Organization has supported over 2.7 million causes of treatment and more than 430,000 medical procedures. The Syria Humanitarian Fund is supporting health, water, and sanitation services for 850,000 people at risk of cholera in Aleppo, Damascus, Al-Hasakeh, and Latakia. The fund has also launched a 60 million joint allocation with the Syria Cross-Border Humanitarian Fund to assist displaced populations, host communities, and returnees. UNICEF, WHO, and other partners are providing mobile health and nutrition services in underserved areas. In May, over 170,000 young children and pregnant and breastfeeding women were screened for malnutrition, with a particular focus on the coastal areas. Thousands of explosive items have been discarded in clearance operations, improving people's safety as well as access for humanitarian actors. We continue to make use of the most cost-efficient routes available. This includes the route from Turkey, through which the UN has transported over 1,200 trucks of aid this year, more than 6 times as many as the same period last year. In May, assistance transported along this route benefited over 1.2 million people across much of Syria. The World Food Programme is sourcing more supplies locally, driven by changes in the exchange rate. Meanwhile, our teams are exploring how the recent announcements by the US, UK, EU, and others to ease sanctions can help us further streamline transactions and procurement and expand access to items like advanced medical equipment. However, and this is my third point, we need more funding to keep this work going, if not to expand it. Nearly halfway through the year, our humanitarian appeal has received only $260 million, just 14% of the requirements.
Listening in here to the United Nations Security Council, but at the same time, we're seeing Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney welcome NATO Secretary General Rutte to the G7 summit.
Crucial time, not just for peace in Europe, peace across the alliance, and peace and security in the world. The summit next week will be essential to accomplish that. I want to compliment you on all the great work you've done in the run-up, and pleased that Canada is stepping up to meet our commitments, and look forward to defining those new responsibilities and capabilities.
Cher Mark, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for this very warm welcome. And I'm really looking forward to the summit next week, but of course first today an important meeting this morning here in Canada, and in this G7 which you are chairing, I think in an exemplary way. I really thank you for doing this and the leadership you provide. I also want to say that the fact that you decided to bring Canada to the 2% spending when it comes to NATO this year is really fantastic. And with Portugal having announced the 2% this year last week, that means that the whole of NATO will now be in 2025 at 2% before the summit starts next week in The Hague. So that is really great news. And your leadership here has been extremely important. And we know each other for so many years. So I really look forward to continue working together in whatever role you and I have. It's always great fun, and it is always great content. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent.
No, sorry.
Just watching there, very quick welcoming remarks there as the Canadian Prime Minister speaking to the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. We saw a similar kind of scene just yesterday when the Prime Minister welcomed President Trump, who is now back in Washington, D.C., citing those conflicts and those strikes that continue on between Israel and Iran, which we have been covering fully throughout the last several hours. So just before I drifted off to that event happening in Canada, let's head back to New York City, though, continuing to listen in here to the United Nations Security Council.
Return home, demand for healthcare, education, water, and electricity will only grow. As Deputy Special Envoy Rochdi has stated, recent moves to ease sanctions open new opportunities for investment in restoring critical services. Recent announcements of planned investments and the growing engagement by international financial institutions are encouraging. The UN has also proposed areas for possible development activities in support of the transition. But these opportunities need to be matched with concrete initiatives to rebuild Syria and restore basic services. we cannot assume that adequate funding will just resume. With diplomatic and economic ties being re-established, international partners re-evaluating their footprints and postures in Syria, political processes coming into focus, and a continued reduction in conflict, we have a window of opportunity right now that may not last. We need to act decisively to help this transition deliver the better future the people of Syria desperately want. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Masuya for her briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Amne Kolani.
All right, so a lot of things are happening on this Tuesday. It's a very busy day, continuing to go back and forth with several of these live looks that we are getting, a couple of them there on your screen. But we do want to stay here in the U.S., heading out to the West Coast, though, over to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles, as we see there is a police chase going on at this time. I want to take some of their coverage. Let's watch.
Fortunately, we don't think anybody was hurt.
Quickly. Yeah, it sure did. All right. So the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup is underway at the Rose Bowl.
It is. We got Coco live in Pasadena with more.
All right, so I did warn you all. Things are moving quickly here. That was a suspected stolen car. Authorities were chasing them in Los Angeles. So we wanted to dip in to the coverage there in LA, see what we can get. Unfortunately, just the tail end there. But if anything else comes out of the West Coast, of course, we're going to bring it to you here, as we always do. We're moving around a lot here on this Tuesday. Let's go ahead and reset, though. I'm going to step away for a brief commercial break. When we come back, we're going to stay with some of these major top stories, including those international headlines and everything coming out of D.C. So stick with us. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we are going all over the world here, showcasing live events, keeping you up to date with all of your top stories. Let's head back over to New York City, a very steady event happening here as we continue to see the United Nations Security Council. They are discussing one of the top stories of the day, and that is the Middle Eastern conflict and the fact that Israel and Iran are continuing to exchange those missile attacks.
الأمني الحاصل ولكن هذا قلق مشروع ويجب التعامل
calls for transparency and respect.
We also observed a wide range of views on the transitional period, which is a healthy sign. Despite persistent sectarian and ethnic tensions, some of the hardest legacies of the former regime, Syrians demonstrate a genuine determination to move beyond a painful past with a profound desire for peace and stability. Today, the new Syrian government shoulders a huge responsibility to address this legacy by ensuring that all Syrians from every background to actively participate in shaping the future. We believe that Syria must be built by its people, men and women alike, on the foundations of democracy, citizenship, equality, and respect for human rights without discrimination. Participation should be the principal guide at every stage, from national dialogue to the political process, up until reaching justice and accountability measures. Ladies and gentlemen, transitional justice in Syria is not a political luxury. Instead, it is a national and moral imperative essential for achieving civil peace. Accelerating the effective launch of the justice process is the only true guarantee of genuine and sustainable peace. There can be no peace without justice. No justice, no peace. Recently, two national bodies have been established, the National Commission for Transitional Justice and the National Commission for the Missing. In meetings with both bodies in Damascus, which I attended alongside with activists, survivors, and victims' families, participants strongly emphasized the need for independence of these bodies. There was also broad consensus on the need for consultation with communities across all Syrian cities. There is a need for transparency with victims, survivors, and integrating their vision into the core of the transitional justice process. Participants also emphasized the need for cooperation between these bodies and other international mechanisms and national institutions, including the Independent Institution on Missing Persons and the IIM and others, to develop a clear roadmap and initiate implementation. Thus, the efforts would be inclusive, credible, and consistent with international standards. Madam President, Syria today is undergoing a comprehensive process of reconstruction, not only of its infrastructure, but also of the society and psychological rebuilding. Lifting of sanctions does not signal an end to the need for international support. Quite the contrary. The previous regime left behind a shattered state, bereft of functioning institutions. Syria requires responsible international assistance that fully respects its independence. During my recent visit to Syria, joy swept through the streets following the news of the lifting of sanctions, even though they knew that the effects of the lifting of the sanctions would take time to materialize, months or more. For this reason, the international community, with the support of this Council, must act now to accelerate early recovery efforts. This includes financial and technical support for mine clearance, the removal of war debris, which continue to kill dozens of civilians. We could also start with the restoration of essential services, such as health, education, water, electricity, transport, and telecommunication, among others. We're not seeking ready-made solutions. Rather, we call for the transfer of genuine expertise to assist Syria's emerging institutions in managing this transitional phase effectively. Building robust institutions remains the sole guarantee of lasting stability and the return of Syrian refugees to their homeland. Your Excellencies, to those countries that have stood by the Syrian people through 14 years those who have welcomed refugees and supported in lifting sanctions. I extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to you. Thank you for standing on the right side of history. As to those who align themselves with the other side, including some present in this chamber, I would tell you it is not too late to join us now and to support people who refuse to accept defeat. Accordingly, I urge the Council to the following. First, encourage and support the Syrian government to guarantee the full, equal, meaningful and safe participation of women from all backgrounds in decision-making, both nationally and locally, aiming for a minimum representation of 30%. Second, promote and support victims and survivors, particularly women, in all transitional justice initiatives, be it formal or informal, recognizing them as rights holders and part and parcel of the peace and stabilization effort. Third, encourage and support the Syrian government to implement effective measures to locate all missing persons and return their remains without discrimination. There should also be technical cooperation with relevant international organizations to share expertise and establish robust mechanisms. Fourth, welcome the lifting of unilateral and multilateral sanctions previously imposed on the Assad regime and call for a thorough review of measures enacted under Security Council Resolution 1267 that may impede Syria's urgent economic recovery. Excellencies, though scarred, Syria stands today free and independent. We possess the will and the capacity to shape our own future. What we need today is not mere support, but a genuine partnership that honors our sacrifices and respects the Syrian-led political transition. As we confront such complex challenges in this transitional phase, we hold fast to hope and work towards a homeland that embraces everyone. We call upon the world to stand with us, not only for Syria, but in affirmation of the fundamental values that bring us together. Thank you. Long live a free Syria and its proud people. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Kulani for her briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you to my colleague, Deputy Special Envoy Najat Roshdi. Nice to see you. And Assistant Secretary General Joyce Msuya. Thank you for your briefings. And I'd also like to thank Ms. Amne Kulani for your longtime bravery and for your compelling remarks today. Thank you for supporting human rights for all Syrians, especially the most vulnerable. And I'd also like to welcome the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic. Colleagues, the United States has started a new era in its relationship with Syria. Following President Trump's historic meeting with President Assad, the United States is working towards ceasing U.S. sanctions on Syria. On May 23rd, Secretary of State Rubio waived sanctions under the Caesar Syria Civilian Protection Act for 180 days, and the U.S. Department of the Treasury issued General License 25, authorizing a broad range of transactions and investments in Syria. We have already begun to see the impact of these actions, most notably in the signing of a $7 billion deal under which the United States, Qatari, and Turkish firms would invest in Syria's power sector. As Ambassador Tom Barak stated after raising the U.S. flag in Damascus, this is just the beginning of the positive impact that the easing of sanctions will have on reconstruction and investment in Syria. The cessation of U.S. sanctions against Syria will give the country a chance to succeed. We encourage other member states to provide similar sanctions relief and to support recovery and reconstruction. President, as we have said, the Syrian government's actions so far on critical files like the search for missing persons and the destruction of chemical weapons, have given us hope for what Syria can achieve and set expectations for what must come next. First, the government should begin discussions with Israel on a non-aggression agreement and subsequently begin border dispute resolution discussions. Second, the government should, in short order, present its plan and intentions with regard to the foreign fighters on Syrian soil. Third, the government should take necessary steps to ban and deport Palestinian terror groups. Fourth, the government must work with the United States in its continuing de- or counter-ISIS operations. Fifth, the government must provide a plan for how it will assume responsibility for ISIS detention centers in northeast Syria. Countries of origin must also play their part to expeditiously repatriate their nationals from northeast Syria, including those detained in Syrian Democratic Forces facilities and those displaced in Al-Hol and Roj displaced persons camps. Finally, we are encouraged by Syria's cooperation with both the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons and the International Atomic Energy Agency, and we look forward to further progress. Colleagues, on the UN's forthcoming strategic assessment for its presence in Syria, this Council should carefully consider the Secretary General's report and work together to determine the appropriate role and presence of the UN in Syria going forward. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Madam President, we are grateful to Najat Roshdi and Joyce Masuya as well as Amne Kulani for their briefings. Madam President, Israel's military misadventures continue to exacerbate the situation in the entire Middle East. The new wave of tensions in the context of the Iran-Israeli confrontation generate risks not just for Syria, but also its citizens who have for many years borne the burden of the protracted humanitarian and economic crisis. Pulling this country into the quagmire of regional conflict risks escalation of centrifugal trends in the Syrian Arab Republic, which needs to be avoided at all costs. What is inadmissible also is the use of Syrian airspace or territory by third countries. Since the last meeting of the Security Council on Syria, all of the challenges which the country continues to face remain relevant. There has been a significant increase in the risks of resumption of large-scale terrorist activity, including by ISIL affiliate groups. We expect that Damascus will adopt robust counterterrorism measures and will resolve also the situation with foreign terrorist fighters. There's a need for following the reform of the Syrian security forces, the army and the police of the country to be staffed exclusively with professional staff with untainted track records. This will determine not just trust of the local population vis-a-vis the country, but also will shape the international image of Syria. In this connection, we welcome the release in recent months of hundreds of former army officers owing to the absence of legal justification for their ongoing detention. Such actions on the part of Damascus reflect a genuine focus on intra-Syrian reconciliation and reflect the intention to place the national interests of Syria above the interests of certain groups. We believe that by leveraging the capability and the capacity of hundreds of thousands of fighters who took the oath since before December 2024 will benefit the Syrian state and will help to avoid the tragic errors when many officers of the Saddam period were sidelined and then went on to raise the black flag of ISIL. The matter of Israeli violations of Syrian sovereignty and territorial integrity remains on the agenda. We call upon Israel to immediately revert back to stringent compliance with the 1974 Disengagement of Forces Agreement and to withdraw from the buffer zone and the adjacent territories and to cease its shelling at Syria. Israeli actions can hardly be justified with claims about eliminating security threats from Syria, given the fact that Damascus has been continuously broadcasting its intention to peacefully coexist with all of its neighbors, barring none. We believe that any emerging issues can and must be resolved through dialogue. Madam President, there are persistent tensions in the south of the country. At the same time, we note the implementation of the provisional agreement between Damascus and the Druze to provide for security.
We're listening here to delegates with the United Nations Security Council here in New York City discussing some of these conflicts within the Middle East. A couple of other live looks there on your screen. At the top right-hand side, we do see a look into Kyiv, as we were reporting earlier on Tuesday that a Russian drone and missile strike struck parts of that city. And at the same time, we are expecting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to arrive at the G7 summit in Canada very soon. All this and more when we come back. Welcome back, and thanks for being with us here at Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday, 10:55 in the morning here on the East Coast, 7:55 over on the West Coast. And we continue to follow some of your breaking news stories from around the world, taking you back out to this really beautiful picture that we have over in Canada, as very soon we are expecting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to arrive at the G7 summit. It's possible that he will be making some joint remarks with the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Just before the commercial break, we were showcasing back here in New York City, the United Nations Security Council discussing some of these Middle Eastern conflicts. Let's head back to that.
The safe return of forcibly dispersed persons. We note with alarm that since December of last year, 400 people have already been victimized by unexploded ordnance. 1/3 of these people are children. The Syrian government and specialized international agencies need to redouble and step up efforts for mine clearance and awareness raising. We highly value the activities of UN humanitarian structures in Syria who are focused on saving people's lives. We believe that under present-day conditions, what is particularly important is food support programs as well as efforts to rebuild the healthcare and water sectors. At the same time, we are very much concerned by the level of financing for the UN humanitarian appeal of the $2 billion requested from January to June 2025. Only approximately 13% has been received. The lack of resources is already generating grave consequences. There's a need right now to consolidate the efforts of donors in the international community. We cannot allow millions of Syrian people to be left without support at such a critical juncture. Madam President, we advocate a political process with the involvement of all ethno-religious groups and minorities in Syria with support from the UN and in accordance with the key provisions of Security Council Resolution 2254. We view this process as the linchpin for the restoration of Syrian sovereignty and territorial integrity. As the next steps along this path, we look forward to the formation of a provisional government and the crafting by the Constitutional Committee of a draft basic law. We reaffirm our support for the efforts of the UN Special Envoy, Geir Peterson. We look forward to the inclusive nature of the ongoing international support for inter-Syrian dialogue. Syria and its resilient people have tread their path, surmounting onerous travails with dignity, and despite it all, they preserve their faith in the best and focus on constructive cooperation with the international community. They deserve our concerted support. For our part, we intend to establish fruitful cooperation with Syria and intend to deliver its people and government with the necessary support to surmount the difficulties of the transitional period. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Madam President. And let me also thank Deputy Special Envoy Rushdie and Assistant Secretary General Masuria for their comprehensive briefings. Ms. Rolani, thank you for your powerful testimony and your description of the mixed feelings of grief and hope that many Syrian people have. Denmark is proud to have stood with the Syrian people throughout these difficult years. Madam President, allow me to make 3 points. First, on the security situation. There can be no meaningful recovery in Syria without genuine safety and protection for all Syrians. Protection of civilians is a cornerstone of international humanitarian law. While we acknowledge the Syrian transitional government's efforts to create a legitimate and united national army, more must be done towards securing the protection of all civilians. Reports of abductions of women, sporadic killings of civilians, and systematic attacks on communities need to be swiftly and credibly addressed. We are also worried about the continued threat posed by terrorism in Syria. We strongly condemn attacks by Daesh in Aleppo and other parts of Syria, and we welcome the transitional government's emphasis on combating terrorism. Second, on the humanitarian and economic situation. Denmark is pleased with the European Union's decision to lift sanctions on Syria. This decision is a strong signal of the EU's commitment to support Syria's transition and economic recovery. The newly concluded electricity and power agreements is another step towards progress. It is now essential that these initial gains are continuously built upon and ultimately lead towards a broader, long-term positive economic impact and development for the Syrian people. Funding shortfalls are critical, and millions of Syrians continue to face food and water insecurity. Water scarcity, in particular, remains a serious concern. Denmark has and will continue to work to ensure access to water, including through our project with the ICRC on securing the continued supply of drinking water to more than 12 million people in urban centers across Syria. Third, Madam President, on the political process. We welcome yesterday's announcement by the transitional government on the establishment of the Supreme Committee for the Elections to the People's Assembly. We reiterate the call for an inclusive, transparent and open process, as well as for the full, equal and meaningful participation of representation of women. We take note of the establishment of the Transitional Justice and Missing Persons Commissions. These are important first steps towards a comprehensive and inclusive transitional justice process that represents all the victims. It is important to focus on atrocities committed by all actors across Syria. We reiterate our strong support for Special Envoy Peterson, his team, and all the UN staff working to assist Syria in this critical stage. We repeat the need for a political transition in line with Resolution 2254, a transition which must be led and owned by the Syrian people. Madam President, on the regional level, the situation looks even more challenging now than it did just 1 week ago. We welcome the transitional government's regional engagement, including constructive dialogue between Syria and its neighbors. We reiterate our support for Syria's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity and call on all parties to adhere to the 1974 agreement. We also welcome both Syria's and Israel's calls for an extension of the UNDOF mandate later this month. Denmark stands ready to work with Syria, with this Council, and with the broader international community in support of a peaceful and inclusive transition. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me also begin by thanking Deputy Special Envoy Najat Rushdie and ASG Joyce Msuya for their briefings, and we also thank Madam Kulani for her important contribution. Pakistan shares long-standing and brotherly ties with the people of Syria. We recognize the immense suffering that they have endured due to years of conflict and foreign intervention. And yet, we are beginning to see glimmers of hope. We believe that a Syrian-led, Syrian-owned political process based on key principles of Security Council Resolution 2254 provides the best way forward. Earlier this month, a Pakistani delegation visited Damascus and met with Foreign Minister Asad al-Shaybani. The visit reaffirmed our commitment to Syria's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and explored ways to further strengthen our bilateral partnership. We also acknowledge the positive role played by regional and international actors, including Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Qatar, the EU, and the United States in supporting Syria's stabilization. We commend the continued efforts of the Special Envoy to foster inclusive dialogue. And President, allow me to briefly highlight 5 key points here. First, we welcome recent steps on the political front, especially the formation of the Supreme Committee for Elections. As the Special Envoy also noted, this could be an important step toward broader constitutional and institutional progress. Second, the humanitarian situation remains dire. Over 16 million people require assistance, with more than 14 million facing food insecurity. We must ensure that humanitarian aid remains timely, predictable, and unimpeded. Third, the recent easing of sanctions, including the U.S. General License 25, and steps taken by the EU and the United Kingdom, is a welcome development. These measures can help unlock humanitarian access and support early recovery and self-reliance. Fourth, the threat of terrorism persists. Groups like ISIL and foreign terrorist fighters continue to operate within Syria, posing threats to both national and regional security. We must not, therefore, lose focus on this front. Fifth, we are deeply concerned about the regional impact of Israeli military actions in Syria. These attacks violate Syria's sovereignty and breach international law, including Security Council Resolutions 350 and 497. They risk undermining the fragile gains made on the ground. We call for full compliance with the 1974 disengagement agreement and reiterate the need to uphold Syria's sovereignty without exception. Madam President, Syria stands at a delicate yet hopeful juncture. Our collective responsibility is to sustain this momentum by continuing humanitarian assistance, by promoting inclusive governance, and by upholding Syria's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity. Pakistan will remain a steadfast partner of the Syrian people. Madam President, in conclusion, I would like to add that in the regional context, we are gravely concerned by the continued Israeli military aggression in Gaza, strikes in Syria, and the latest ongoing aggression against Iran, which carry serious implications for regional peace and security. These actions have increased instability, exacerbated humanitarian suffering, and risk spiraling wider conflict. Such conduct is in clear violation of international law and UN Charter. This needs to end. The Security Council must fulfill its responsibility in that regard by calling for an immediate cessation of hostilities and urgent steps to de-escalate the situation across the region and promote dialogue and diplomacy to ensure long-term peace and stability in the Middle East. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan.
Listening in here to delegates with the United Nations Security Council as they continue to discuss the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East. A reminder that we are still waiting for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to arrive at the G7 summit. We'll be right back. Taking you back out to New York City as the United Nations Security Council continues their discussion on the Middle East.
On non-proliferation. We are particularly encouraged by its cooperation with the IAEA, including the recent visit by the IAEA Director General and his team to Damascus, and their unhindered access to sites relevant to clarifying Syria's past nuclear activities. We also commend the advancement in cooperation between Syria and OPCW, including progress made in securing OPCW permanent presence in Damascus. We hope that this opportunity will lead to the complete destruction of chemical weapons in Syria. Fourth, Syria's pursuit of transitional justice must be a key part of any inclusive political process. Ongoing extrajudicial killings and punishments, albeit sporadic, once again underscore that lasting social cohesion and stability is only attainable when there is a shared understanding of how transitional justice will be realized. We therefore call on Damascus to articulate and announce its plan for achieving transitional justice in a transparent and inclusive manner. Engagement with the UN will be critical in this regard, as its technical expertise is essential to ensuring the political process is consistent with the principles of Resolution 2254. Fifth, we call for the international community to pay greater attention to the continuing humanitarian crisis of the country. Setting Syria back on a path to stability now risks stalling in the face of worsening humanitarian conditions, including the most severe drought in decades, compounded by an acute funding crisis. We hope the international community will step up its support, building on international efforts already underway, including our contribution of $35 million this year. In closing, Madam President, the grave ongoing Israel-Iran conflict is not only overshadowing the positive developments in Syria, but also exacerbating the serious challenges that Damascus currently faces in its incipient phase of nation building. This new and unfortunate development must not erode the historic momentum Syria has gained after 14 years of devastation and agony. De-escalation is essential, and we reiterate our call for maximum restraint by all parties concerned. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Madam President, and let me also thank Deputy Special Envoy Mrs. Rosti, ASG Misuya, as well as Mrs. Hulani for the valuable briefings today. Madam President, the recent outbreaks of hostilities in the Middle East is a testament to how fragile the region's stability is. Against this background, a unified, stable and fully representative Syria, whose sovereignty and territorial integrity is respected by all, should remain our common goal. Greece, as a member of this Council, and in line with its consistent stance towards Syria since the fall of the Assad regime, supports Syria's inclusive political transition as the essential goal for so many Syrians in the country and abroad. As challenges remain, I wish to highlight 4 following points today. First, a fully inclusive political transition in line with the principles of Security Council Resolution 2254 is necessary for the security and stability of the country. Without the political integration of all the components of the Syrian society, recovery efforts will remain fragmented and vulnerable. All Syrians deserve to live without fear. This includes Christians, Alawites, Kurdish Syrians and Druze, without ever forgetting women. All Syrians deserve to see themselves represented in the government and institutions. In this vein, we expect the national dialogue to continue and for the future constitution to echo the voices of the whole of the Syrian society and diaspora. In the northeast, the March agreement between the SDF, a critical ally in the international fight against terrorists, and Damascus must be carefully implemented by both sides, and we encourage them to address pending issues in a spirit of compromise. As we urge the transitional government to ensure that armed groups in the north of Syria do not disrupt the process, so do we urge regional actors to refrain from violence or inciting escalation. Second, Syria's successful integration in the international community is contingent on its respect for international law. For Syria to find its footing and recover, it is imperative that it fully adheres to the global rules. This involves founding its relations with other states on the basis of international law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which constitutes customary international law. Syria has to demonstrate that they respect the sovereign rights of neighboring countries, both on land and at sea. Third, Greece will assist in alleviating the humanitarian situation in the country and will contribute effectively to its reconstruction and economic reconstitution. Fully aware of this, Greece pledged its tangible support for Syria's recovery at the recent 9th Brussels conference in March and is ready to contribute more with any means necessary. In this spirit, the EU was swift in lifting sanctions as part of a gradual, conditional and reversible approach to support Syria. We shall continue ever vigilant to closely monitor developments on the basis of concrete progress on accountability, inclusivity of the political process, as well as continued respect for international law. Against this background, we welcome the progress made with international financial institutions, as well as the interests of international development actors and NGOs, following major sanction lifting announcements. More good news is expected to come, as long as the Syrian authorities stay in course. Fourth, ensuring accountability and promoting transitional justice is critical against the background of a precarious security situation. We welcome last week's informal GA briefing by Mrs. Quintana, head of the IIMP, confirming that the traditional authorities are cooperating with the institution. Equally, we welcome the establishment of the 2 Syrian national authorities for missing persons and traditional justice, which we expect to function with transparency, impartiality and inclusiveness. The abhorrent violence last March targeted mostly Alawites but also Christian, and the violent incidents against the Druze community in May are stark reminders of the risks and challenges that remain in this context. It is indeed crucial that the transitional authorities maintain order, ensure control over armed groups, protect all Syrians regardless of their background, and hold all perpetrators accountable without delay in line with international law, norms and standards. Greece calls for a swift, transparent, credible and impartial investigation by an investigative committee and for the relevant UN mechanism to be also allowed to investigate these crimes. Last but not least, the security landscape poses several challenges. A sustainable solution to the issue of foreign fighters and the integration of all armed groups into national security forces is a prerequisite for internal security and political stability. Ensuring that all terrorist and violent extremist elements are excluded as part of the wider and robust security sector reform effort is essential. Madam President.
Listening here to the United Nations Security Council, but let's head over to Canada as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has just arrived.
Alors, bonjour tout le monde. C'est un grand honneur d'accueillir Monsieur le Président Zelensky d'ici à Kananaskis pour cette réunion très importante du G7. I would like to start by condemning in the strongest terms the latest outrage, barbarism from Russia, and express my deep condolences and those of the Canadian people to the families in Kyiv who were affected. This underscores the importance of standing in total solidarity with Ukraine, with the Ukrainian people, and we had a discussion last night amongst G7 leaders. The President and I will discuss more, and then of course we'll have the direct discussion in a moment together. But we underscored the importance of using maximum pressure against Russia, who has refused to come to the table. The President has led unconditionally to come to the table in search of peace. And maximum pressure includes financial pressure, and Canada is announcing today several measures, sanctions, first and foremost, against a number of individuals in Russia, against over 40 entities in Russia and beyond that are trying to contribute to the evasion of sanctions, the sanctioning of over 200 vessels in the shadow fleet that Russia is using, again, to try to evade these sanctions. That's the first thing. The second is we are providing additional military assistance, drones, helicopters, broader munitions, over $2 billion worth of assistance directly to Ukraine. And thirdly, we are dispersing the next tranche of the loan based on the frozen Russian assets, over $2 billion as well. This is our contribution. We'll be working with our European and other allies for their contributions to provide the support. And to be absolutely clear, the support will be unwavering until we get a just peace for Ukraine and Ukrainian people.
Thanks so much, dear Prime Minister. First of all, good to be here in Canada, and for the G7 summit, thank you for your invitation. But first of all, thank you for your very important words, warm words, and supporting Ukraine. Of course, condolences to our families. Really, our families had a very difficult night. One of the biggest attacks from the very beginning of this war, 440 Shaheeds, Iranian drones, and 32 missiles, including ballistic. And I was on direct connection during the flight with all the ministers and of course with the chief of air defense, and really it was a big attack on civilian infrastructure, on people, just people, houses and etc. And for now, information is not total information, not final information, but for now we have 138 injured people and 12 killed. And so, yes, it's a big tragedy for us, and we need support from our allies, and I'm here, and thank you for the military package. It's important for our soldiers to be strong at the battlefield, to stay strong out until Russia will be ready for the peace negotiations. We are ready for the peace negotiations, unconditional ceasefire. I think it's very important, but for this we need pressure. And of course I want to speak with Prime Minister today about sanctions, additional sanctions, and thanks for the real unwavering support from your side, from all the Canadians to our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, short remarks there from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky arriving at the G7 summit in Canada, being welcomed by the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. Now, he made some remarks regarding this, the live picture that we have right now outside of Kyiv, or in Kyiv, I should say, as we have been reporting that an overnight Russian missile and drone bombardment killed 15 people, injuring 156, according to local officials, with the main barrage demolishing a 9-story Kyiv apartment building in the deadliest attack on the capital this year. At least 14 people were killed as explosions echoed across the Ukrainian capital for almost 9 hours, destroying dozens of those apartments. And so the Ukrainian president, they're looking forward to meeting with several more of these world leaders as they discuss what's going to come next, specifically for him in this ongoing war that Ukraine continues to have with Russia. We do have a packed schedule today discussing some more of these G7 events. We're taking a live look out there in Canada that we have here in our newsroom. So coming up at around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the Canadian Prime Minister will meet with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres at the G7 Leaders Summit. Then at 1:45 Eastern Time, Prime Minister Carney holding a bilateral meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky. So we'll see if we have a camera at that meeting. We'll bring it to you live and in full, as we always do. And then finally, there at 1:50 p.m. Eastern Time, Prime Minister Carney meeting with the Brazilian President da Silva. We have our eye on all of these events as we continue to monitor these international developments. And remember that President Trump was supposed to deliver an address later on tonight at that summit, but he has officially returned back here in Washington, D.C., as he continues to deal with the conflict between Israel and Iran. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday as we continue to bring you all of your breaking news headlines and showcase live events from around the world. Heading back out to this discussion from the United Nations Security Council as they continue to assess the situation in the Middle East, given the fact that Iran and Israel are continuing to exchange those strikes.
Health, education, agriculture, infrastructure, and electricity. which are vital for restoring basic services and enabling the return of millions displaced persons. Madam President, in conclusion, Guyana, Sierra Leone, Somalia, and Algeria renew its steadfast support to the people of Syria. Their quest for peace, for dignity, and recovery must be met with equal determination by the international community. The time has come to support Syria not only with words, but with meaningful actions for peace, for justice, and the future of hope in the entire region. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of China.
Thank you, President. I thank Deputy Special Envoy Rushdie and ASG Misuya for their briefings. I listened carefully to the statement by civil society representative Ms. Kulani. I welcome the presence of the representatives of Syria, Iran, Yemen, and Turkey at today's meeting. Syria is at a critical juncture in achieving political stability and economic recovery. Despite the recent active efforts by the Syrian parties, including those to promote internal reconciliation, the domestic situation remains complex and fragile. We hope that the Syrian interim authorities will take effective commitments and earnestly respond to and address the concerns of the international community, restore peace and stability with the help of the international community, so that the Syrian people can live in stability and dignity at an earlier date. A broad and inclusive political transition should be promoted. The holding of the National Dialogue Conference is a major step towards political transition. The Syrian interim authorities should respond actively to the voices of all sectors by continuing to promote extensive dialogue and consultation, strengthen internal unity, and achieve genuine inclusiveness. In this regard, the principles set out in Security Council Resolution 2254 can provide important guidance and should continue to be upheld. The investigation into the violent incidents on the Western Coast is to be concluded in July. We expect the investigation to move forward in a transparent and responsible manner so as to reach conclusions that can withstand scrutiny. China commends the efforts of Special Envoy Patterson to communicate with the Syrian parties and supports the continued important role by the United Nations in the Syrian political transition process. Efforts should be made to resolutely combat all terrorist forces in Syria. Recently, multiple violent terrorist incidents have occurred in Syria, heightening the risk of the expansion and resurgence of terrorist organizations and extremist forces by taking advantage of the situation, which is a cause for concern. It is reported that some FTFs in Syria have recently been integrated into Syrian government forces. China is gravely concerned about the development. The Syrian interim authorities should earnestly fulfill their counterterrorism obligations and immediately take all necessary measures to combat all terrorist organizations listed by the Security Council, including the Eastern Turkestan Islamic Movement, also known as Turkestan Islamic Party. The counterterrorism-related resolutions of the Security Council must be implemented and the seriousness of relevant sanctions regime upheld. Utmost efforts should be made to effectively alleviate the humanitarian situation. For some time now, despite multiple challenges, including funding shortfall, the UN humanitarian agencies have been working hard to conduct humanitarian operations in various parts of Syria. The international community, especially traditional donors, should step up their assistance and make greater efforts to alleviate the humanitarian crisis. We take note of the agreement reached by the Syrian interim interim authorities with relevant parties on the evacuation from El Hol refugee camp and support the participation of UN agencies in the relevant work. The evacuation of refugees should be conducted on a voluntary basis and in a safe and orderly manner. President, China is deeply concerned about Israel's attacks on Iran, which caused the spike of military conflicts. We condemn Israel's violation of Iran's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity. If the conflict between Israel and Iran continues to escalate or even spill over, Syria and other countries in the Middle East will inevitably bear the brunt. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has spoken with his Iranian and Israeli counterparts, calling on both sides to resolve differences through dialogue. China stands ready to maintain communication with relevant parties and to play a constructive role in promoting an early de-escalation of the situation. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. And I start by thanking Deputy Special Envoy Roshdi, Assistant Secretary-General Masuya, and Ms. Kulani for your informative and insightful briefings. President, I'll make 3 points today. First, this remains a pivotal but fragile moment for Syria as it seeks a more stable and prosperous future. And a peaceful and secure Syria is in the interests of all Syrians and the wider region. There is a clear risk, as others have highlighted this morning, that the current crisis in the Middle East escalates with serious implications for security across the region and beyond, including in Syria. We encourage all actors to avoid any activity that will further destabilize the region at this precarious moment. Second, June marks 6 months since the fall of the brutal Assad regime. We welcome the positive steps the Syrian government has taken so far in advancing a peaceful political transition. This includes diverse cabinet appointments and internal agreements, including with the Syrian Democratic Forces. We look forward to progress on implementation. We welcome the formation in recent days of the Supreme Electoral Committee for the People's Assembly elections. This is an important step in building legislative and electoral processes that serve the Syrian people and keeping up momentum on the transition process. We urge those involved in the process to prioritize inclusivity and representation in the appointment and election of People's Assembly members. Finally, we note progress on accountability efforts in Syria that pursue justice for victims and survivors, and initiatives for seeking truth for the families of those still awaiting answers. We encourage the newly formed National Commissions on Transitional Justice and Missing Persons to work in close partnership with Syrian civil society and the United Nations. As Ms. Kulani emphasized so eloquently, it is key that their efforts are transparent and shaped by the experiences of survivors and families. We encourage the Syrian government to continue to engage positively with UN mechanisms, including the Commission of Inquiry, the Independent Institution on Missing Persons, and the International Impartial and Independent Mechanism, and use their expertise effectively as they lay out the next steps for their own accountability agenda in Syria. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Panama.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam President. We thank the Deputy Special Envoy, Najat Roshdi, and the ASG for Humanitarian Affairs, Ms. Joyce Masuya, for their briefings. And we also thank Amna Kulani, Executive Director of the Adalati Center, for her valuable information We also welcome with us in the room the delegations of the Syrian Arab Republic, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Yemen, and Turkey. Panama continues to watch closely developments in the Syrian Arab Republic, acknowledging that the country is at a critical juncture. Our country has reiterated the importance for the Syrian political process to be inclusive and Syrian-led. It must respect the ethnic, religious, and cultural diversity of the country and be guided by the spirit of Resolution 2254 with the support of the United Nations. We welcome recent steps towards a political transition, such as the recent issuance of the decree allowing for the establishment of the Supreme Committee for the People's Assembly elections. This important step must also consider integration and transparency, and in particular, measures allowing for the participation and effective representation of women in this process as a basis for political consensus and appropriate political consensus. In that regard, we welcome the recent meeting of the Women's Advisory Board in Damascus, and we see it as a step forward in including historically marginalized voices. We also underscore the establishment of a National Commission for Transitional Justice and a National Commission for Missing Persons. Panama would highlight the consolidation of coordination efforts on the ground through the establishment of a humanitarian country team in Damascus. This is a tangible step towards more cohesive and efficient response, which will strengthen institutional presence in the country and facilitate greater interaction with local stakeholders. However, we are particularly concerned about the humanitarian situation. Extreme weather conditions, which today are hitting Syria, have led to the worst drought in decades, with historic levels of water shortages and rainfall far below normal levels. These events are seriously impacting agricultural production, endangering food security, and worsening pressure on basic water resources. This leads to a threat of a resurgence of outbreaks of cholera with the arrival of warm weather, and therefore Panama would call for redoubled efforts towards cooperation, particularly given the alarming shortfall in financing which threatens the continuity of vital programs in the area of healthcare, food, and water.
We're listening here to United Nations Security Council continuing to discuss the Middle Eastern conflicts. There on the left-hand side of your screen, a look at some of our top stories of the day, including the conflict between Israel and Iran, the fact that President Trump calling for a real end to that conflict, and that Russian attack on Ukraine that has killed 15 people and injured more than 150 others. We'll be right back.
Constructively and for them to become
Heading back out to the United Nations Security Council discussing Middle Eastern conflicts.
To assist Syria in 3 areas. Firstly, to address the humanitarian urgent situation and to support political and economic reintegration of Syria within the international community. For the reasons already mentioned, the humanitarian reasons and rebuilding basic services are priorities. The international community needs to deliver assistance to that end and to contribute financing. France has contributed to these initiatives and we will continue our financial support. This effort is indispensable for the population and the country's recovery. For our part, in February 2025, the European Union has opted to end economic sanctions, which weighed upon Syria. This is now has been in effect. Syria needs to be able to rebuild a functional economy to deliver decent living conditions to the Syrian people with support from all states. We support the mobilization of bilateral, international, and regional donors, as well as those from the private sector. The reintegration of Syria within the international community hinges on regional normalization. We encourage the Syrian authorities to continue their efforts to rebuild constructive relations with their neighbors, as is the case with Lebanon. We call upon Israel to play its part and to seize the historic opportunity, as represented by a Syria which wishes to make peace and relations with its neighbors. Israel needs to end its military operations on Syrian soil and to withdraw from the separation zone that was established in the 1974 disengagement agreement. Syria and Israel must be mindful of the security concerns of each. Second area of action, supporting the restoration of civil peace and unity of Syria. The fall of a dictatorship and restoration of civil peace generates tremendous hope. Nevertheless, the massacres in early March and the ongoing sectarian violence, which has been the case since then, demonstrates the fact that the path ahead is long. We hope that the Commission of Inquiry, which has been tasked with establishing accountability for crimes perpetrated in the coastal region, that this commission would generate clear and impartial conclusions. We trust that the Syrian authorities will do everything possible for Syrian people to be respected without a spirit of vengeance or sectarianism, in a spirit of unity in diversity. We also anticipate that the commitments vis-à-vis the Kurds will be honored. These provide an opportunity to preserve Syrian unity and territorial integrity. Civil peace hinges on national reconciliation and accountability. The transitional justice process needs to be demanding and it needs to be inclusive. Madam Kuleni was clear on that point. The first step in that direction is when we welcome Damascus' establishment of a national authority for missing persons and a national authority for transitional justice has been established in Syria. In parallel, we encourage the Syrian authorities to continue to cooperate with the relevant UN bodies in order to benefit from their expertise and their resources. Third area of action, to help the Syrian authorities make the political transition a collective success. A stable Syria means that the terrorist threat is eradicated. The Syrian authorities need to continue this struggle to resolve the issue of foreign terrorist fighters. The international community, in addition, is contributing to the dismantling of this chemical program, and Damascus' cooperation with the relevant bodies is necessary. The Syrian authorities have committed to building inclusive bodies to reflect the needs of all the Syrian people to ensure the success of this transition period. France stands ready to support administrative capacity building of the Syrian state. We also applaud the efforts of the United Nations, particularly those of Gary Peterson, in delivering valuable support and guiding the Syrian authorities towards the establishment of an inclusive Syria in the spirit established under the principles of the Resolution 2254. We eagerly await the outcomes of the strategic review to ensure the smooth organization of United Nations support for the new Syria. The Security Council needs to stand ready to draw the operational conclusions therefrom. Madam President, the challenge for our council is to provide the best possible support within the deteriorated regional environment, support Syrian efforts to overcome the past, to build a Syria unified in its diversity, in peace with neighbors, free of tyranny and terrorism. France stands ready to contribute. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Listening in here to the United Nations Security Council, continuing to discuss those Middle Eastern conflicts. Speaking of, do want to get to some breaking news on this Monday. On this Tuesday, taking a live now look there at the White House over in Washington, D.C. As we know, President Trump is back here in the U.S. after leaving the G7 summit in Canada early to deal with the conflict between Israel and Iran. But now, Vice President J.D. Vance has released a statement on the entire situation. It is quite lengthy, but we do want to bring it to you in full. Take a look at this. In a post on X, he did write this, saying, quote, "First, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Over the last few months, he encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians to accomplish this goal. The president has made clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment, and he said repeatedly that this would happen one of two ways, the easy way or the, quote, other way." He went on to say this. Second, I've seen a lot of confusion over the issue of civilian nuclear power and uranium enrichment. These are distinct issues. Iran could have civilian nuclear power without enrichment, but Iran rejected that. Meanwhile, they've enriched uranium far above the level necessary for any civilian purpose. They've been found in violation of their non-proliferation obligations by the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is hardly a right-wing organization. And then finally, he did end that post by saying this, quote, "He may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. That decision ultimately belongs to the president. And of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy. But I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue, and having seen this up close and personal, I can assure you that he is only interested in using the American military to accomplish the American people's goals. Whatever he does, that is his focus." Now, this comes as earlier today we did see the president speaking aboard Air Force One. We're taking a live look here out of Tel Aviv in Israel. Now, the president did deny reports late Monday that he left the G7 summit in Canada early to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, hinting that it was for something, quote, much bigger. Then he told reporters aboard Air Force One during an overnight flight back to Washington that he was looking to achieve something better than a ceasefire and would meet with advisors in the Situation Room on Tuesday. Now, when asked what was better than a ceasefire, the president responded, quote, "An end, a real end, not a ceasefire, an end." The president added that giving up entirely was also an option. The president also denying reports that he was rushing back to Washington there to work on that ceasefire, saying, quote, "It certainly has nothing to do with the ceasefire, much bigger than that." Also earlier today, we brought you the news courtesy of the Associated Press that the International Atomic Energy Agency said it believes Israeli airstrikes on Iran's enrichment site have direct impacts on the facility underground centrifuge halls. The strikes are part of an air campaign Israel launched against its longtime foe 5 days ago, targeting Iran's military and nuclear program. This marks the first time the United Nations nuclear watchdog has assessed damage from the strikes in the underground parts of that nuclear site, which is the main enrichment facility of Iran's nuclear program. We're going to continue to follow all of these latest developments, bringing you all of the responses from several world leaders. And remember that the G7 summit is still going on in Canada. We're expecting to get some live events coming out of that conference. All this and more when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, and thank you for joining us on this Tuesday, June 17th. My name is Coral Lahara. We're heading back out to this event that we have been showcasing for the last several hours. It's the United Nations Security Council discussing Middle Eastern conflicts. On the other side of that, my colleague Stephanie Quinu will continue the coverage.
Statement I made on behalf of my government before your esteemed council on the 5th of January. This is also the case in the field of combating terrorism and addressing drug trafficking and smuggling. This should reassure partners and resolve outstanding issues to turn that page. Madam President, in parallel with its efforts at the international level, the Syrian government continues its endeavors domestically. After issuing 2 presidential decrees to form the National Commission for Missing Persons and the National Commission for Transitional Justice, and in line with the current ongoing practical efforts in those 2 important phases, the President of the Republic issued a few days ago Decree number 66. The decree aims to activate the legislative authority and complete state institutions by forming the Higher Committee for People's Assembly elections as stipulated in the Constitutional Declaration, naming its chair and members. This commission will oversee the formation of electoral subsidiary bodies to elect 2/3 of the 150 members of the People's Assembly. Meanwhile, the President of the Republic will appoint the remaining members to ensure fair representation and competence. Practical steps have also been taken to promote civil peace and the rule of law, while preventing any individual acts or reprisals that could destabilize the community. The Ministry of Interior has embarked on a comprehensive restructuring of its agencies and institutions to ensure the security of Syrians. All the same, the Ministry of Defense continues to work on establishing a national army. Calls were issued by official and civil bodies emphasizing the criminalization and prohibition of extrajudicial killings. They support the transitional justice process as well as national reconciliation in a way that ensures accountability for perpetrators of grave violations, guarantee justice and reparations for victims. All this comes within the framework of an institutional approach that enables society to heal its wounds, overcome its pain, and move towards a new Syria. A Syria that is built by the effort of all its people for all its people, women and men, including the young people. A single, unifying Syria, proud of its heritage and its religious, ethnic, and cultural diversity. Madam President, in a related context, efforts continue to address the accumulated humanitarian and development challenges to improve living conditions and provide services to Syrians. The Rukban camp was dismantled, ending the suffering of its remaining residents. This facilitates the return to their cities and villages. Practical steps were initiated to address the unsustainable conditions in El Haul camp and other camps in northeastern Syria. Nearly 1.5 million Syrian refugees and internally displaced persons have returned to their homes. These achievements requires tangible international support for our efforts to provide services, rehabilitate infrastructure, remove debris, ensure reconstruction, and ensure economic recovery and monetary stability, in addition to mine clearance and removing explosive remnants that have claimed the lives of hundreds of people since last December. We look forward to increased humanitarian and development funding and the fulfillment of relevant international pledges. Funding the humanitarian response plan did not exceed 13% up till now, and we're already in the middle of the year, at a time when Syria is facing a significant decline in agricultural crops for this current season due to the drought and other climate factors. This affected livelihoods in many rural areas and increased rates of food insecurity. Today, Syria does not seek emergency relief aid, despite its importance. Instead, Syria looks forward to real partnerships based on common interests and a win-win equation. This would ensure a qualitative leap forward for Syrians as soon as possible, whether in water, energy, agriculture, education, health care, or other essential areas. Some of the investment deals and projects that have been signed recently show that the road to investment in Syria is now open and safe. The Syrian government is close to finalizing a new draft investment law that will be enacted soon. It is high time for Syrians to rejoice, to build a homeland, to create a future worthy of them and their sacrifices, and we must support them and support this hope for a better tomorrow. It would be a remiss not to thank the Trump administration, the United Kingdom, France, the European Union member states and Japan for lifting the sanctions that Syrians have suffered from for too long. We also express our thanks and appreciation to the brotherly and friendly countries that have led high-level diplomatic efforts to achieve this aim. Foremost, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey, the UAE, and Jordan, as well as the member states in this council and beyond that have called time and again for the lifting of these sanctions. We look forward to the completion of this process and ensure the complete and final lifting of all sanctions and measures that continue to have negative impact on various aspects of our joint cooperation. Madam President, Israel's repeated attacks on Syria remain a stumbling block to our stability effort. Israel continues its destructive policies and acts of aggression by seeking to strengthen its illegal presence on Syrian territory. They are building military installations and launching numerous attacks. The last of such attacks was in the town of Beijing in rural Damascus at dawn last Thursday, which led to the death of a young man and the abduction of others. On the same day, last Thursday, your august council heard a briefing from the Department of Political Affairs and Peace Building on Israeli practices and the systematic violations committed by the occupation forces against the people of the areas in which they have infiltrated. Such acts are a flagrant violation of the UN Charter, Security Council resolutions, and the 1974 disengagement agreement. My country, Syria, emphasizes the need to stop Israel's aggressive practices and to put an end to the Israeli occupation of the Syrian Golan and the territories into which the occupation forces have penetrated since the 8th of December of last year. Syria supports the extension of the UNDOF's mandate and emphasizes the need to empower the force to fulfill its mandate. To conclude, Madam President, Syrians, with their human capital, scientific and professional competencies, and history of civilization, are capable of rebuilding their homeland and creating the desired future. Over the past years, we have witnessed the successes and excellence of Syrians in the countries that have hosted them. Today, Syria is writing a new success story as it looks forward to the United Nations and its member states to be part of that success story in a manner consistent with preserving Syria's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity. We are counting on a UN role that would be effective and commensurate with the current stage, a role that supports our national effort as a partner in the path towards reconstruction and development to achieve welfare and prosperity. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the
So we there have the ambassador to Syria speaking at the UN. However, we do have some additional breaking news as we continue to follow the very latest in the Israel-Iran conflict. President Trump taking to social media to provide this statement stating, quote, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA." This comes on the heels of Vice President J.D. Vance issuing his own statement, as you are taking a live look at the White House right here, as President Trump has issued that statement saying that we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. This also comes as President Trump posted a message on his social media site late Monday calling for the immediate evacuation of Tehran, saying, quote, "Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran." Israel also warning people to evacuate the middle of Iran's capital as Israel's air campaign on Tehran appeared to have broadened. And we saw a lot of the damage right there as well. This comes as President Trump left the G7 summit early from Canada, telling reporters on Air Force One that said that he was looking at better than a ceasefire. "We're not looking for a ceasefire," he said, quote, "I didn't say that I was looking for a ceasefire." He also said that he's looking to an end, a real end, not a ceasefire, an end. We also know that he is meeting with advisors in the Situation Room. That is why he left the G7 summit early. And this also comes as Israel continues to expand its airstrikes for a fifth day in that air campaign against Iran's nuclear and military program. And we continue to follow the very latest developments as well. We also want to let you know that coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern time, so in just about 2 hours, we are expecting to hear from the State Department in their press briefing. We will be bringing you all of the developments as they happen, but a lot of discussion going on right now for the Israel-Iran conflict. Any new developments, we're going to pass them along to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, stepping away from a brief break, the UN Security Council continuing to discuss this very issue and others in the Middle East. That live continuing coverage right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to follow all of the developments on this Tuesday as the conflict between Israel and Iran continues. President Trump taking here at the White House, posting that, quote, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran." If you're just joining us at this hour, I did want to share that with you. This is the full statement that President Trump just issued. Quote, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran." Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. President Trump did depart from the G7 summit one day early to speak with his national security advisors at the White House. So far, no word on exactly what came out of that closed-door meeting, but we continue to follow the very latest developments. And I also wanted to share this live look with you right here. This is a live look of Tel Aviv, Israel, as Prime Minister Netanyahu continues to broaden Israel's response and airstrikes against Iran. And so this also comes as President Trump calls for the immediate evacuation of Tehran right here. Meanwhile, today, Israel claimed to have killed a top Iranian general as it traded more strikes with its longtime foe. President Trump, as we just mentioned, warning residents of Tehran to evacuate while suggesting that the United States could give up on negotiations. He did leave the G7 summit one day early to deal with this conflict between Israel and Iran. And when asked to explain, he told journalists that he wanted to see, quote, "a real end," and that this could involve Iran, quote, "giving up entirely." President Trump also added, "I'm not too much in the mood to negotiate." So we are continuing to follow the very latest developments in the ongoing conflict right here. And speaking of the G7 summit, I did want to share this live look with you as the G7 summit continues without President Trump. And they were looking forward to speaking with him on a number of issues, including trade and tariffs. But world leaders are continuing to gather right here at the G7 summit. And so we did want to bring you this live look. It does not look like they will be speaking at this round table. This does appear, at least from this vantage point, that this is more of a photo opportunity. As you can see, some of the journalists trying to get a look at all of the world leaders congregating right there. But we did want to share this with you as President Trump did depart the G7 summit one day early to deal with the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran. Should anything come of this, and we were bringing you a live look of Canadian Prime Minister Carney meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky, as there are a number of world issues that they were hoping to hammer out right here. And we see, a bit of a ruckus, truthfully, right here, as many of these cameras are rushing through the doors. It's a little unclear as to whether this is simply for a photo opportunity, but we're just going to hang on this live look just for a moment to see what this is all about. From this vantage point, it does look like people are lining up, perhaps to take some photos. So I did just want to stay on this just for a little bit, raising the audio to see what we can hear. All right, so we did want to bring you the very latest, switching gears right here as we have some breaking news in the Karen Read murder trial, the verdict now being read. Let's listen in.
Indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following. Motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with the blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, you're to be unanimous.
All right, so we did want to clarify at this point in time, a verdict has not been reached in the Karen Read murder retrial. However, the jury was asking for a list of instructions from the judge right there. So we did want to clarify what you're taking a live look at. On the left-hand side of your screen, that's the mother of the slain Boston police officer, John O'Keefe. He was the Boston police officer boyfriend who Karen Read is accused of hitting with her SUV and then leaving him to die in a blizzard. Her first trial ended in a hung jury. Now this is the retrial. Very emotional moments, as you can imagine, for the mother of John O'Keefe as you're taking a look at her right now. So just to clarify, if you're joining us, it did sound, at least initially, like a verdict may have been reached. However, these were the list of charges that Karen Read is facing. As you can see, she has just been seated back alongside of her attorneys. And we have been hearing from the jury a number of questions that they would like clarification on. So it does appear that they were perhaps asking the judge to restate the list of charges that Karen Read is facing and what they mean and the implications to that. So it does appear that the jury is going back to continue their deliberations. But previously, they had some questions for the judge, including what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Is it 12:45 a.m. or 5 a.m.? Are video clips of Read evidence, and how do we consider them? And also, does convicting guilty on a subcharge convict on the overall charge? That was referring to the manslaughter OUI. So you can see that the camera now panning back up to the fan at the ceiling of the courthouse. We are covering this, and so we wanted to get straight to what we were hearing, but we did want to let you know deliberations do continue at this hour in the Karen Read murder retrial. You can see that the judge is standing right there, and it's a little unclear as to whether they are continuing. She does look like she's adding some instructions, so let's listen in.
I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
All right.
All right, so the judge did say that they will return in 5 minutes' time. The jury has been deliberating for a number of days as we do await the verdict in Karen Read's murder retrial, and we will bring you all of the developments as they do happen. In the meantime, we are going to reset for another break. We do see a number of live events happening, getting straight to them in just a moment.
At Strayer University, we help students like you go from, is it possible, to anything is possible by offering access to up to 10 no-cost gen ed courses, so you can reach your goals affordably and fast. Visit strayer.edu to learn more. No-cost gen eds provided by Strayer University affiliate Sophia. Eligibility rules apply. Connect with us for details. Strayer University is certified to operate in Virginia by Chev and has many campuses, including at 2121 15th Street North in Arlington, Virginia.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue our coverage of the Israel-Iran conflict as the UN continues to meet to discuss the conflict and other situations happening right now in the Middle East. We're going to head back live to that right now.
For their comprehensive and informative briefings. After 14-year-long conflict, Syria now is presented with a critical opportunity to stabilize the country. This opportunity, if utilized effectively with concrete and consistent international support, including from this Council, can contribute not only to Syria's security, but to the wider region as well. Supporting the Syrian administration in its capacity-building efforts is essential in this regard. Following the successful National Dialogue Conference, the announcement of a constitutional declaration, and establishment of a technocratic transitional government, the recent presidential decree on the formation of the Supreme Committee for People's Assembly elections marks another important step forward. In parallel, the establishment of the National Commission on Transitional Justice and the National Commission on Missing Persons further demonstrates the Syrian administration's commitment to establishing the necessary institutional mechanisms for peace, stability, and inclusivity. We believe that the only viable path forward for Syria lies in preserving the country's unity under a central government that guarantees the constitutional rights and freedoms of all its citizens, regardless of ethnicity or religion or sect. In the immediate term, revitalizing the Syrian economy is of utmost importance, alongside safeguarding the country's territorial integrity and national unity. As Ms. Rushdie mentioned, the deal signed between the Syrian administration and a consortium of Qatari, Turkish, and US companies to develop major power generation projects marks a crucial step in Syria's infrastructure recovery plan. Once completed, 3 projects are expected to provide over 50% of Syria's electricity needs. This is one of the examples Turkish companies are involved. Recent sanctions relief has opened the door for reconstruction efforts. It is essential that the international community supports visible and rapid improvements on the ground to prevent destabilizing interventions by third parties. Madam President, developments in Syria have been a source of optimism for our region and for the entire world. However, we must remain vigilant. Progress in Syria should not be derailed by negative developments in the broader region. In particular, it is imperative to ensure that the ongoing cycle of violence following Israel's illegal attacks on Iran does not engulf Syria. The destabilizing policies and continued aggression by Israel must be curbed. Israel's repeated airstrikes and incursions not only undermine Syria's internal stability, but also erode its capacity to combat Daesh, posing a threat to collective regional and international security. We reiterate our call on Israel to immediately cease its actions that violate Syria's sovereignty and threaten regional peace and stability. The full implementation of the 1974 Separation of Forces Agreement must be ensured by this Council. Madam President, it is also vital that terrorist groups are prevented from exploiting the fragile security environment. Turkey stands ready to cooperate with the Syrian administration to secure detention centers and camps in the northeast and to prevent any resurgence of terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, particularly from Daesh. Future of Syria must not be held hostage by terrorist entities. Groups such as Daesh and PKK-YPG have no place in Syria's future. We remain deeply concerned that the so-called SDF has not adhered to the March 10 agreement with Damascus. its continued actions further complicate the security landscape in Syria. It is essential that all terrorist structures are dismantled. All armed elements must disarm and surrender their capabilities to the Syrian state, and all terrorist actors must be expelled from Syrian territory. Seizing all forms of support to the so-called SDF remains the most effective means of facilitating the integration of northeast of Syria into the central administration, legitimate administration. Madam President, Turkey remains resolutely committed to supporting the Syrian people as they navigate this critical phase. We stand ready to work in close coordination with the Syrian administration, regional stakeholders, and the international community, including this Council, to ensure that this window of opportunity of peace, stability, and reconciliation is not lost. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Turkey for his statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
So you can see that the UN Security Council has ended their discussion as they were talking about the conflict in the Middle East, including the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran. And a programming note to let you know about as we take a live look here at the White House. Coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, so in just about an hour and a half, we are expecting to hear from the State Department as they likely will be discussing that very issue. This comes as President Trump has taken to social media saying that, quote, we have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. So any developments that should arise, we, of course, will bring them to you. But we did want to let you know that coming up in just about an hour and a half at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting the State Department briefing to get underway, and we will be bringing that to you once we do get a live look. In the meantime, we are going to step away for another break as we continue our coverage. This also comes as the UN is holding an emergency session talking about this. And we do see that we have a live look right there. So coming up after the break, we're going to head to the emergency session of the United Nations as they also are discussing this topic.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned.
My victory is getting my life back.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
The United Nations continuing their discussion over the conflict in the Middle East. The General Assembly holding an emergency special session, and I did want to head to that live right now.
Stop this barbarism. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malta.
We thank the chairs of the Arab Group and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Group for requesting the resumption of the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly, and we value the urgency with which this matter has been brought before us. We are meeting today because the Security Council could not agree on a resolution that would address the plight of the civilians in Gaza. We are meeting once more with the moral and political necessity of calling for an immediate ceasefire and watch on as a catastrophe continues to unfold before our eyes. We are meeting again, faced with the collective responsibility of providing civilians with the humanitarian aid that they so desperately need, or taking a step back while the needs of Palestinians are weaponized and privatized. We are meeting again because, once more, we are stuck standing by idly while the world moves on, while the situation in Gaza continues to spiral towards an ever more dystopian reality. President, the vetoed resolution that brings us together today called for a concise set of deliverables, an immediate and permanent ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and unrestricted entry and access of humanitarian aid. These are aspirations that should not be controversial, and they are fully consistent with the position taken by Malta since the outbreak of hostilities, as well as the positions taken by the vast majority of member states. We therefore reaffirm our call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, alongside so many others who have already spoken here today. Since 7th October 2023, Malta has consistently called for the unconditional release of all hostages captured by Hamas, expressing our sympathy for their families and loved ones. We have repeatedly condemned the horrific terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas, and we shall continue to condemn such behavior unequivocally. Nonetheless, we also condemn the weaponization, obstruction, and politicization of humanitarian aid. We condemn the collective punishment of civilians. This should not be a controversial point. We are deeply disappointed that even the bare minimum in terms of the observance of IHL has become too much to ask. President, in closing, the postponed high-level conference on the two-state solution takes on increased relevance in this context. Malta underscores its firm position that de-escalation and dialogue are fundamental elements to cultivate the necessary environment to relaunch negotiations for a just, comprehensive, and peaceful resolution of this conflict, based on the two-state solution along the pre-1967 borders. To this end, we reiterate the call for a ceasefire, the unconditional release of hostages, and the resumption of humanitarian aid to the population of Gaza in good faith as an essential step precisely towards the path of de-escalation, dialogue, and peace in the Middle East. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Malta, and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Turkey welcomes convening of the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly upon the request of the OIC and Arab groups. We gather once again in this hall under the shadow of a deepening crisis in Gaza, following the recent veto at the Security Council of a resolution that sought to address the unfolding catastrophic humanitarian situation. This also comes in parallel with Israel's attacks on Iran, an act that constitutes a flagrant violation of international law, especially UN Charter. We welcome adoption of the resolution entitled Protection of Civilians and Upholding Legal and Humanitarian Obligations with 149 votes. This resolution is a reaffirmation of fundamental legal and moral principles, an opportunity for the General Assembly to act where the Security Council has failed. Mr. President, humanitarian crisis in Gaza Strip has reached an unbearable magnitude. More than 2 million people are enduring unimaginable sufferings amid widespread destruction, starvation, and the systematic denial of humanitarian assistance. Basic services have collapsed. Famine looms. Conditions of life are rapidly deteriorating, and international humanitarian law continues to be gravely violated. The crisis in Gaza has evolved beyond a mere humanitarian emergency. It constitutes a profound test of our collective humanity and moral obligation. There has been no safe and significant aid delivered in Gaza for more than 3 months now. The only way to do it is through the UN, including UNRWA. We categorically reject alternative models of aid delivery that compromise impartiality and dignity. The tragic loss of lives in the pursuit of aid tragically illustrates the human cost of misguided attempts. Humanitarian assistance is not a political concession. It is a legal and moral obligation. Aid must be delivered promptly, adequately, and without obstruction through all available crossings and in accordance with the international humanitarian law and in coordination with the United Nations. The humanitarian principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence must be respected. We call on the international community to move beyond statements of concern and take decisive, coordinated action. In this spirit, Turkey welcomes adoption of the draft resolution, which we have co-sponsored. While the resolution could have reflected a more balanced perspective, particularly in operative paragraph 2, where a reference to the immediate, dignified, and unconditional release of all Palestinian detainees held by Israel would have been appropriate, we nevertheless consider it an important and meaningful step forward. This resolution demands immediate, sustained, and unimpeded flow of humanitarian aid, including food, medical supplies, fuel, shelter, and access to clean water throughout Gaza, in coordination with the United Nations. It reaffirms support for UNRWA and underscores its indispensable role in alleviating sufferings on the ground. It also reiterates our collective commitment to a two-state solution and firmly rejects all attempts to alter the demographic or territorial status of the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem and Gaza. This point bears particular relevance. Turkey co-chairs a roundtable at the high-level international conference for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, which will be held at the soonest possible convenience. We encourage all member states to seize the opportunity to reinvigorate efforts towards a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace. We commend the leadership of Saudi Arabia and France in steering this crucial process and call for meaningful steps to translate the two-state vision into reality. Mr. President, Turkey has long advocated for a reformed, democratic, representative, and effective Security Council. The recent veto of a similar resolution in the Security Council aimed at halting hostilities and facilitating humanitarian access is deeply regrettable. Use of veto in this context, in the face of such human suffering, stands in stark contrast to the will of the overwhelming majority of the member states and undermines credibility and effectiveness of the Council in fulfilling its responsibilities. It is precisely for moments like these that the General Assembly must act, guided by moral weight of multilateral consensus and the urgency of human need. Adoption of this resolution is not merely a declaration of principle, it is a call to action. We send a united and resounding message, which means the international community will not tolerate impunity, will not accept collective punishment, will not abandon the Palestinian civilian population, will not forget the atrocities and violations. We will not stand by as the international law is trampled and human suffering deepens. Turkey will continue to stand with the Palestinian people until a political solution based on the two-state vision and pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of an independent, sovereign, and geographically contiguous state of Palestine is achieved. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, Brazil welcomed the adoption of the resolution Protection of Civilians and Upholding Legal and Humanitarian Obligations. It responds with moral clarity and legal grounding to the appalling humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip and in the occupied Palestinian territory. The resolution is a necessary step to protect the lives and dignity of civilians who continue to bear the brunt of Israel's repeated violations of international law. We gladly co-sponsored it. We must, however, express our deep frustration at the persistent failure of the Security Council in dealing with the conflict in Gaza. Despite the urgency of the current situation, meaningful action has been repeatedly obstructed. Once again, the General Assembly has had to act not by preference, but by necessity. The situation in the state of Palestine, particularly in Gaza, is of alarming gravity. The authorization mechanism imposed by Israel, which has been unequivocally rejected by humanitarian agencies, has dismantled humanitarian coordination and left over 2 million Palestinians without essential aid. Attacks on distribution sites have resulted in civilian deaths and further deepened the crisis. We therefore welcome the resolution's condemnation of the use of starvation as a method of warfare and its call for the immediate, safe, and unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance in line with humanitarian principles and under the coordination of UN agencies. They have the required expertise to provide the much needed help in a dignified manner. Brazil also welcomes the resolution's reaffirmation of support for UNRWA. The agency's role remains irreplaceable. The deaths of over 300 staff since October 2023 are a tragic reminder of the risks faced by humanitarian personnel. As Vice Chair of UNRWA's Advisory Commission, soon to assume the chair, Brazil reaffirms its unwavering support for the agency and calls for strengthened international backing so it may continue fulfilling its mandate without interference. Mr. President, at some point in the near future, we'll reconvene to address the question of Palestine and the two-state solution. Brazil is honored to have co-chaired alongside Senegal, Working Group 7 of the upcoming conference, dedicated to promoting respect for international law. We hope the conference will mark a turning point, allowing us to look beyond the urgency and toward long-term recovery and reconstruction led by Palestinians themselves. By reaffirming its long-standing commitment to a two-state solution, with an independent and viable state of Palestine living side by side with Israel in peace and security within the 1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as its capital. We reiterate our unwavering support for Palestine's quest for broader international recognition through legitimate diplomatic channels. There is no legal or political justification to continue denying the state of Palestine full membership in the United Nations. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, my delegation would like to associate itself with the statements delivered by the Arab Group and the Non-Aligned Movement in New York. And allow me, Mr. President, to express our gratitude to you for responding to the request to resume the 10th emergency special session of the General Assembly. Jordan condemns the continued Israeli aggression on Gaza and the unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe it is causing for more than 2 million Palestinians who are besieged. Jordan calls for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and the adequate and continued entry of humanitarian aid to Gaza. We confirm that the fact that Israel is halting the entry of humanitarian aid is a grave violation of international humanitarian law. Jordan calls for enabling United Nations agencies, especially UNRWA, to perform their duties with no obstacles. We confirm the need that these agencies must be able to provide basic services to more than 5 million refugees in its 5 areas of operation. Jordan renews its support for the efforts exerted by the Egyptian Republic and Qatar and the United States to arrive at an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. We also confirm our full support for convening the Early Recovery and Reconstruction Conference in Cairo as soon as an immediate ceasefire is reached in implementation of the resolutions of the Emergency Arab Summit. Mr. President, Jordan condemns the Israeli escalation and unilateral measures in the occupied West Bank, including the building of settlements, annexation of lands, and the continued and repeated incursions perpetrated by ministers in the Israeli government, as well as extremist settlers of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and Al-Haram Al-Qudsi, which are being conducted under the protection of the occupying forces. We stress that Israel has no sovereignty on East Jerusalem and its holy sites, and we warn of the gravity of these continued violations. We call upon the international community to shoulder its responsibilities and ensure their immediate halt. We also confirm that these Israeli violations of Islamic and Christian holy sites are considered a blatant violation of the historical and legal status quo of Jerusalem and is a violation of Israel's obligations as the occupying power. Moreover, the Al-Quds Awqaf Affairs, which is part of the Jordanian Islamic Holy Shrines Department, is the only department that is tasked with managing the Holy Jerusalem campus, Al-Haram Al-Qudsi Al-Sharif, and arranging entry into it under the Hashemite guardianship of Islamic and Christian holy sites in the Holy City. Mr. President, Jordan reaffirms its position supporting the rights of the Palestinian people that are inalienable, especially their established right in establishing an independent and sovereign state on the 4 June 1967 lines with East Jerusalem as their capital and based on the two-state solution and the Arab Peace Initiative. We stress that achieving peace and stability in the region cannot be achieved without putting an end to the occupation and without the embodiment of a Palestinian state. And we confirm that international recognition of the Palestinian state is not only a legal obligation, but is a political and moral necessity as well. In closing, Jordan renews its support for the high-level international conference on the peaceful resolution of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. And we will contribute to its success and build upon its outcomes under the joint leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic. I thank you.
So that was the ambassador to Jordan right there, as the UN General Assembly is holding an emergency special session talking about the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Meanwhile, we did want to share a new social media post from President Trump, who took to social media just moments ago. This is what he shared, saying, quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding," this referring to Iran's supreme leader. He goes on to say he is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, in parentheses, kill, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention in this matter. President Trump referring to Iran's supreme leader. Previously, Israel had asked for the approval of President Trump and the United States in order to take out the supreme leader. President Trump at the time vetoed that request, and now he is following up with this social media post saying that he knows exactly where the supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target. We are not going to take him out, at least not for now. In parentheses, he makes it abundantly clear as he uses the word kill. He also says we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention in this matter. And I also wanted to share another social media post that President Trump posted earlier saying, quote, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old U.S." President Trump back at the White House on this Tuesday, leaving the G7 summit in Canada a day early to deal with the conflict between Israel and Iran right there. And he was going to be meeting with his cabinet, his Homeland Security cabinet there in the Situation Room, stating that, quote, "We are looking at better than a ceasefire. We are not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire." He said he wants an end, a real end, and not a ceasefire. So we are continuing to learn a little bit more from the Trump administration as the conflict between Iran and Israel escalates. And I also wanted to share this live look with you right here. This is a live look from the State Department press briefing room in Washington, D.C. This is where we are expecting to hear from spokesperson Tammy Bruce, as no doubt the conflict between Israel and Iran will be at the center of discussions today, as President Trump is now weighing the options when it comes to this conflict, saying that they're looking for better than a ceasefire. They are looking for the end. As President Trump was discussing Iran's supreme leader, this also comes as Israel was sharing the very latest, claiming today to have killed a top Iranian general as it traded more strikes with Iran. President Trump also warning residents of Tehran to evacuate, while also suggesting that the United States could give up on negotiations. So this is a quickly developing situation. We are receiving reaction and responses minute by minute, bringing them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. And coming up in just about an hour, we are expecting the State Department press briefing to get underway. This comes as President Trump back at the White House, meeting in his Situation Room, as the world really looks to the region to see how this might escalate, how this might end. President Trump being front and center when it comes to the negotiations. Earlier, he had repeatedly called for peace, called for some sort of deal between Israel and Iran. But now that that's looking like that may not happen, he is putting the pressure, warning residents in Tehran to evacuate, warning that if Iran does not comply, implying that more action will come down the pipeline. We are going to step away for our final break, resuming our live coverage after that.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail, the ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is coming up on 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. And I did want to share this live look with you. This takes us out to Los Angeles, California, where we are expecting to hear from California officials any moment now as they announce more charges in immigration protests. So just to give you a little bit of context, we are expecting to hear from Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman, U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley, and California Highway Patrol Southern Division Chief Chris Margaris announcing additional charges filed in connection with the immigration protests that have occurred this month. So we do see that folks are seated. This is slated to get underway in just about 2 minutes' time. And as soon as that happens, we, of course, will bring that to you. A lot of developments as the anti-ICE protests have continued to expand nationwide, many of them turning to violence. And we have also seen the conflict grow between various lawmakers. Senator Alex Padilla from California was just detained last week as he walked into the press conference with Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem right there. And in fact, he is speaking on that very issue, talking about National Guard troops on the Senate floor. So I did want to just pivot to that as we do await this press conference.
Why am I being detained? Not once did they tell me why. I pray you never have a moment like this. But I will tell you, in that moment, a lot of questions came to my mind. First of all, where are they taking me? Because I know I'm not just being escorted out of the building. Am I being arrested here? And what will a city already on edge from being militarized think when they see their United States senator being handcuffed just for trying to ask a question? And what will my wife think? What will our boys think? And I also remember asking myself, if this aggressive escalation is the result of someone speaking up against the abuses and overreach of the Trump administration, was it really worth it? But colleagues, How many Americans in our nation's history have marched, have protested, have shed blood, even lost their lives to protect our rights? How many Americans have served in wars overseas to protect our freedoms here at home? And how many Americans in the year 2025 see a vindictive president on a tour of retribution, unrestrained by the majority of this separate and co-equal branch of government, and wonder if it's worth it to stand up or to speak out? If a United States senator becomes too afraid to speak up, how can we expect any other American to do the same?
This is Senator Alex Padilla talking about being removed last week from an ICE update. However, we do see LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman taking to the podium as we are expecting to hear more on the additional charges being filed in the Los Angeles anti-ICE protests. And we did want to raise the audio and listen in. We, of course, will continue to monitor Senator Padilla and bring you any significant statements that he makes.
The United States Attorney, Bill Asaley. We will also have speaking the California Highway Patrol Southern Division Chief, Chris Margaris. We will also have Los Angeles Police Department Deputy Chief, Alan Hamilton. Also up here amongst us are representatives from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We have members from the District Attorney's Office, including our Charge Evaluation Division Deputy Head, or Head Deputy Alva Lynn, Deputy District Attorney Michael Blake of the Crimes Against Peace Officers Division. We are here to announce additional charges beyond the ones that we presented at our original press conference. In announcing these charges, I want to be crystal clear, as I am at every one of these conferences. Charges are not evidence. Every defendant we're going to be discussing is presumed innocent until and unless proven by legally admissible evidence beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. So if you hear us describing anything about a particular case, it is not evidence. These statements themselves will not be used in a court of law. Evidence will be presented to a judge or a jury in an appropriate time to convict someone beyond a reasonable doubt. So first, I'd like to start out with a thank you. I want to start out with a thank you because I think it's incredibly important to thank the hundreds of law enforcement officers that have come to Los Angeles at this important time, and to Los Angeles County. And it's not just the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, which has done incredible work, or the Los Angeles Police Department, or the California Highway Patrol. But we've also been joined by the ATF, and we have the special assistant in charge, the special agent in charge, Kenny Cooper from the ATF, who has joined us today. We've also been supported by the FBI. We've also been supported by 45 local law enforcement agencies throughout this county. It has been a tremendous amount of work to keep order, to allow protests to occur. Those protests have grown from hundreds of people to thousands of people to tens of thousands of people to hundreds of thousands of people. And I'm here to tell you that 99.99% of the people who protested did so lawfully, did so expressing their First Amendment rights, as is tradition in this country, voicing their thoughts, their opposition, their whatever to the government, as they are allowed to in this country. This right, we come to appreciate this right when we see it being denied in other countries. And we realize what an incredibly valuable constitutional right we have to protest against anything we find disagreeable in our system, but to do it absolutely lawfully. But what you'll hear, and I gave you this initial idea when we had our first press conference on it, Mr. Asaley gave additional thoughts with respect to the federal charges that have been brought. The LA City Attorney's Office has given her additional thoughts with city attorney charges that have been brought. against a relatively small segment. And when I say relatively small segment of people who've committed criminal violations, these are people for whom the protest was a cover. They weren't interested in protesting. They weren't interested in joining the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people that wanted to legitimately voice their concerns about what's going on in society. This smaller group, which numbers probably in the hundreds, not even in the thousands, this group wanted to commit crimes. They looked at the protests as a cover, an opportunity to go ahead and ply their illegal trade and commit a whole variety of crimes that in many ways has done a huge disservice to the legitimate protesters out there. And what you're going to hear is that sometimes those legitimate protesters have reared up their heads and helped us identify these criminals, as well they should. Because the media would only like to focus, quite candidly, on the fireworks being exploded, on the motorcycles running into law enforcement, on the incredible graffiti that is in many ways destroyed or certainly desecrated our historic buildings, on other situations, and you'll hear some of these additional charges being described today, of these few numbers of people who want to make it seem like Los Angeles is under siege. It is not. As I said before, 99.9% or 99% of people who protested did so legitimately, did so peacefully. And by the way, as a percentage of people in Los Angeles County, we have close to 11 million people in the county. 10% would be 1.1 million people. 1% is 110,000 people. We had 1/2 of 1% of the people in this county at most were protesting at all. So let's put that number back in context. 99.95% of people in this county didn't protest at all. Yet if you look at the media, the social media, the podcast, you would assume by their focus and their repeating over and over and over again of what's going on that Los Angeles was a war zone, no different than some real war zones across this world. Nothing could be further from the truth. But we're going to announce additional charges today, both myself, Mr. Asali, the CHP and the LAPD, to give you an idea of the types of crimes that have been committed and will absolutely be prosecuted. The first, I will announce 5 of them. Mr. Asali will announce several others. The first one I want to focus on is by an individual named William Rubio. William Rubio is 23 years old. He has been charged with 2 felony counts of assault upon a police officer and 2 felony counts of using a destructive device to injure or destroy. Now let me describe the charges that have been alleged against Mr. Rubio. On the night of June 8th, there was a dumpster that was set on fire at 1st and Spring Street. Undercover officers observed Mr. Rubio allegedly throwing fireworks at the Los Angeles Fire Department and the Los Angeles Police Department personnel who responded to put the fire out. Mr. Rubio left the scene, but was spotted 30 minutes later, allegedly throwing fireworks at Los Angeles Police Department motor officers who were on a skirmish line. He was arrested, and when he was arrested, in his backpack, they found 20 individual fireworks. These included 11 M1000 quarter sticks. For anyone who understands fireworks, you have fireworks that range from the least explosive, an M80, an M100. These were 11 M1000 fire sticks, these quarter sticks. These quarter sticks are basically a quarter stick of dynamite. These are lethal devices, destructive devices. And had any of these been thrown in a person's direction, they very well could have killed or maimed that person. That was what Mr. Rubio was doing the night of June 8th, and Mr. Rubio was arrested. He was charged with these crimes, and if convicted as charged, Mr. Rubio faces up to 8 years and 8 months in prison. The second case involves Terrell Tillis, 30 years old. He's been charged with 1 felony count of possession of a firearm by a felon and one misdemeanor count of giving or receiving a large capacity magazine. On the night of June 11th, Mr. Tillis was in downtown Los Angeles, and he was detained for being out past a Los Angeles city mandated curfew. He allegedly had this loaded firearm with him that had 15 rounds in the magazine. If convicted as charged, Mr. Tillis is facing up to 6 years and 6 months in prison. Third defendant, Antonia De La Rosa, age 44. He's been charged with one felony count of discharging a laser at an aircraft. On the night of June 12th, Mr. De La Rosa has been alleged to be in the area of a protest in San Pedro. He allegedly pointed a green laser at a Los Angeles Police Department helicopter several times. If convicted as charged, he faces up to 3 years in prison. Fourth defendant, Eddie Lee Baldwin, age 39. He has been charged with one felony count of second-degree commercial burglary. On the night of June 9th, Mr. Baldwin is accused of being among many dozens of people who forced their way into an Apple store in downtown Los Angeles to loot that store. He faces up to 6 years in prison. And the fifth defendant is Adam Palermo. I will describe that case. Mr. Asali will also describe the federal aspects of that case. Mr. Palermo, and he is featured in the video you have before you as well, was an individual who's 39 years old. He's been charged with 4 felony counts of assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer, 1 felony count of arson, and 1 felony count of vandalism. On the night of June 8th, Mr. Palermo is accused of throwing a large rock at a California Highway Patrol vehicle from an overpass on the 101 freeway. He also allegedly lit an object on fire and threw it at a CHP SUV that was parked on the freeway. That vehicle caught fire. In this case, what you will hear is an anonymous tip from Crime Stoppers is what helped law enforcement identify, locate, and arrest Mr. Palermo. If convicted as charged on the state charges, he faces up to 9 years and 8 months in state prison. Mr. Palermo's case basically can be viewed in 3 different ways. Call it timing, techniques, and consequences. On timing, we have promised you that the charges are coming. And for anybody who's committed these crimes who wasn't arrested at that moment in time, we have told those folks that we are coming for you. And Mr. Palermo's case is an example of exactly that. That though he did not get arrested at that exact moment in time, you see behind me and throughout this entire county, law enforcement officers who are going to track down these criminals, arrest them, bring their cases to the U.S. attorney, to the district attorney, to the city attorney. We will then prosecute those cases, convict these individuals, and they will be punished. So on timing, the warning to all those criminals out there who've committed the crimes, we're coming after you. And to the people out there who are thinking about committing these crimes, please don't. Please heed this warning. The second thing is techniques. One of the things we discussed in the last press conference was how law enforcement is going to actually go ahead and find all these individuals. This exact case is an example of that. Crime Stoppers. 2 individuals contacted Crime Stoppers and provided anonymously information showing linking the social media sites for Mr. Palermo to the activities that were publicized by the media of an individual who was masked, who was throwing objects from the freeway onto the CHP cars. They followed up with these anonymous tips. They linked in all the social media video, all the video footage from the media, all the cell phone cameras that had been recording this. Hundreds or thousands of cameras have been out there. Law enforcement's going to get this evidence. And when they get this evidence, they're going to find these people behind these masks, behind these coverings, who thought they could go ahead and commit these crimes with impunity. Now they're going to realize something different. And the third point about the Palermo case and these other cases are the consequences. Mr. Palermo has basically said that he thought this was his most productive day. Literally, causing this damage, committing these crimes was his most productive day. What he's going to learn is that when we bring the evidence in court and we convict him beyond a reasonable doubt, and a judge sentences him to jail or prison, that he can think long and hard as he's sitting there in a jail or a prison about what a great productive day he had. It was not a productive day. It was a day of destruction, a day of violating the laws, and it will be eventually a day of accountability. Now let me turn this over to our United States Attorney, Bill Asaley.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney. Good afternoon or good morning. I'm Bill Asaley. I'm the United States Attorney for the Central District of California. I am very proud to stand here today with our state and federal law enforcement partners. We are united in our efforts to ensure that individuals that choose to cause violence and destruction in our communities are held accountable. And you've seen us do that over the last week. And we're here today to continue doing that and to announce more charges. We have zero tolerance for violence. As the district attorney said, you have an absolute right to peacefully protest. You have no right to destroy property or to engage in acts of violence, especially at our law enforcement officers. Since June 6, 2025, my office, working with federal and state partners, have charged more than 20 individuals with federal crimes for engaging in violent conduct, obstructing enforcement operations, or supporting acts of violence. Let me highlight a few of the cases we filed over the last few days. On Friday, we took custody of Mr. Alejandro Orellana for his role in supporting the violent protests in downtown Los Angeles. On June 9th, he drove his truck downtown with an unidentified woman to hand out large quantities of face shields to individuals who appeared to be engaged in violence and vandalism. He was not handing them out to peaceful protesters. His actions were captured on video, posted on social media, and observed by Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies. These face shields are designed to protect from chemical splashes and flying debris, which helps protect violent agitators from less than lethal weapons deployed by law enforcement. When the FBI executed a search warrant at his home, they found a powerful wrist rocket-style slingshot and ammunition for the slingshot, including a bag of rocks and containers of metal BBs, a can of spray paint, plastic goggles, and a notebook with the words 1312 Blue Lives Matter 187. 1312 is an abbreviation for All Cops Are Bastards, while 187 is a common slang term for murder. He has been charged with a violation of 18 United States Code Section 371, conspiracy to commit civil disorder, and 18 United States Code Sections 231A3 and 2, aiding and abetting in civil disorders. Each of those charges carries a 5-year statutory maximum sentence. As I mentioned last week, much of the violence has been directed at law enforcement, police officers who are just trying to do their jobs and protect the community. As you saw in the news, on June 8th, our highway patrol officers were violently and viciously attacked by individuals from an overpass above the 101 freeway, throwing rocks and explosive devices and lighting CHP cars on fire. On Friday, federal agents in the CHP arrested Mr. Adam Charles Palermo for his role in the attack on our CHP officers. Palermo was caught on video participating in the attack. His social media account contained a collage of photographs and videos depicting a man holding flying debris, a CHP patrol car on fire, and various other damage to CHP patrol cars. In the caption, he wrote, "All of the protests I've been involved in, which is well over 100 now, I'm most proud of what I did today." Mr. Palermo is charged with a violation of 18 United States Code Section 844I, attempted arson of a vehicle used in interstate or foreign commerce. He faces a mandatory minimum penalty of 5 years and a statutory maximum penalty of 20 years. He will not be doing any protests for the next foreseeable future. Another case filed yesterday involves an individual who spit on a military serviceman and a law enforcement officer. On Saturday, California National Guard and federal police were outside the federal building on Los Angeles Street trying to protect federal property. Angus Johnson confronted a California National Guardsman, and after heckling him, he spit on him. Johnson then spit on other federal police officers present who were trying to keep the peace. As our president said, if you spit, we hit, and we will hit you with a felony. Mr. Johnson is charged with assaulting a federal agent in violation of 18 United States Code Section 111. He faces a maximum sentence of 8 years in prison. We have dozens of ongoing investigations, and we are continuing our work to identify individuals who engaged in violence. Their masks, their face shields will not save them. We will find them, and we will go to their home, and we will arrest them. That is a promise I make to the community. I want to thank our law enforcement men and women. I want to thank our National Guard and the military for their service in keeping us safe. I want to thank the federal agents for their hard work, which they continue to do each and every day. They do not deserve to be treated the way in which they were the last week, and we're not going to put up with it. We have great working relationships with our local law enforcement partners, LAPD, the sheriffs, CHP, the district attorney's office, and we will work together to make sure we get the most aggressive and appropriate sentence for each of these violent actors. Thank you very much.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I'm Chris Margaris. I am the Southern Division Chief for the California Highway Patrol. First, I want to extend my sincere appreciation to Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman and U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley, as well as all the other agencies standing here with us today. Their continued commitment to public safety and the safety of our officers reflects the strength of our partnership and a unified front in response to the recent events in Los Angeles. Over the past week, the California Highway Patrol has been fully engaged in maintaining public safety amid a series of protests across the state and here in Los Angeles. Let me be clear. While we uphold and protect the constitutional right to free speech and peaceful assembly, we will not and do not tolerate violence, criminal conduct, or any act that threatens the safety of the public or our officers. Today I'm announcing the arrest of Adam Palermo of Los Angeles by the California Highway Patrol Major Crime Detectives for his role in a violent attack on CHP personnel. Palermo is accused of throwing rocks at our officers and participating in the arson of a marked CHP patrol vehicle. These are not protest actions. These are serious felonies and direct threats to public safety. We are pursuing full accountability under the law for violent crimes. In addition, the California Highway Patrol has made multiple arrests related to reckless driving incidents that occurred directly in front of our Special Response Team officers and protesters during recent events. These drivers deliberately engaged in dangerous maneuvers that placed everyone nearby, officers, protesters, and bystanders, in immediate danger. That is not protest. It is reckless criminal behavior. Vehicles have been impounded for 30 days, and criminal charges are being recommended for each of the individuals involved. Let me emphasize this is far from over. Our investigation is active and ongoing. CHP detectives continuing to review evidence, examine video footage, identify additional suspects, and pursue charges for those incited and carried out violence against our officers and engaged in criminal acts during these demonstrations. Anyone who assaulted a peace officer, destroyed property, or threatened public safety will be identified and held fully accountable. We are asking for the public help. If you witness any criminal activity during these demonstrations or have any information that may assist our investigators, please call our Major Crimes Tip line at 323-259-3200. Tips can be made anonymously, and every lead will be pursued. To the people of California, we are here to protect your right to speak and be heard. But those who choose to exploit public demonstrations and invite violence, attack officers, or create chaos, know this: we are coming for you. Your actions will not go unanswered. Our officers have shown professionalism, courage, restraint under intense and dangerous circumstances. I'm incredibly proud of the men and women in the California Highway Patrol. We remain unwavering in our mission to provide the highest level of safety, service, and security for everyone who lives and works and travels in this state. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton. I'm the Chief of Detectives for the Los Angeles Police Department. I want to open up first with thanking our law enforcement partners, the hard work done by the Los Angeles Police Department officers, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, California Highway Patrol, and numerous other agencies that came in on a mutual aid basis to assist in keeping this city safe. On behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, we want to thank them for all their hard work, the sacrifice they've done, over these last few days to make this city, this region, and this state safe. Our hats go off to all of our partners that responded when the call went out to assist, arrived in this city within hours, and assisted us in restoring order to this city. The city of Los Angeles is a peaceful and orderly city, and the Los Angeles Police Department will keep it that way. We want to thank our partners in the U.S. Attorney's Office, the District Attorney's Office, and the City Attorney's Office in assisting us on the other side of our investigations with effective and meaningful prosecution and consequences. And as my partners have discussed, these investigations that we have initiated as results of this criminal activity will continue. As I stand here and speak, our investigators are continuing to identify individuals that were involved in violent activity and looting activity in the downtown area, and we will be making additional arrests, and we will be arresting additional suspects and bringing them to justice as well as we have in these cases that we're discussing today. The Los Angeles Police Department supports the right to peacefully protest, but when individuals choose to engage in violence, arm themselves, or endanger others, including officers and community members, we will act and we will seek prosecution. Pointing a laser at an aircraft is not a prank. It's a felony and a serious public safety threat. When a laser hits the cockpit of an LAPD helicopter, it can temporarily blind or disorient the pilot, even at high altitude or at speed. In low-flying urban environments like Los Angeles, this creates an extremely dangerous situation where momentary loss of vision can lead to a crash that puts lives at risk on the ground and with our air crews. This behavior is not only reckless, it can blind the pilot and cause a catastrophic crash. A crash caused by a laser strike could impact homes, traffic, businesses, or peaceful gatherings below. These incidents also jeopardize the safety of officers on the ground who rely on aerial support for real-time intelligence during emergency, crimes in progress, and crowd management. Unfortunately, we're seeing an increase in the use of laser pointers at protests and during incidents where individuals appear to be intentionally targeting law enforcement. This is not accidental or careless. It is often deliberate interference with law enforcement operations, and it has all the hallmarks of criminal intent. In the case of Mr. De La Rosa, the laser was reportedly aimed at the LAPD airship multiple times, demonstrating a clear disregard for human life and operational safety. I will tell you that I was out there that night when that happened at approximately 11 p.m. And I know a lot of people see Los Angeles police officers and other law enforcement agency with the tinted glasses when we're at these protests. We have had law enforcement officers sustain career-ending and life-damaging injuries to their eyes as a result of laser strikes on the ground. So you can only imagine how dangerous it is for an air crew operating hundreds of feet above a crowd, providing timely intelligence and safety to the officers below. That activity will never be tolerated in the city of Los Angeles, and we will always seek to take effective prosecutorial action after arresting those suspects. We want to thank the district attorney for pursuing felony charges in the cases presented today, along with their partners at the U.S. Attorney's Office. These crimes don't advance any cause or further any message at all. What they do is endanger the lives of our officers, harm our communities, our small businesses who are desperately trying to recover in a very challenging atmosphere, and our civic institutions. There was some discussion about the historical buildings down here that have sustained serious damage, and it's just not going to be tolerated in this city. It is not going to be tolerated. I want to commend our detectives, our partners in law enforcement, who are working tirelessly to investigate these cases and bring justice to our city. We remain committed to ensuring Los Angeles is safe for all, and that includes those that want to come to Los Angeles and legally protest in our streets. We will facilitate that to the nth degree and make sure that they have the right to express themselves and express their First Amendment rights. Thank you.
All right, we'll take questions now, and then we will have Maria Ramirez, our Assistant District Attorney, offer remarks in Spanish, and then after we're done, she can do one-on-one interviews with the Spanish media. Yes.
Yeah, so as of June 7th, LAPD, I believe, reported that there have been about 575 arrests. Have all those cases been over to your office, and will you prosecute them all?
So to the extent that there are hundreds of arrests, some of these arrests, a good large number of these arrests in Los Angeles City will be misdemeanor prosecutions. The Los Angeles City Attorney's Office handles almost all of the misdemeanor adult prosecutions in the city. A lot of those misdemeanors can involve curfew violations. They can involve failure to disperse orders that were not complied with. I know that the City Attorney's Office last week brought 14 prosecutions. I am sure that they have hundreds of these under review. In the District Attorney's Office, we have either filed or in the process of filing 30 charges. You heard that the U.S. Attorney's Office has an additional 20 charges. We are getting as we get the charges, we evaluate them as quickly as we can, make sure that the evidence can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law, and then we bring the appropriate charge. We anticipate that happening for, as you heard from law enforcement, for weeks or months to come. Yes. We'll go here and then we'll go back there.
Okay. This might be a combined question for you and the U.S. Attorney. It seems some of the assaults on officers are being charged federally, some are charged state, and then in the case like Palermo, there's parallel tracks. Can one of you just explain, I guess, like the threshold as to what is causing something to be federal or state? Because, you know, they've charged guys in Paramount, right, allegedly threw Molotov cocktails at sheriff's deputies, and that's a federal case, and you've got this firework case involving the LAPD that's you. So just can you kind of just walk me through why some are going some way, some are going the other?
There are certain charges that are actually the federal government has a certain type of charge that would be more appropriate for the facts involved, and sometimes it's the state and local district attorney's office, and sometimes even the city attorney's office that has both jurisdiction and the appropriate charge for the facts that we are presented. Law enforcement is working in a unified way. So very often, if they bring a case to the U.S. Attorney's Office and they have an appropriate charge, they will go forward with that charge. There are situations where, in the Palermo case, for instance, there's an overlap, where the types of criminal actions that he has committed are both federal violations and state violations. You will see those cases being somewhat rare, where you'll have, in essence, parallel tracks that will go on with a particular case. Most likely, for instance, the misdemeanors that we were talking about a minute ago, whether they're failure to disperse, failure to comply with a curfew, those are inherently local and state charges. Again, you'll hear Mr. Asele talk about certain charges that can be brought in connection with a civil disturbance, and I'll bring him up here in a moment. But again, we will try to find the appropriate charge for the crime that's been committed. Mr. Asele.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's really a case-by-case basis, and we consult with our partners and the district attorney, of course, when appropriate. But when we're dealing with explosives, Molotov cocktails, arson, those are federal charges, and they carry significant penalties in federal prison. And so we want to take those federally to reflect the seriousness of the conduct, especially when the targets are law enforcement. That's really what ATF does. That's why ATF is here. They specialize in explosives. They have that expertise. And then as far as the other cases, it's really going to depend. The looting, depending on the facts of the case, we might be able to take that federally as a Hobbs Act robbery. But we have additional things we need to prove that the DA might not have to prove. So it really depends on the strength of the evidence of the case and what the facts are. But again, we're committed to filing the most aggressive charges we can to these violent actors. And same thing, normally assaults on local police officers are not a federal crime. But when you have a civil disorder, when you have riots, they become a federal crime. So we want to take some of the more serious assaults and highlight the federal government's commitment to protecting local law enforcement. That is something the Attorney General herself has made a commitment to and wants to make sure that we are being aggressive and going after attacks on federal law enforcement. And the majority of our cases filed are either attacks on federal agents, which we have jurisdiction over, like the military personnel that were spit on, or the rocks being thrown at Border Patrol or ICE officers, et cetera. So it really depends on the case.
Yes.
Question for CHP. First of all, you mentioned the idea that you impounded a number of vehicles where people were out there either driving at your officers doing burnouts, whatever. How many vehicles actually have been impounded at this point? And are you investigating these individuals to see if they've committed other crimes so where you go beyond a 30-day impound, possibly a civil declaration that this is a nuisance, the vehicle can be taken away and destroyed?
So the exact number, I believe, is 6. We've been down 6 vehicles and a motorcycle. As far as the second part of your question, yes. We're also going to, when it involves street racing or sideshows, which that is basically committing, it also involves a state referee. So we have to go use a state referee to take their vehicles from them, and we're in the process of doing that right now.
Question also for Mr. Asadi or for Mr. Hockman, either one. Are you doing deep dives on these people you're arresting to find out what is their background, if they have prior misdemeanor and or felony arrests, and you're going to use that for enhancements if you convict them in the terms of sentencing? Is that possible?
A couple things. One is at sentencing, that is all taken into account by the judge to determine what the appropriate sentence is. When we're giving you the potential sentences here, there's the maximum sentence. So obviously a judge will look at their criminal history record and the facts of the case and make the appropriate sentence. The other thing my office is focused on is we're really focused on organizers, funders, and supporters of this violence. I'm not going to get into details on that yet, but one of the people we highlighted today was a guy who was handing out masks, face shields to rioters, and we are looking into who he was involved in doing that with and who paid for that. So we are very focused on looking at organizers and funders of these activities. And I'll tell you, a lot of the people we're arresting, they're not necessarily from this area. So there's a bigger story here, and I think that will come out over time.
And I will just briefly, in the last press conference when we announced charges against 8 individuals, one of them was a third striker. And the violent crime he's been alleged would be a third strike, which is why he was looking at 25 years to life as a maximum sentence. So yes, we do take those into account up front in deciding whether or not there are certain enhancements to bring on the state side. And Mr. Asali's right, certainly at sentencing, someone with a long criminal history will most likely be treated differently by a court than someone with no criminal history.
You've gotten into something, Mr. Asali mentioned it, he doesn't want to get too much into the idea of the investigation of funders. There's some 30 or 40 different organizations that claim they're in, quote, solidarity with the protests. Are you looking to see if these people are providing the people who are arrested or others with funding to actually promote these protests or actually commit these criminal acts? We're talking agencies and the people who they are, NGOs.
We're looking at dozens of agencies and NGOs, and not agencies, we're looking at dozens of organizations and NGOs. The IRS is taking the lead on that, and we are absolutely doing that.
What do you get them for? What's the IRS involvement on that?
The IRS, they specialize in tracing the money and finding out where it's coming from and where it's going. So the IRS, this is what they do, and this is what they are doing. And like I said, that's a long-term investigation, but we're looking at a lot of organizations and NGOs.
Federal conspiracy charges possible?
I can't get into what the charges will be. We're looking into it.
Sorry, before Nathan tags you out again.
Please.
Sorry again, Mr. Asali's questions for you. Can you explain a little more clearly the criminal conduct? I get I'm not trying to dismiss the context you put in with Oriana about what you found in his house, but the idea that giving away defensive materials is a crime is a little confusing to me, because I think you had said earlier the only people out there wearing masks or protective equipment would be involved in violent agitation. That's not entirely true. Like, members of the media wear gas masks covering these events. I tend to wear a gas mask covering these events. I don't like to breathe in tear gas at work if I can avoid it. So can you just explain a little more clearly why providing defensive equipment is...
You have to look at the context. He wasn't handing masks out at the beach. He was handing them out in downtown LA to people who were dressed similarly to those who are committing violence. They're dressed from gear top to bottom. They're covering their face. They're wearing backpacks. We've talked about what's been in the backpacks. You've got fireworks, you've got rocks. These weren't peaceful protesters. They weren't holding up signs expressing a political message. They were agitators, people who came to do violence. So you have to look at the context. There's no legitimate reason why a peaceful protester needs a face shield. If they're saying it's to defend them from the police don't attack protesters. They declare an unlawful assembly. They ask you to leave multiple times, and then they'll start deploying less lethal ammunition, projectiles, gas. But that's not peaceful protesters. You're at that point, you're a rioter, or you're in violation of state law because you're somewhere you're not supposed to. It does it because you're covering the riots, so I understand why a media person would need that. But people on the street don't need a face shield.
We'll take a couple more questions.
Question for Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
On June 9th at 11 p.m. in Little Tokyo, there was a man behind a metal dumpster and a canopy that was set on fire using a mortar launcher to fire at the police line. How do you plan on charging that type of crime?
So we would wait to the extent that that crime, the report of that crime and the evidence behind it is presented to a district attorney's office. We evaluate everything. We evaluate the quality of the evidence, whether or not there's footage for it, video footage. We'll look to see if there's any of that. We'll look at any witness statements that are provided.
I have it available to you, and I've given it to Chief McDonald.
Then Chief McDonald at some point will have one of his detectives present a report to the district attorney's office. At that point, we do the evaluation we do in every case, and we measure the type of evidence. Can we get beyond a reasonable doubt to prove the crimes committed, who committed the crimes, and then what exact crimes we believe we can successfully prosecute in court. So that'll be the normal way we go about it, no different for that particular case.
Thank you.
Any last questions?
Easy one, promise.
We have an easy question. Okay, we're going to end with an easy question then.
For me, stunning, right? It's either for you or Chief Hamilton. Just the way you were describing the Rubio case before, it sounded like guy sets fire, allegedly, cops and firefighters respond, guy throws fireworks at them, allegedly. Do you guys believe he was luring people to be attacked, or it was just kind of a series of events that happened that way?
So I don't want to comment on the specifics of the case. We know kind of what the intent was in terms of deployment of those very dangerous fireworks. And again, as our chief has said, as Chief McDonald has said, these fireworks literally can kill people and cause life-changing, debilitating injuries and grave bodily injury. We take all of those cases very seriously. I'm not going to comment on this specific case at this time as it continues under investigation. But rest assured that when all that information is presented to the district attorney's office, we will seek the maximum consequences in that case.
And then I'll add just very briefly, and that's in the court of law is where you're going to get all the facts fleshed out. That's where we argue our cases in the court of law. Today, again, we are giving very general highlights of cases for the public to understand what charges individuals have been charged with. Also making it very clear to the public and to potential criminals that these are the charges that they could be facing if they choose to engage in this criminal conduct. So let me stop right there. Let me invite Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez up. She'll give remarks in Spanish, and then we'll conclude.
We're listening in as California officials are announcing more charges in the Los Angeles immigration protests. We were hearing from a number of individuals, including the Los Angeles County District Attorney and the U.S. Attorney. Happening right now. All of what was shared in English is now being translated in Spanish. We are going to take this opportunity to step away for a break. After that, we do have some breaking news as a New York City mayoral candidate, also the New York City Comptroller Brad Lander, arrested. And more details on that coming up after this. We are following breaking news out of New York City as New York City Comptroller Brad Lander, who is also running for mayor, arrested by ICE. And I did want to share this video of that arrest with you. You can see Brad Lander in the navy blue suit as he is in the middle of this group of people. He was arrested by ICE at an immigration court today. That is according to his spokesperson. He is the current New York City Comptroller and also a progressive who has been advocating for police reform, affordable housing, and better management of the migrant crisis. According to Lander's spokesperson, quote, while escorting a defendant out of immigration court, Brad Lander was taken by masked agents and detained by ICE. This is still developing, and we are monitoring the situation closely. So this is a video posted from his official account, and it shows that he's walking alongside an individual whose immigration case had been dismissed. He was trying to escort him out of the court to avoid ICE detention, which is according to the tweet. Agents did arrest that man outside. And in another video, immigration officials were shown arresting Lander as he says, quote, I am not obstructing. So you can see that force seems to have been used in all of this. Apparently, Lander had been accompanying immigrants exiting immigration court to help shield them from possible detention by ICE. As to exactly what charges Lander might be facing, that is still unclear. So we did want to share that breaking news with you right here. And just a short time ago, we were hearing from Brad Lander's wife as she was outside still trying to learn a little bit more details into her husband's arrest. Let's listen in.
I'd like to understand why. I mean, it's not what I want to say to them, but I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing as a country? If they're going to take Brad into the elevator like that, and he's the citywide elected official, how are they treating our neighbors and our other folks? I mean, I would say that, you know, they represent the Justice Department at some point, and this is the antithesis of justice.
Did it make you angry?
Yes.
Tell me what you were feeling when you watched it happen.
Yes, I think that it was shocking, and I was very angry by the way I was seeing other people treated. And yes, I was upset that they took Brad, and I was also very proud that once again I saw Brad standing up for what he believes in, walking the walk and not just talking the talk. And when he says that he cares, he means it, and he showed it today.
Like, you used the word jostle. To be fair, I think it was a little stronger than that. He was roughed up a bit. What's going through your head?
I didn't see enough of that to be able to comment on that. I'd want to talk to Brad and have him answer your question.
You said that the detail was there. What was going on? And you said he did what he does. I'm just a little. Can you elaborate on what went on with the detail?
I mean, Brad has a security detail. They are tremendous professionals. They did their job.
Hi, everyone. We're not going to do side gaggles. We will.
So that was some brief statements by the wife of mayoral candidate Brad Lander right here, who is also New York City's comptroller. This is some video that was posted to his official social media platform right here. And you can see that he is being handcuffed with his hands behind his back, being held there as they are taking him away on the elevator right here. If you're just joining us, this is New York City Comptroller and mayoral candidate Brad Lander, who was arrested by ICE at an immigration court today. He is the current New York City Comptroller. He's also a progressive who has continued to advocate for better management of the migrant crisis. And according to our Fox 5 team, apparently Lander has been accompanying immigrants exiting immigration court to help shield them from possible detention by ICE. We have also been hearing from another of individuals, including other mayoral candidates, as they arrived outside this courthouse to also speak on this issue. What we're going to do is step away for a brief break and play out all of that reaction as this continues to unfold. We'll be right back. We are following several breaking news stories at this hour right here on Live Now from Fox. I did want to share this live look with you. This is the State Department briefing room as we are expecting to hear from spokesperson Tammy Bruce. This comes amid the growing conflict between Israel and Iran. President Trump leaving the G7 summit in Canada one day early to address this growing conflict. And he has been very active on social media, sharing his thoughts, stating earlier that the United States has complete and total control of the skies over Iran. He says Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. So we have been seeing President Trump continuing to push Iran to stand down amid the exchange of airstrikes with Israel. And we are expecting that situation to be the main focus of this State Department briefing. We, of course, will bring that to you once it gets underway. We also have another breaking news story, and this takes us out to New York City. We're taking a look at some video of New York City mayoral candidate Brad Lander being arrested by ICE. He was at an immigration court today. He was arrested by ICE, apparently, according to our Fox 5 team, as he had been accompanying immigrants exiting immigration court to help shield them from possible detention by ICE. So he was escorting one immigrant who had appeared in court. But according to Fox 5, this is something that he has been doing regularly. Prior to the break, we were hearing just very briefly from his wife, and it does appear that there is a live press conference happening right now outside the courthouse, and we were hearing earlier from some folks, but let's dip into this as we continue to listen.
Hi, we're going to have Councilmember Shaker Krishna.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm New York City Councilmember Shaker Krishnan, representing Jackson Heights, Queens. What is happening in this city, in this country right now is chilling. You have ICE agents ripping apart families, arresting people when they come out of their court hearings, no charges. And now we have the sitting controller of New York City, number 2 in line in city government, being arrested illegally. For what? For peaceably accompanying someone to federal court. For asking to see a judicial warrant before an ICE arrest was made. To arrest elected officials in this way, to tear apart immigrant families and put people without charges, without process, into deportation proceedings in this way. We need to call this what it is. These are tactics of a dictatorship. This is a dangerous and dark time that we have seen over and over again in history, and we are watching it unfold right here. This is what a dictatorship does. This is what fascism looks like, and we have to be very clear about it. We are here to demand that Controller Lander be released. We are here to demand that all baseless, unconstitutional, illegal charges against him be dropped and the Controller of New York City be released immediately. Thank you.
No, they went inside. Okay, so Julie's inside, so I'm going to have State Senator Andrew Gennardis.
Thank you, everyone. I'm State Senator Andrew Gennardis from Brooklyn, representing Bay Ridge to Dumbo. I'm not going to repeat everything that my colleagues have already said. This is happening in our name. Whether you agree with the fascist policies of this administration or not, it is happening in our name under the banner of our flag, and that is unacceptable. So we are here united to demand that Brad Lander be released for doing nothing wrong but accompanying someone to a hearing, as was his legal right to do. As we already heard, ICE has no authority to arrest a U.S. citizen in this courthouse or anywhere. And yet that is what's happening in our name. And we should all be outraged by what we're seeing here, happening on the streets of New York City, happening in the streets all across this country. We cannot look away. We cannot stand down. We have to mobilize and fight back because this will only continue to grow and grow and grow, worse and worse and worse. And we had an opportunity this year in Albany to pass meaningful laws to protect immigrants in our city and across our state from being caught up in this dragnet, and Albany also let us down. This is all happening in our name, and until we stop it, it's going to continue to happen time and time again. Brad Lander needs to be released right now.
Great. We have State Senator Kristen Gonzalez.
Great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Gonzalez. I'm the state senator for District 59, representing Queens, Brooklyn, and Manhattan. And I'm here today because there is a clear message that every New Yorker needs to know, and that is this is not normal. When we see the National Guard set on peaceful protesters, when we see senators in other states arrested, when we see people taken by ICE without due process, and we see our comptroller arrested right here in the building behind us, that is not normal. What is happening here is an affront to our democracy, and it threatens each one of us. No matter who you are, no matter what you do, no matter where you stand, this matters to all of us. Right now, ICE and this administration wants us to be scared. They want us to not stand up. They want us to not show up, but we will not be intimidated. That is why you see the group here behind us. I know New York is a strong state. I know we are a strong city. I know we are resilient, and I know we will keep fighting back. And that starts certainly with the organizing that's been happening already in our immigrant communities for years, but it also starts today with letting our comptroller, Brad Lander, free. I also want to say that as we move forward in this really unprecedented moment, it is really going to take all of us organizing together to make sure that we actually keep each other safe. So I'm also asking everyone here who may be seeing this, who may be following this, to speak up. The electeds behind me, I know, are invested, but we need to make sure that everyone across the city is hearing about what's happening and making sure that every elected official is standing united against this ICE action. So thank you all so much for having us here today. I know I'm committed to fighting. I know the people behind me are committed to fighting, and this is one of what will be a very long fight. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I have Merrick Barnett, Brad Lander's son.
First, that's
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to have former Comptroller Scott Stringer speak.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I just want to say to Meg and the family that we stand behind you 110%. I saw the video and I saw Meg and Brad together, two people who believe very strongly that what the Trump administration and ICE is doing is so fundamentally wrong. And he didn't just talk the talk. Today, he walked the walk. And I want to praise him for that. And we should all give him a round of applause because it really matters. And I just want to say to each and every one of you that this is the beginning of a very long battle. And they are coming for our people in a way we've never seen in our lifetime. And we have to be together. When they take one of us, they take all of us. And we have to commit to that. Today, they took Brad temporarily. They will release him, and then I call for Congress, the Democrats, to have a federal investigation about what the hell is going on in this place. This has got to stop. This is not right. And lastly, we have an election right now in a week, and this is interfering with the Democratic election in New York City. Bradlander should not be inside wasting his time. He wants to make his case, as he should, to every voter in New York City. I want him back out in the streets. I want to debate him. I want to exchange ideas. It's okay. That's what this is all about. They can't take our democracy by keeping Brad locked up. Get him out of here right now.
No peace! No peace! No peace! Bradlander! Free Bradlander! Free Bradlander! Free Bradlander! Free Bradlander! Free Bradlander! Free Bradlander!
Okay, guys, we're going to have State Senator Julia Salazar speak next.
Thank you. I'm here, just like so many of us, to demand that ICE immediately release our city controller, Bradlander, and also release our neighbors who they are unjustly holding in immigration detention. We have said it before, but it bears repeating. If you have ever wondered what you would do if the federal government were rounding up our neighbors, were kidnapping New Yorkers, if fascism came to our country, if you have ever wondered what you would do, you no longer need to wonder. It is happening right now. What happened this morning, what has been happening, it is unprecedented. As it's been said, this is not business as usual. This is not typical immigration enforcement. This is unlawful. It is trampling on all of our rights. And that is what's so important for all of us, for everyone who can see this and hear this right now, to understand when they are arresting elected officials. The point here is not that we are so special. The point is that if they can do that to people with power, if they can do it to U.S. citizens, then no one else is safe from draconian immigration enforcement. No one is safe from this administration unless we continue to stand up and to look them in the face, to refuse to back down. That is our responsibility as elected officials, but I would argue it is all of our responsibility as New Yorkers. I want to thank everyone who organized us to be here today and those who have prepared us for years for this moment. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for standing with us. Immediately release Controller Bradlander.
ICE out of New York! 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 ICE out of New York!
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to have Councilmember Keith Powers next.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm City Council Member Keith Powers. This is unbelievable. And I think for many of us who are elected officials trying to serve our city, trying to help our neighbors, we're looking at the news in disbelief that a city controller who is standing up for the values of New York City is now being arrested for doing what we all were elected to do every single day, stand up for our neighbors. To Meg and to his kids, who I think are here, I just want to say you should be proud to have a dad and to have a husband who walks a walk. Let's give them a round of applause. This is not an easy moment for their family, but I do know they are proud to see their dad take action at a critical moment where our city and our country needs everyone to roll up their sleeves and do more. And I want to also give a shout out to the team Lander who is out here because they are hustling to make sure every New Yorker sees what's happening. Let's give them a round of applause here too. This is a heartbreaking moment in our country right now, but I am proud to see leaders who are standing with us, and I'm proud to see New Yorkers who are holding up signs and are out here to make sure we raise our voices and to send a strong sign that ICE is not welcome here in New York, and they are not welcome to go and arrest our elected officials who are standing up for the law, and we are going to stand out here until we get justice. Am I right? Yes. Thank you, everyone, for being out here. Free Bradlander.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to have State Senator Jabari Brisport.
This is unbelievable. ICE out of New York, and then ICE must be abolished. This is a rogue agency, younger than I am, and as the son of a man man who lived here undocumented for 20 years, I will always proudly stand with our undocumented New Yorkers before I ever even want to look at another ICE agent. They are not welcome here. And what they did to Brad Lander today was absolutely unacceptable, disgusting, and they are attempting to put a chilling effect on free speech. We will not be chilled. We out here right now, and we are standing here with Brad Lander, with our undocumented neighbors, and we are not backing down. Thank you.
Okay, we have Council Member Jennifer Gutierrez.
Thanks, Jen. Are y'all pissed right now? Yes. Are y'all pissed right now?
Yes.
Brad Lander was doing something that many of us wish we could do, which is to be here present for so many of our brothers and sisters. For those of us who have fear because we are immigrants, because we are children of immigrants, because at one point someone in our family was undocumented. That fear is real, but people like Brad have been showing up to say, I do not have this fear, and I push back and I fight back. We have to send a clear message. ICE has no home here. ICE, I don't know what you are here to do. If you think it's to be American, there is nothing that is more un-American than wrongfully arresting people, dragging them, and keeping them apart from their families. That is not American. I am the daughter of Colombian immigrants, and I can tell you what it is to be an American. It is to show up for your neighbors, to fight back, to invest in our communities, to keep families together. What is happening in this building is disgraceful. And I'll say it in Spanish because many of my people supported Trump and think that ICE is going to keep us safe. Para mi comunidad hispana, hispanohablante, esto fue lo que nosotros más no queríamos. Una administración que empodera a una agencia como ICE, que maltrata a nuestros hermanos.
We are listening in to a number of New York City lawmakers and advocates as they're speaking out against the arrest of New York City mayoral candidate Brad Lander by ICE at an immigration court hearing right there. And the latest speaker was speaking in Spanish. What we are going to do is just step away briefly for a break as we are also awaiting the State Department briefing to get underway. A live look in that room right there as the conflict between Iran and Israel continues to escalate. We'll be right back with the very latest developments. Time right now is 2:12 Eastern, 11:12 Pacific. Continuing to follow a number of breaking news stories. We are still keeping an eye on the State Department briefing right here. As you do see the cameras zooming into the podium, we are awaiting the State Department briefing as the conflict between Israel and Iran continues to escalate. And we've been sharing some of the reaction from President Trump as he was stating that the United States has complete and total control over the skies of Iran. He also shared a social media post indicating that he knows exactly where Iran's supreme leader is, but as of now, there are no plans to specifically take him out. In fact, he used the word kill in parentheses to make his message even clearer. So we do anticipate learning a little bit more information right there. This as President Trump is going to be meeting in his Situation Room with security officials discussing this very issue. He left the G7 summit in Canada one day early, leaving late last night to continue discussions on this very topic. And we do know that the United States has a large number and a large presence over in the Middle East. Israel has been asking for the United States to help in this conflict. However, President Trump has repeatedly called for negotiations and talks. Yesterday, late last night on Air Force One, he did indicate that a ceasefire isn't going to cut it. He wants a true end to this conflict. So what that means is still unclear. How to achieve that is still unclear. But this also comes as Israel did conduct an aerial attack on Iran's enrichment site. And those attacks, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency, has directly affected the facility's underground centrifuge facility. And we've been sharing some satellite imagery following Friday's attack, showing the direct impacts that Israel has done to disable Iran's program towards nuclear capability right there. So we are going to be bringing you this briefing as it gets underway. Meanwhile, we are going to head back to New York City as there continues to be outrage after the New York City Comptroller Brad Lander was arrested by ICE. We've been hearing from some advocates, some Democratic lawmakers, as they are calling for a ban on ICE in the city. Let's continue to listen in as we do monitor the State Department briefing.
Person. We were swarmed by about 5 agents who came upon us and tried to pull us all away, pushed one woman to the wall, pushed my daughter, 7 months pregnant, not forcefully, thank God, but still enough to make me very upset. And then when Brad was demanding a warrant, a judicial warrant to justify this assault, they then handcuffed him against the wall. One group handcuffed him against the wall. Another whole flanking of ICE agents spread across the hallway to separate the rest of us from this arrest happening, while again others put the detained Venezuelan into an elevator. It was horrific. I'm still shaking from watching what I saw this morning, something I never expected. I was just coming, I did accompaniments for people. I did accompaniments for people when they were coming for ICE check-ins years ago with New Sanctuary Coalition. This was something so much more horrifying. And the people who are there are scared because they see these ICE agents against the walls, waiting for them to come out so that they can be snatched. This is so un-American. This is not New York City. This is not a country that we believe in. This is not our values. And I, as a Jew, for whom in 36 times in my Torah, I'm told to love the stranger, I am horrified by seeing what had happened. And let me also just finally conclude by saying, Brad is a friend. I've stood arm in arm with him many, many times around a lot of issues. He was my city council representative, and I am so proud of him and so proud to call him a friend, to call him a city elected official, and he is a hero to all of us. Thank you.
Say it loud and say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud and say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Say it proud and say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud and say it clear.
I am Council Member Lincoln Reservoir.
Yeah, Lincoln.
To hear from Rabbi Ellman, to hear her about her 7-month pregnant daughter being pushed by ICE agents, the phenomenal disregard that they have for our communities. This is what they do to a citywide elected official. Imagine what they're doing when the cameras aren't there. To immigrant New Yorkers and immigrants all across this country every single day. This is what fascism looks like. This is unconstitutional. This is indefensible. The Trump agenda is to attack immigrant communities and stoke fear that gets to the very core of what our society is all about. I'm grateful for Brad for being there. I'm grateful for every single person who is accompanying immigrant New Yorkers in and out of their proceedings to ensure their safety. But it's plain that ICE is not following our laws. When the request is made for a judicial warrant, it's ignored. Indeed, the person requesting it is arrested. It's clear that ICE does not respect our sanctuary city laws, but tragically, it's clear that Mayor Adams doesn't either. And so the Trump-Adams team that is undermining the safety of immigrant New Yorkers needs to be held accountable. We all need to rise up and fight back to protect our neighbors at every possible way. This is a dark day in New York City. We saw it across the river with Ras Baraka. We see it here today with Brad Lander, but it's happening every single day to immigrant New Yorkers who are just trying to go through the judicial process to attain their legal status. This is what is happening. ICE is ripping them out of communities, ripping them out of courtrooms, ripping them out of our cities, and sending them to detention. To detention hundreds of miles away, where they have no access to their rights, where they are treated without due process. This is a dark, dark, dark day in our country. And I hope that the heroism that Brad displayed inspires each of us to fight back for our immigrant neighbors. Now is the time for action. The Trump's-Adams agenda must be defeated. Thank you.
And we'll be having Chloe Breyer from the Interfaith Center of New York.
Yes, hi, my name is the Reverend Chloe Breyer. I'm at the Interfaith Center of New York, and one thing that we are certain of is that faith communities from all over this great city have been working to support their neighbors, the newest New Yorkers, for hundreds of years, but particularly recently. And what we've seen as we've been at immigration juvenile court doing accompaniment, or here at Federal Plaza doing accompaniment, is that the least of these are our neighbors. And it is our right, not only as citizens of a democracy, but as people of faith, to support them. So for that reason, I just am here to say that we want our comptroller back. Yes. Yes. And we want our neighbors back, because there are 100 or so people up in that same floor that we don't know how the conditions are or how long they've been there. So for that reason, we ask that we get our comptroller and our neighbors back. Thank you.
All right, so we continue to listen in here, but we did just get a social media post from Homeland Security on this very issue. Homeland Security just sharing this via X. New York City Comptroller Brad Lander was arrested for assaulting law enforcement and impeding a federal officer. Our heroic ICE law enforcement officers face a 413% increase in assaults against them. It is wrong that politicians seeking higher office undermine law enforcement. So that just came in from Homeland Security sharing this social media post. We did want to share that with you. In the meantime, we do have another breaking news story, as we do see a State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce stepping up to the podium amid the conflict between Israel and Iran.
Welcome back. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Everyone's set? We're good? Great. Welcome aboard, everyone. Thank you again for being here. For generations, the Middle East has been dealing with the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, with the attack on Israel on October 7th by Hamas, reminding us of what's at stake. Due to the wisdom of the American people, President Trump's election to a second term has offered the world a chance to see an American leader committed to solving many of the world's existential threats with determination. Now, as the conflict between Israel and Iran continues, President Trump has also been clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also stated that fact as he has traveled the world working to implement President Trump's vision of peace and security. That statement has also been uttered from this podium many times. The fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon is clear. As the White House reminds us, since taking office, President Trump has clearly stated no fewer than a dozen times that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, for anyone who's unclear on that fact. President Trump has made the same pledge no fewer than 40 times before taking office, even as far back as 2011. One of the highest priorities of the Trump administration is the safety and security of the American people. To that end, the Department of State has established the Middle East Task Force to help coordinate support for U.S. citizens, our U.S. diplomatic missions, and personnel and diplomatic engagement. The task force is operating 24 hours a day. Over the past week, to help keep U.S. citizens informed, we have issued more than 30 security alerts to countries in the region and updated the travel advisories for Iraq and Israel. We remind U.S. citizens not to travel to Israel or Iraq and not to travel to Iran under any circumstances. We continue to monitor the complex and rapidly evolving situation on the ground as we continue to assess and address the needs of U.S. citizens. We urge all U.S. citizens to regularly visit travel.state.gov for the latest travel advisories and security updates, and to enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, also known as STEP, to receive timely alerts and guidance from the State Department. For Americans needing assistance, and there we have a bit of the website there for you, call +1 202 501 4444. That number again is +1 202 501 4444. If you're on that website, you can also click on that red box. It will take you to a page where you can search for the embassy of your interest, where you are, where you would like to connect to be able to get help from the embassy in the country where you are. And of course, the number's there as well for your closest U.S. embassy. I also want to add a couple other things here as we're dealing with this. It is certainly a rapidly evolving dynamic, but to conclude the topper here today, I want to recognize the State Department and other U.S. government in the world working under threat on behalf of the American people, particularly those in Israel and Ukraine, who spent another night sheltering in bunkers as they came under attack. Our priority is the safety of Americans overseas and here at home. It is the priority of Secretary Marco Rubio. It is the priority of everyone who works in this building, and the thousands of American citizens who work anonymously and whom you will never see, who are working in embassies and consulates around the world and working with those local nations to be there for American citizens and to help facilitate American diplomacy. Our priority is the safety of Americans, yes, here at home, but also overseas. We thank all of those working on behalf of the American people, all of you watching from home and from around the world. We thank you, and for everyone around the nation, we know and honor your work as we begin another briefing here, ready to take your questions. All right, yes, sir.
Yes, hi, thanks. Thanks for that. Could you give us some more details on this task force, how it's going to work, and specifically if it's going to help Americans potentially leave the region, be repatriated, or depending on the countries that they're in, and any more details you can give on that.
Right. I won't be giving you, just as a reminder of how today is a little bit of a different day for the briefing. There is always things that I can't say to you. And yet we have a long back and forth. Sometimes we have a little bit of a debate. I won't engage in that today. My responses will be perhaps a bit quicker than usual, and I'll be moving around more quickly to reach as many of you as I can. There will be less than I can answer for you because of the circumstances that we're dealing with around the world. So it is, just want you to know, it's not personal. But we're working on certain things, like the task force as an example. The task force is a group of people who are working, taking the calls of people, of American citizens around the world, making sure that they get connected with what they may need in that region. I won't go into the details of all that the task forces do, of course, but it's about information, making sure people here at the State Department and people that we get the information we need, but also people around the world, American citizens, get directed to the information that they may need as well. So I'll leave it at that, but this is something that the State Department does when there's a situation that requires it, and this is one of those times.
Tammy, I'm sorry. Could I just ask
sure, Matt. Sure, of course.
That phone number that you get, if you call that number, which I can do right now, who do you get?
You get an individual who is
task force, or
no, you don't get the task force.
Oh.
That phone number is a general phone number. The task force is busy, but it is a separate unit that is established to take the calls to assist American citizens who call to the embassies. Particularly, you're going to be referred to embassies who can help you get what it is you need. So good question. Thank you, sir. All right. Yes, Andrea.
Just a quick question. There's some specific consular needs. One in particular that I'm aware of, and there may be more than one, is an American citizen in Iran, where there is no embassy, no consulate.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be of the Swiss protectorate? Would there be other options? Is consular affairs give any advice as to what to do about Americans right now stuck in?
I can't
bad
speak to any
places?
advice or information regarding individuals in Iran at this point.
And what about American Israelis or Israeli Americans either wanting to come out or wanting to get back home? El Al, I believe, has resumed flights in some small measure for people who, some people have kids in Israel and they were visiting the States. And they're American citizens. Is there anything that they can do? Where should they call this number?
Well, obviously, if you know, and we encourage every American when you travel, is to contact your local embassy or consulate, let them know you're there, make sure you know where they are, have those numbers, and that's what I would recommend, no matter where you're traveling, but certainly in the Middle East, is know where those entities are, know where the embassy is. So if you're in Israel, obviously it's Tel Aviv or it's Jerusalem.
Are they open?
Well, they will answer their phone. So there's contacts that can happen in the midst of all of this. And of course, I think that's the advice for wherever you are. But clearly, if you're in a certain area, it's obvious in this case that there are certain limitations in that region, and that contact the embassy, the one that is nearest to you, and you will, at the very least, make sure they know where you are, but also they will give you some options for the plans that you would like to make. Yes, Humaira.
Tammy, I understand your limitations, but I have to ask this.
I know you do. It's your job, and I appreciate that. I'm here to take questions, not necessarily always answer them.
Yeah, last
yes,
night
ma'am.
President Trump said he wants a real end, not a ceasefire. So does the United States support or pursue regime change in Iran? Or are we just talking about dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment? And would that include the United States helping Israel strike further?
Well, I'm certainly not going to characterize what President Trump says or tweets, for that matter. He doesn't need characterizing. He's one of the most transparent, one of the most clear individuals that we've known. I think that we can take his word for his word, but I'm not going to speculate on, in a larger sense, what that would mean. That is up to the president. He is the singular guiding hand about what will be occurring from this point forward, as he has been. And I think that dynamic is pretty clear. He says he wants an end, as he has said about every conflict that he has, as a peacemaker, worked to stop peacefully through diplomacy. That has been his commitment, and he wants these things, as he said about a number of situations, not for a month or 6 months, but durable ends to this nature of forever wars, and that has been his posture, and that's his posture now.
Okay, I have an easier follow-up.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people...
I'll take a hard one, too. I'd say.
How many people so far have contacted U.S. missions in Israel or elsewhere, American citizens, seeking help to depart the country that they're in the Middle East?
Yes, I won't discuss those details or the numbers involved with the embassies.
Are you guys planning to facilitate charter planes to get people out or military evacuation?
I will not discuss what our plans are in that regard. Yes, ma'am.
Just to follow up on that really quickly.
Sure.
Are you guys considering at all operations that would help Americans who want to leave the region from evacuating?
I know that our commitment is to the safety and security of Americans around the world. All right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Tammy, would the U.S. government like to see a regime change in Iran?
First of all, I'm certainly not going to remotely address that. It would require me to speculate or speak on behalf of the president, which I will not do. What we've seen, though, is clear, is months and repeated statements that all he wants is a peaceful world. His activity and the nature of the actions that the United States has taken and his special envoys have been rooted in one thing, which is negotiations, looking for diplomatic solutions to generational problems that he wants solved diplomatically. That has been his constant posture. And there has been nothing that has changed in what he wishes for, what he would hope to accomplish. And so, of course, that's not something I'm going to address.
Is the U.S. government and the Israeli government on the same page when it comes to the intelligence about Iran's nuclear weapons program?
That is a question for the White House and perhaps the NSC. That's not something I can answer here. Nadia.
Thank you, Tammy. The president said he wants to see Iran offers unconditional surrender. I'm not going to ask you to comment on the president's statement, but I'm going to ask you if the secretary is involved in any kind of diplomatic missions with his allies, with the Germans, with the French, trying to offer something to the Iranians as a way out.
Well, I, again, would not speak on the details of any diplomatic conversations if they occurred, between whom, what those details would be. We know, of course, the Secretary and the President were at the G7. Their constant work from the moment they came to office has been and certainly Secretary Rubio, was to open up conversations and to lead the world through diplomacy to make a difference. But that's the only thing that would guide me when it comes to the nature of the decisions they're making at this point. Yes, ma'am.
Without getting into the details of the conversations, is the door to diplomacy with Iran on its nuclear program still open from the U.S. perspective?
That would be a decision made by President Trump.
Have you heard from the Iranians signaling interest in continuing discussions?
That is not something that I can speak to. Yes, ma'am.
Going back to the consular piece of this in Israel, the latest security alert from the embassy there still says that the embassy is not in a place to evacuate or directly assist Americans. Do you have any timeline on when that might change for the Americans who are stranded in that country? And just looking at how quickly the security situation has changed there. The travel alert was raised to a level 4 from a level 3 for the entirety of the country. Is that a sign that the State Department was caught on its back foot a little bit by this change because Americans still can't get help?
I can say the answer to that last question is no. We are working 24/7 to ensure the safety and the security of Americans around the world. I can say that the Department of State is always planning for contingencies to assist private U.S. citizens' departure from crisis areas, and we will alert the U.S. citizenry community if there is and when there is additional information to share regarding their options during any crisis, but certainly this one as well. When it comes to how quickly people can expect a dynamic, the American government, the State Department, our militaries, you've seen all of these assets, all of these departments involved in this dynamic in one fashion or another, are working exclusively for the safety of this nation and the safety of the American people wherever they may be. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tommy.
At the top, you said that you're advising U.S. citizens not to travel to Israel or Iraq or Iran under any circumstances. Do you have any more general guidance for Americans in the Middle East, more broadly as a region? Are there other countries that you're advocating people depart from?
Well, at our website, we have our travel alerts. We also have moved them on our State Department Twitter, our social media accounts. Those are for the public to see. Would there be, what is the specific one for people to look to if they want to look for specific country travel alerts? Is it travel.state.gov? So travel.state.gov, and you will see every travel alert there for you, depending on if you're going to be traveling. It does not just for the Middle East, or if you're in a country right now, you can get your information there. Yes, sir.
Again, two questions.
Okay.
In your topic, you also recognize American diplomats serving in Ukraine and Israel who spent another night in a bunker.
Yes.
But one of American citizens happened to be killed by the Russians last night in Ukraine. Do you have any comment on will the U.S. government act to protect American citizens in Ukraine?
Yes, we are aware of last night's attack on Kyiv, which resulted in numerous casualties, including the tragic death of a U.S. citizen. We condemn those strikes and extend our deepest condolences to the victims and to the families of all those affected. The president, in the recent past, has made his thoughts clear about striking the civilian areas in that regard. And just to reiterate again, which is at the thread throughout all of the work that we do, is the department has no higher priority than the safety and security of U.S. citizens abroad, and we can confirm the death of a U.S. citizen in Ukraine, and we stand ready to provide all possible consular assistance. And out of respect to the family during this obviously horrible time, we have no further details to offer in that regard.
And second topic, in light of Israel-Iran tension, some of our colleagues from VOA Persian service were called back reportedly. How much do the events of past few days signify the role of VOA and other outlets to counter these narratives from U.S. enemies?
Yes, I'm not going to go into the details of what we're doing when it comes to communications into that region or into specific countries. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. Two Iran-related topics. Number one, the administration kind of kept this conflict between Israel and Iran at arm's length over the first few days. And now, since last night and especially into today, we're hearing the president say, we more. We have control over the skies. We know where the supreme leader is. He's kind of taking more ownership of the situation directly. Is that feeling trickling down to this building as well? Is there more of an ownership of the situation in the State Department as well?
Well, I again can't characterize the feelings of the President of the United States. We know that he is our lead. We know that he is the guiding hand. We know that he is one of a few who know all the details, and he is clearly has a mission and an agenda that has involved diplomacy and changing the world for the better for people. In the meantime, of course, things change. Our experiences change. He's making comments that are a reflection of what what matters to him, and of course, what matters to the president matters to the State Department and every other department. I think that it is fair to say that his leadership and his re-election to the second term was because people here in the United States were tired of the status quo, and what the world has seen is a peacemaker and someone who can make a difference, and that's what they're looking forward to.
Question, can I get in one more?
One more.
There's no special envoy for Iran. Several key locations in the Middle East don't have a confirmed ambassador. We speak often about the day after situation in Gaza. What about the day after situation in Iran? Is the State Department ready for it?
Well, the State Department and the Trump administration, while you may not see things immediately, just because it's not maybe in the news or you're not present for things that occur, doesn't mean they're not occurring. I would remind everyone that the State Department, as I've found out, is sort of like the military. It's 24/7. It is not something that is a basic 8 to 5 dynamic. And it's because people are working around the world constantly. It is literally their mission, personally, their work is what they do and are committed to. So while you may see a certain thing in a static framework, it doesn't mean that we have not worked on that or are not working on that or that things will begin to happen. So it's just a reminder that it's not about the day after. We are working before, during, and after. It is the anticipation of people with history and an experience when it comes to the history, not just of a building and of a department of the United States, but the history of people working on diplomatic issues throughout the world. And they work for this department. They are committed to those issues, and that is what makes the State Department so effective, in addition to the leadership that is afforded by Marco Rubio, as guided by Donald Trump. Yes, sir, you've been waiting.
Tammy, the NATO summit is in The Hague next week.
Yes.
President Trump and Secretary Rubio came back early from the G7 summit because of the nature of what's going on in the Middle East. If this situation is still unfolding next week, should we expect some kind of changes to the delegation, changes to travel? Should we be anticipating that if the situation is still ongoing?
You know, I can't tell you if anything will change. I know it has not so far. But as we have experienced from day to day or even sometimes hour to hour, things do change. This is a very dynamic event. We've all had our special situations that we're interested in, and we all want diplomacy to work, and we've been cheering on summits and ceasefire discussions, et cetera. This is something that is moving, as things tend to, very rapidly. So I would say that anything is possible. But at this point in time, that is still certainly on the books. But that's going to be obviously that's a presidential trip. That's going to be up to the White House, and I'm sure will be affected by their decision making based on what they see. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Tammy. 2 questions, please. First of all,
can you tell me, sir?
Yeah, Alan Fisher from Al Jazeera English.
Very good. How do you do?
Thank you. The U.S. intelligence assessment on March 26 was that Iran was not working towards a nuclear bomb. What's changed? That the U.S. position seems to be that it was very close.
Well, again, I can't speak to intelligence assessments, what may or may not have changed, or to the fact that it is President Trump and his team who are seeing things that matter when it comes to the decision making. And I think that that's what's happened here.
Second question is, if the president in his first term was willing to give the Taliban 18 months to come up with a deal, why was there only 60 days given to the Iranians to discuss something which is much more complicated?
Again, I'm not going to discuss the details of the decisions made by the president. Andrea?
I'm just saying that was Tulsi Gabbard's testimony in open session to the committees.
Well, yes, and as I've noted, today is not that day. Next, yes? Yes, sir. Tie in the white shirt.
Thank
Is that you just suggesting that
Andrea,
the
we're moving on,
changed?
please. Let's please be able to manage this. Sir, in the back there.
Thank you, Tammy. My question is, the other week we were talking about the negotiations between Iran and the U.S., and the president was very optimistic about it. And now drastically everything has changed, and we are talking almost about a full-scale war between Israel and Iran. How do you name the procedure right now? Has the negotiations failed, or how can we name it? My second question will be, the Iranian state TV has been targeted by the Israeli Air Force. How do you see that? Do you see a state TV channel as a legitimate target?
Well, you'd have to ask Israel about their decisions when it comes to the choices with what they strike and what they don't. And on your first question, which now is already, what was your first question?
My first question, after all this, after these escalations, how do you name?
Oh well, I would say that you would look to the President of the United States for how he is characterizing what has occurred. And he is very open and transparent with that, and does it with his many conversations with the media and also on Truth Social. He is clearly accessible, certainly with his remarks, and he has said a number of things on social media that I think might answer your question. Yes, Saeed.
Thank you. Very quick question on Gaza. Can I do that?
Of course. Well, yeah. Are we continuing
Well,
still?
I
will come to you on Gaza, Saeed, I promise. But let's continue with the topic at hand. So yes, sir, in the back.
Thank you so much, Tammy. 2 questions. One question on Iraq related to Iran. Iranian-backed groups Qatar and Hezbollah threatens the U.S. against interfering in the Israel-Iran conflict, which they said any American intervention in the conflict would prompt the group to target the U.S. interests across the region. Have you reached to the Iraqi government, and what's your message to these groups? And the second question, what's the State Department's assessment of diplomacy? Have you put diplomacy on a side, or you still believe that diplomacy can work with Iran?
Well, again, I'm not going to comment on the nature of how the White House or the President or the DOD will respond to certain remarks or demands made by someone. So you'll have to ask the DOD regarding their reaction in that regard. I would also, though, I know that the President's Truth Social, he's made it very clear, even I think today, and I think I've got that right here. This is, again, one of the things we've learned about President Trump is that when he tweets, when he speaks, the world watches, and it's the most clear framework that we can learn of his approach. He has, I don't know if I can get to the exact one, but he has made it very clear that, oh yes, here we go. He has noted that we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers, or our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He is making it clear, I think, here regarding certain choices on the ground that are being made, and that what we've asked for regularly is, and what he has made clear is that we were not a part of the initiation of this, certainly. We're not a part of Israel's attacks on Iran. That I think was stated very clearly by both Secretary Rubio and the President. And that's important for them, for people to know. And in this case, of course, the President has made it clear that if Americans are hurt, or in this case, a missile shot at civilians or American soldiers, that there would be a repercussion. I think that would not be surprising. All right, we'll go back. Well, more on Iran. We'll close with you, sir.
Thanks so much. Could you tell us about the role of partner countries in mediation efforts with Iran, like Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE? President Trump recently concluded a successful trip to the Middle East. What can you tell us about the role of these partner countries?
Well, it's clearly he went with a goal in mind. He makes deals. He's the best deal maker in the world. These partners in the Middle East that we have, they understand clearly our intentions and what our goals are. Thankfully, again, to the approach and the style of President Trump. So it's, I think that when it comes to, again, the best person who could explain his feelings and thoughts about what's accomplished on any issue is the President himself. So I'd refer you back to what he writes and what he is posting on, I think, a very regular basis, which is helpful to people like me, and I think to the world at large as well.
Despite Israel's concerns, can I one more? Despite Israel concerns, President Trump is still trying to negotiate with Iran for a nuclear deal, showing that his priority is peace in the region. President Trump has once again recently offered to mediate on Kashmir, but the Modi government says that they don't need Trump's help. Does President Trump need Modi permission to bring peace in South Asia by resolving the Kashmir issue?
Well, yes, you know, this is every country, as President Trump has stated, is a right to define its own future. He offers his help, and it's up to whoever he's offering it to whether or not they'll accept it. We live in a fascinating, exciting time where we've got a man who can make the difference, and he's generous about making that difference. He could have chosen to have this term be about anything other than peace and making America great again, but he's stuck with that. He's committed to that. It is part of the overall commitment to the country. So I would not speak to the nature of another country's decision-making. That's up to them. But I think all of us are grateful that we have a president who's willing to help and wants to help. Now, you have one more in Iran, and then we'll go to Saeed.
Can you confirm or report that the former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad has been killed in Tehran?
I can't confirm that or report on that or discuss it. All right, thank you. Saeed.
Thank you. Very quick question.
Yes, sir.
In the last 48 hours, or the last 3 days, dozens of Palestinians have been killed at the aid centers and so on. With everybody focused on Iran, this situation still garner some interest or attention from this building or from the United States of America? And are you urging the Israelis to hold off whatever the amount of firepower they're firing at these aid seekers?
Well, we of course are always saddened to hear reports about any mass casualty situation or shootings. I don't know who isn't, no matter what the dynamic. The IDF has said a particular incident is under review, and that is helpful, and we'll see what their review comes up with. In the meantime, I think it is important also when it comes to the nature of the efforts to get aid and food to the Gazans. We now know, can report that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation now is working at 4 distribution sites and has distributed nearly 26 million meals to date. So it is, again, a conversation about whether or not the State Department cares. Every day there's a demonstration. And when we think about the State Department, it's people. It's people who've committed their lives to a diplomatic life, to a life of foreign service, to a political life, to try to make the difference for the world. So we see that manifesting here. And as we also know with today's events and today's conversations, there's a reason why we need people like President Trump and the American commitment to peace abroad. All right? Yes, okay.
Yeah, it's been reported over the weekend that the Secretary of State, actually the President,
yes,
would expand the travel ban to 36 other countries. A lot of them, from what I understand, are in Africa. There's already 19 countries that are affected by the travel ban to a different extent. Can you share any details, elements you have on this plan?
I'm going to speak a little bit about it, not into the detail of what, about the decision making or the process in that regard, but we are, of course, committed to protecting our nation's citizens by upholding the highest standards of national security and public safety through our visa process in particular, as laid out in President Trump's Executive Order 14161, protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. The visa adjudication process has got to ensure that U.S.-bound foreign travelers do not pose a threat to the national security and public safety of the United States. That is, I think, a very low bar, and is a bar that every nation should be able to adopt. To protect the national security and national interests of the United States and its people, the Department of State and other U.S. government agencies assess other countries' security capabilities, information sharing, and identity management practices, exploitation of the U.S. visa system, such as overstay rates, and failure to facilitate the repatriation of their removable nationals. So, noting where a country, perhaps as you did, is located, the geoposition, the actual location of a country, is not a factor, or what continent that country is on. These are about very specific aspects about whether or not the United States feels it can trust the information we rely on those countries for to determine whether or not they'll get a visa. We don't, we rely on the vetting and the presentation of information from other nations in order to say, yes, you can, or you can't come. In this particular instance, I think that it's clear as we're looking at providing a period of time, countries being told if they don't get to that point where we can trust them, then they've got to change the system, update it, do whatever they need to do to convince us that we can trust the process and the information they have. So that is the goal of this. The Secretary will have the discretion to determine whether or not someone is on that list, as we then also continuously vet the nature of what's happening within these conversations. And the goal is so that we can all move forward, so that people can come to the country. And that's our goal. All right. Yes, sir. Yeah, but I don't know why you're so far in the back, Michelle, but
I'm sorry.
With NPR, yes.
Yes. Just following up on that, there was a deadline given for these 36 countries tomorrow to come up with their action plan. I wonder if you've heard back.
No,
from any of them yet?
That's incorrect. I can just tell you that that's not correct. The fact is that they will have a considerable amount of time to rectify whatever the situation is that the State Department has determined is affecting the nature of our trust in how we issue a visa. All right? Yes, and we'll take... Yes, sir, with the beard there? Yes.
Thank you. Has the United States...
Can you tell me your name, sir, and your outlet?
Mustafa Abdo, Shafaq News.
Okay, welcome aboard.
Thank you. Has the United States received any official request from Baghdad to help prevent Israeli overflights in Israel, in Iraqi airspace? And what is Washington's response to such a request?
Again, you would need to speak to the Department of Defense and the White House regarding that. I won't speak to the details of conversations, certainly about anything of that matter involving any country. And I think that will be it for today. As we return, thank you all for your patience, and I expect to see you again later in the week. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate it.
There you have it, the State Department briefing concluding right there as Tammy Bruce was talking a lot about the conflict between Israel and Iran right here. And I did want to share this social media post from President Trump as he states unconditional surrender, referring to Iran right there. He has been posting a lot on social media discussing the ongoing conflict between Iran and Israel. And previously, we were also sharing another social media post that he had, as you are taking a live look right here at the White House. As President Trump said, quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out. Kill, in parentheses, at least not for now, but we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin, rather. Thank you for your attention to this matter." So a lot of conversation happening right now as you are taking a live look right there from the White House. We do know that President Trump is meeting with officials in the Situation Room right now as he is discussing the ongoing conflict. He was previously in Canada attending the G7 summit, but he left a day early to focus specifically on the conflict between Iran and Israel. And he is calling also for the immediate evacuation of Tehran, saying that if people don't evacuate, there will be dire consequences. As he was returning to Washington, D.C. late last night on Air Force One, he was speaking with reporters, talking about looking to achieve something better than a ceasefire. He said that he would be meeting with advisors in the Situation Room, which is he is doing right now. President Trump saying, quote, "We're looking at better than a ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire." I didn't say that I was looking for a ceasefire, but he did say he is looking for, quote, "an end, a real end, not ceasefire, an end." So this also comes as the exchange between Israel and Iran continues to ramp up right here, as Israel also claimed today to have killed a top Iranian general as it traded more strikes with Iran. And I did want to share this live look with you. This is a live look right here from Tel Aviv as we continue to follow the very latest developments. President Trump also warning residents of Tehran to evacuate while demanding that Iran surrender without condition. So as we were sharing with you, President Trump did leave the G7 summit a day early to deal with this conflict between Israel and Iran, stating that he wants to see a real end. And later he did warn, as we shared with you, of Iran's supreme leader, stating that the U.S. knows where he is hiding and calls for Iran's unconditional surrender. So President Trump's hard line is highlighted by the fact that this is the fifth day of Israel's air campaign aimed at Iran's military and nuclear programs. Residents of Tehran did heed the warning, leaving their homes. And the UN nuclear watchdog, for the first time, said Israeli strikes on Iran's main enrichment facility had also damaged its main underground section, not just an above ground facility, as previously acknowledged right here. This all started last Friday after Israel's surprise airstrikes that targeted Iran's military leaders, nuclear scientists, and uranium enrichment sites, as well as its ballistic missile program. And Israel, along with the United States, stating that Iran will never gain nuclear capability right here. This is also the social media post that President Trump had shared just moments ago, saying, quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme He's an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill in parentheses, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention on this matter. Right now, President Trump meeting with his national security team in the Situation Room to continue to discuss this. Now, previously, as we had also shared, Israel had requested the permission from the United States when it came to taking out Iran's supreme leader. At the time, President Trump vetoed that because he did not want to escalate the situation between Iran and Iraq. However, Iran has not stepped down, has not heeded the warnings. And so now the discussions are being had in terms of what does success look like? What is the end goal and how to achieve that? And President Trump has been front and center when it came to negotiations, continuing to be front and center as the world looks to him. Israel really relying on the United States, and President Trump has called for the de-escalation, but warning Iran repeatedly that it needs to heed the warnings and step down. Iran hasn't done so. And so now President Trump meeting with his security team there in the Situation Room as you are taking a live look at the White House. Developments coming in minute by minute as we have been hearing reaction. Previously, we were hearing reaction from Vice President J.D. Vance, and now a series of comments from President Trump. At this point in time, at least according to the public agenda for the White House, we don't see that President Trump will be addressing the public on this matter. But of course, that could change as developments continue right here. These talks at the highest of levels continue at this hour. The Israeli military warning the population in Tehran to evacuate, and also warning its own people to stay close to shelters as Iran fired a new wave of missiles. Israeli officials say most of those, however, were intercepted, but Israel receiving siren blares, warning them and urging them to get to safety right there. We are continuing to follow all of these developments at this hour right here on Live Now for Fox as President Trump is meeting with his national security team at this moment. He has called for the immediate evacuation of Tehran and calling for the unconditional surrender of Iran. More in just a moment. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to monitor a number of major stories right here. The next one takes us out to California, where California Democrats are now speaking outside an immigration detention facility. They say they were illegally denied entry into that facility. So I did want to just play at least some of those remarks for you right now.
That's not inexpensive. And who's footing the bill for that travel that they're sending people away? The U.S. taxpayers are. It's not the most efficient way to run a system where you're detaining people. It's not accidental. This is purely for profit on their end, and our community suffers on our end. And we will continue, like as I said, to try to conduct oversight, but they make it very, very difficult. I think we were each allowed maybe 15 minutes to talk with one detainee, and while we were touring, we engaged with others. But it really is a sad statement about exactly who is benefiting off of the trauma and the chaos that is being inflicted on the immigrant community.
I think it's fair to say that there wasn't a single person that we interviewed today that needed to be in prison. That's a waste of taxpayer dollars. The person that Luis Rivas and I interviewed initially was obeying the law. He was showing up for all of his appointments. There's no reason to detain a person like that, right? And then finally, to further kind of buttress what my colleague Linda Sanchez is saying, when we finally were able to talk to about 8 individuals who were locked up because they were doing the count, the